I'm opening some doors, by the way. 1L.
Yeah, I see you opening the doors.
Okay. Have the ground services up. You want a power hop? Turn on the wing lights, wing and logo lights, and yeah, it's power hub. So you have a nice view of
You want to get the external power on?
Oh yeah, get the external power. The external power is on. Should be on. No, it's not. Oh, we're cold and dark. We're cold and dark. I forgot. Get the external power.
Right, it's on now, yeah?
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah.
It is on.
Yeah. Just give the stream a couple seconds, so a couple minutes to warm up. And I'll just go back to my flight plan. Why did I do that? So we have Qatari 945. WSSS to OTHH. OEDF. Hold on. SSS, OTHH, OEDF, 346. We're gonna take 370 passengers, and we're gonna take a lot of cargo at Singapore, after all, right? 16 tons of cargo, 16.6 tons of cargo.
Okay.
Nice and heavy, nice heavy takeoff. It wouldn't even be that heavy. It's a piece of cake for the Airbus, right? For this A340.
Yeah.
Piece of cake. Which I got a good route earlier. Oh, just a minute. Hold on.
Just use the one I gave.
Yeah,
No?
Did you send me a different one at the beginning? Copy.
Yeah, but just use it later than the last one.
No, well,
Rossi.
yeah, no, but that's just I don't want to put it in with a SID because sometimes it tells me SID's not recognized and stuff like that. Because I don't have the AIRAC for SimBrief, so if the SID changes, I just paste in the route without the SID and stuff. I just do this. Or maybe this one then. Anyway, I'm just gonna put that in. I have a straight, it's just basically straight shot across the Indian subcontinent, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Just make sure your chucks are off, by the way. I just got the pocket brake set. Mine's off.
Okay. Okay, 7 hours and 30 minutes of flight time. Got sim profile. Okay, and alright, let me log on to VATSIM now.
Yeah, let me do that as well.
Trapster, hello.
945 Alpha, I'll be right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got Trapster in the house.
Hello, Chapster.
I want some. I want chill wave, man. I want chill wave. This is too heavy. Chill wave. What's a single runway event? We're going to Doha. What's a single runway event? Now you're getting me. Now you're getting me all. Where is it? Dubai? When? Today?
Two wrong airports we chose.
I know, right? Oh, really? No. Oh, what time is it anyway? Maybe we probably just have Dubai. We probably have Dubai Center in any case, right? If that's the case, Dubai Center will be up. Yeah.
Dubai Center.
Yeah. No.
Yep.
We
I don't think not the time we'll be
Fo-
arriving. We'll be arriving
14
late there. Though.
Nah, yeah, 14. Nah, 14 to 17 Zulu. Nah, would be no. Would be hopefully somebody comes on in India. I don't know. It's maybe a bit late. Look at Jeddah. Is Jeddah set up? Well, we've just got Bangkok radar. We just be right under Bangkok. And, okay, we're already Qatari 945. Wait a minute. Hold on. I haven't filed my flight plan. Would it let me? Would it let me? It did.
Are you in?
Yeah, I'm on. Yeah, I'm in. Where's Harry? Here he is. Hello, one and all. Welcome to the stream. Welcome aboard, Trapster. Yeah, I wish. Yeah, this always happens. I mean, this always happens to me, right? You know, I decide to fly. We decide to fly one airport, or I decide to fly to one airport, and it's like the other airport. You know, ATC woes. But let's hope they linger. But they won't linger if it's 14, because we will be landing in 7 hours. It's a 7-hour flight, so. Yeah, but 14 to 17. What time is it now? What time is it now? It's 12 o'clock Zulu. That they'll be on in 2 hours time, and they'll be off in 3 hours time. We'll just be short. We'll probably be over Doha. We'll probably be over Muscat by the time they're finishing. And knowing them, they'll be off before we even get there. Yeah. You know, so. You know, even yesterday we missed it, and you know they just went by just as we were going into the airspace. So they've been kind of shit lately. Dubai.
You got no flight plan on your.
Huh?
Batsim. No flight plan.
Really? I still have no flight plan. Hold on. No wonder it says 44 kilo.
Yeah. Oh, disconnect again.
No, yeah, hold on, I might be able to update it. Yeah, I just updated it. It should have sometimes what you may call it. The page lets me update the flight plan while I'm connected, and sometimes it doesn't. So I don't know. It's kind of inconsistent like that. Let's jump into the cockpit. Oh, Harry. Harry's been here nice and warm for us today. Nice and ready. Okay. Oh, you ready to land the IRS? What a dutiful first officer. What a dutiful first officer. And I'm going to paste the route in the chat. I don't think anyone will join us on this long haul, but I just it's easier for me to copy the route from the chat. So just make sure that we are OTHH. I'll be pilot flying for takeoff. Harry will be pilot landing, pilot flying for landing. You know, I haven't had the opportunity to do a proper heavy takeoff on this aircraft. OTHH to no, wait, wrong one, wrong. The WSSS to OTHH. No, dutiful. Dutiful. Beautiful. Speaking of beautiful, he's got a haircut. You like his haircut?
Oh.
Trust me, you like people to notice. When you get a haircut, you want people to notice, right? Did you get a haircut? Yeah. Alright, that's it. QR944. We have how many passengers did we have on board today? Oh no, my armrest. I really have no time for armrest shenanigans now. And let me get my briefing.
Do you want me to start APU?
Oh yeah, start the APU so we don't forget.
Okay.
APU bleed. Here we go. Briefing. WSSS-OTHH. There we are. How many passengers? How many people do we have? We have 370 adults, 14 children, 16 babies, 5 goats, 3 dogs.
5 goats.
And
Singaporean goats.
Singaporean goats, yeah, like. What? Is that how they?
I don't know what the sound goats make.
That sounded like a Thai goat. That sounded like a Thai goat.
I don't know what sound they make.
Singaporean goat. Passengers, we have 370, and cost index is gonna be. I heard the APU I heard the buses. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's out of the AC. Cost index of 44 flight level.
Except how to go away.
What's the initial flight level? I'm seeing 250.
Just go up to the cruise.
Yeah, no, it says 250. Oh no, I don't want 250. We can go higher than 250, right? How can I know the optimum before?
Mine
Okay.
says.
Well, we won't until I put in the gross weights. I wouldn't know anything.
340 first of all.
330. I'll go 330. 340. Yeah, we can go 340.
And then after we step climb up to 360 and then step climb up to 380. And that's our last 380.
Yeah. Oh, I know why Simbrief is giving me 250 because it's in. Oh, for fuck's sake, Simbrief. It's not Simbrief's fault. It's my fault. Remember, I had forced altitude yesterday for 250. A lot of the time, I just reused a lot of the parameters on the Simbrief flight plan, and like for example, I don't have to like fill in the aircraft registration again and stuff like that. So let's see what it gives me now. But sometimes Simbrief does give you crazy altitudes. It's giving me. We can go up to flight level 360 actually. So I'm just gonna refile it, 36,000.
Yep.
And there we go. It's actually allowed me to do flight level 360. You could. Yeah, we need to do I need to do. Traps needs to teach me how to fly the Concorde. Need to Traps to the Concorde, man. What's the zero fuel weight today? 237.8. In fact, let me do this now. Loading. And see how much fuel does it ask for now. 237.8 and 69.9. So zero fuel weight is. We need to do this like this. 370 and and 69. $70 tons, right?
Yeah, that's what I've got as well.
Hold on, I'm putting it down. I'm trying to do it. Whatever. 70.1. Let's double check just to confirm the gross weights on your side.
Yeah.
You've got 237.7, 25.3 zero fuel weight, and 70.1 fuel.
This confirmed. I've got the same.
So that's 2377, 25.3.
70.1.
71. Let's go back to NAA, and it's going to be flight level 360. Okay, perfect. All right, I'm going to have to put in the flight plan. It's WSSS-02 left. Is it 2 left for takeoff? Yeah, 2 left.
2 left, 2 left.
2 left, and it's which Aroso to Echo.
Orosso, yep.
Aroso to Echo. Insert.
Okay, I'm getting that on my side as well, which is good.
Okay, just can you dictate it for me? The route for me? Just the airways.
Yeah, so we got Yankee 513,
Yankee 513.
Yankee 504,
Yankee 504. Hold on. Yeah.
and then sorry, Gulf 582,
Golf 582.
and then Papa 574,
574.
and Lima 555,
Lima 555.
and Mike 628.
Oh, let me just insert this.
Oh yeah. Just confirm the last one is Tox.
Yeah, Totox, yeah.
Okay. And then Mike 628
Mike 628.
and
Hold
November
on, what?
563.
Mike 628, you said?
628, yeah.
Oh. No, it's Lima 555.
Lima 555 and then Mike 628.
And that's a Mike 628. November 563.
It's not showing on your side, no?
Huh?
Hold on. Totox. Which one are you at now?
I'm at Mike 628. Tall down.
Okay.
Tall down. Then Mike 628.
Then November 563.
63. November 563 now, yeah. The turbo.
899.
Papa 899. Oh. Hold on. Papa 899.
Yeah, and then Quebec 215.
Quebec. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why does it happen, man? Quebec 215. To Quebec 215.
Afnan.
Afnan?
Yeah,
And that's it, really?
that's it. That's AFM.
Because if he doesn't, if he doesn't have traps, if he does not have the core route in his database, if I do core route, it would show up empty for him. For example, if I just do core route, it doesn't sync. I would probably have to send him the core route, and as well, and which it can be a bit hit or miss. So you know, he needs to have the core route inside of his database for me to do the core route for him to pull it up and for it to, and even then it's a bit iffy. Sometimes it syncs, sometimes it doesn't. So it's always the safest way is always if we both have the same AIRAC, it's fine. But don't forget, when I do the SimBrief flight plan and I use SimBrief downloader to put it, I get a core route and it pulls up the core route from his database. He will have to have the same core route saved on his hard drive for the plane to pull it up. I mean, we could do that in theory. It works sometimes, but sometimes it doesn't work. It's always best, I realize, in my experience, to put in the flight plan manually in shared cockpit, because I mean, even if you do have the core route, since both of us have the core route, it doesn't always sync up. It doesn't always sync up. It's never.
I'm gonna put in the route on my side because from Totox I don't have anything. So.
Oh really? Oh.
Yeah.
Do you have the? By the way, do you have the AIRAC, right? Do you have the AIRAC for?
Yeah.
Okay, he did have the. Yeah. So yeah, it also gives us something to do, right? I know it's we've never done this long haul before. So okay, so we'll just confirm the route from Totox, right?
Yeah, I just entered the whole thing in. Just check it's okay for your side.
Okay. Hold on.
I've got all the way to Afnan now.
I've got all the way to Afnan as well.
Okay, that's it then.
Okay. Totox, okay. Totox, Tumet, Tolda, you've got all of those, right?
Yep.
Okay. In fact, what's your distance? What's your route distance? 3378?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And
that's it.
Flight level 360.
Yep.
And the QNH is what's the current?
1007.
This is a problem when we don't use active sky.
Didn't happen yesterday on the way to Dubai though.
Oh, let me just do custom METAR.
Yeah, that's.
We do the custom METAR.
It will fix itself though. It does fix itself eventually when we start moving.
METAR.RWX. It's stormy. We need anti-ice for takeoff, by the way.
Okay.
And how many pack switches does this aircraft have? We do packs off for takeoff, anti-ice on.
Let's see how much this one has.
Yeah, it is stormy. It's stormy.
Packs.
Here we have
Packs.
pack 1, pack 2. Really, this is pretty simple, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Packs off, takeoff, yeah?
Yeah, packs off for takeoff and anti-ice on.
Yeah,
We need to have the weather. How come you have that dark dome as well? Is your dome kind of dark? Is there some textures this year with this thing? Not like the textures are.
yeah, the overhead is dark a bit, yeah.
And let's see.
What's the word I say? It's a bit stormy.
Yeah, it's exaggeration, right? It's no active. If we had active sky, it wouldn't be like that.
It's a bit more fun though, isn't it? You told me.
Yeah, but it's.
Alright, we ready?
Hold on, just about. Right, and let me just get the window capture properties. Let's just do some prep.
There you go, see, it's not showing negative now though.
Is it not? It's updated? Okay, nice. And there we go. And all right, folks. I think it's about that time. There's no ATCs come on, right? Anyone else coming into Singapore? No one else in the short term.
Nope.
Everyone's kind of far away from Singapore, so just us. All right, I think we can get ready. Let's get. Can you close up the doors?
Yeah.
That's a flight attendant's.
Close.
Attendant's ready to go. Got the documents on board. I'll get rid of the ground handling.
And take away the chocks, by the way, for your side.
I already have, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And get the briefing, get the ground taxi charts. In fact, you know, I did not. We'll do a quick departure. We'll do a departure briefing as well.
Okay, all the doors are closed.
Okay. My goodness. Ebed, how you doing, man? Good morning. We're all in this for the long haul.
इस विमान में 2 द्वार हैं जिनसे मैं कूदना चाहती हूँ क्योंकि मेरे मॉडलिंग करियर की बम्बू हो गई है। I hate my job.
Hold on. I'm just getting my charts here. W Asia. WSSS. What is it called? Aroso.
Rosso.
Wrong airline. We could get. I hate how the thingy ground handling just parks everything behind you, right?
Yeah.
And we're ready to go. Let me just start. Let's just do a quick departure briefing here. All right, sir.
I've got mine up.
Okay. So it's the ground and the Rosso departure briefing. So Singapore. Okay. So we're on the northern or we're on the southern side of the airport, aren't we? So basically, it's we're gonna taxi out. Gonna push back, taxi out on Papa 7, I think.
Okay.
Papa 7. Head east on. Is it Victor?
Quebec.
Quebec. It's Quebec, yeah. Eastern Quebec, and then north on Victor. For runway 02 left for takeoff. Okay. It's pretty straightforward taxi. And departure. It's a Rosso 2 Echo. We've put it into the FMC, so I don't think there's any surprises out here. Initial heading is what? No, wrong way. Initial heading is 023 to Topom, Artum, Tacoma, Aroso, and I think it should be, is it smooth transition onwards to our route? Yeah, it looks like it, yeah. Yeah, smooth.
Alright.
And okay, so are you okay with the briefing? We won't have any failures. We won't have any failures. It's going to be a packs on, packs off for takeoff, and we need the anti-ice off once once engines have started. So that's the only little couple details that we need to remember. All right, so we'll get before start check. This is thanks, please.
Okay, cockpit preparation.
To the line. Complete.
Gears and pins are covered.
Removed.
Signs.
Signs, no smoking, fasten seatbelt signs on.
Adheres.
Adheres and nav.
Fuel quantity.
We have 70 tons, 70.1 tons on board.
70.1, checked. Takeoff data.
Takeoff data, give me some performance, yeah?
Yeah, give performance.
Flaps 3 for takeoff.
Yep, just 1 minute. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
V1.
162.
162. VR. 162.
162.
V2. 168.
168. I'm gonna take 10 knots off the V1 speed, right? So I'm gonna go 152. So that you don't have them all V1 rotate, because it's unrealistic. I'm pretty sure they'd be a bit before for this kind of weight. So it's flap 3.
Flap 3 up 3.0 units.
Up 3.0.
And flex 59.
Flex. Where's the F? Where's the F?
On the keyboard.
I can't find it. F. 59.
Underneath A.
Yeah, I got it. Flex 59. Speed's on my side.
Okay, speeds.
So takeoff speeds 152, 162, 168, 3 up 3.0, flex 59. Set acceleration is 1500 feet above, so 1520 engine first reduction acceleration.
Okay, takeoff data 152, 162, 168, flaps 3 up 3.0, flex 59, cross checked. Power F.
Power F 1007.
1007 checked before start to the line completes.
Okay, let me call the better pushback.
Better pushback. Do you want to beacon on?
Beacon on, yeah, you do your before start flow.
Please show me where you want to go.
Click, click, click. So many fuel pumps, man.
I know, right?
Grounded cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Guys, I switched that beacon light on, yeah? When you see that outside, I switched it on.
Okay.
Guys, when you see the flaps come out, that was me. I did that.
When you see that butter landing, that was, well...
That was me, yeah. If anyone actually stays that long.
Alright, and I'm gonna get the taxi shot out as well. It's not the most friendly at night, actually, this airport. I thought it would be better.
It's not, is it? It's not. It's not actually, is it?
Nah.
But once we take off, it should be alright.
Once we're out to the dock, it's the airport lighting. I mean, it's not too bad considering how detailed it is. Plus, it's got the city and everything, you know.
Well, let me make an announcement.
All doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Singapore traffic, Qatar 945, push and start up from Delta 49er to 02 left departure, Singapore.
Singapore.
Would you like the before start below the line?
Before start below the line, please.
Windows and doors?
All closed, locked.
Beacon.
Beacon is on.
Thrust levers.
Idle.
Tow
Parking
connected
brake.
and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Releasing now.
Before start
Starting
complete.
pushback, and you may start engines.
Stand by.
Oh, we're going. Let's go Doha, guys. Let's go Doha.
Your segment is building, and it's almost time to take off.
Welcome on board this Qatar Airways flight. Before we depart, please pay attention. As we
Oh, he's actually got the video on?
Yeah.
Before we get underway, we'd just like to remind viewers at home that exits and walkways must be kept clear of
Hold on, let me not change too many views, guys, because it's not the best stuff. Not the best stuff. Yes. Right, and we're gonna go. I'm gonna go 2 and 3, then 1 and 4. Okay.
Takeoff and land.
Okay.
Handheld
I'll call
Alright.
10%.
All right. Yeah. Code 10%. Starting number 2.
Devices will have to be switched off and stored safely for takeoff and landing. If you drop your personal
Turning
electronic device
to-
inside the seat, do not operate the seat control. Instead, please contact a member of cabin crew for assistance. Please fasten your seatbelts before takeoff and landing.
10% number 2.
The sign is illuminated. Infant seatbelts are available
Check.
from the cabin crew. To unfasten, lift the flap and pull the ends apart. And
10% free.
if you'd like to take a
Check.
break from the action, please make sure your seatbelt is fastened and visible to cabin crew. For your safety, we recommend to keep the seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated.
Is the APU bleed on?
Yeah, it's on.
If oxygen is required, a mask will appear from above you. Or
Did you get an engine available indication? Oh, there we go.
by
Okay.
pulling on the coloured flag marked pull.
Takes a while.
Pulling the mask towards you will activate the oxygen supply. Place the mask over your nose and mouth, adjust the band to secure it, and breathe normally. When your mask is fitted correctly, you may assist others.
Engine
Please
2
pay
available.
close attention and
Right.
take a moment to locate the emergency exit nearest to your seat. The emergency exits are clearly marked and located as shown on the screen. Illuminated escape
Engine
pods
3
will
available.
guide you to the exits. In case of emergency landing on
You see, it does its trim. It trimmed itself, by the way.
please remember
Ah, okay.
See it?
Oh, yes, I see it, yeah.
for your safety, we operate a non-smoking
Engine 3 is available. Engine 3 is stable.
Activate a smoke alarm.
And turning 1.
Or the aircraft and tampering with the smoke detector are both criminal offences punishable by law. Now, your life jacket is either beside you, next to you, or underneath your seat. When instructed by the crew, remove it from
Engine
its
1,
container,
10%.
pull it over your head, bring the tape around your waist, and fasten it in front, pulling firmly to secure. Only
Turning
inflate
4.
your life jacket when you are leaving the aircraft by pulling the 2 red toggles.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Park the life jacket by blowing
Woohoo! We've got Santa.
Disconnecting
Oh, no
go.
way.
Stand by.
Okay, I'm tuning. I got it.
Alright.
It's on, I got it now.
Okay.
as a whistle to attract attention.
Singapore Center, Battalion 9045.
Life jackets for infants will be distributed by the cabin crew. In the unlikely event of
Sorry,
emergency,
945
please
here for you
return
there.
to race position as demonstrated by the
Battalion 9045, we're just pushing start from Delta 4 Nana. With IFR clearance to Doha, A340 600.
Sorry, 945. Information Alpha now currently clear to Doha, Aroso, 2 Echo departure, runway 02 left, flight level 360, squawk 2217.
tray table is
I'll put it in for you.
We're clear to Doha, Aroso 2 Echo departure, runway 202 left. Flight level 360,
Tow disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up
Sorry,
there.
945, repeat is correct.
Alright, so do you like the after start checklist?
You do have to start flow and then have to start checklist.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Alright, after start checklist.
The start checklist, go on.
Anti-ice. Let's just
Okay, anti-ice. Engine and wing.
NTI is on.
Okay, check.
ECAM status.
Is checked.
Pitch trim.
Pitch trim. We have 2.9 up.
Check.
Okay.
Rudder trim.
Is 0.
Have to start complete.
All right. Let's let them know we're ready for taxi. Turn off the dome light.
Taxi, yeah.
Turn off. Turn off.
Dome?
Yes, please.
Oh, let me get to the overhead. That's it, right? Singapore, Qatar 945, press taxi. 02 left.
Qatari 945 from Charlie taxi, Quebec, whiskey, holding point, whiskey, 9er, runway 02 left.
Just Charlie, Quebec, whiskey, 9, 02 left, Qatar 945.
Okay. How come it's so bright in here? Oh, it's
I don't know, I think it's from the terminal.
Terminal lights. Okay.
Yeah, probably, yeah. I mean, everything's off. The
Yeah,
taxi
okay.
light's it's not even showing on the ground.
Okay. One thing. Was gonna ask.
What?
Taxi cam. Is it? I think
Taxi
it's.
cam?
I think it's pretty useless at night, though. Yeah, it's kind of useless at night. Just leave it off. Just leave it off. Pretty useless at night. All right, let's
Okay,
go.
so
Taxi.
do you want your taxi light? That's already on.
Okay.
Not really showing on the ground though.
Yeah, let's just move on. I'll do a flight control check as soon as we get up.
Your autopilot's on heading, by the way.
Mine's fine. It's
Oh, is it?
I've dash. And
What's
flat
showing
level.
now?
Yeah, nothing. Dash.
Oh, okay, good.
Managed. So get back to the second left, right?
Think so. Hold on. I can't see where I'm going. This left is November Charlie 3, isn't it?
Yeah. I think the signs they're kind of fucked on the
really?
yeah on this airport, yeah, on the scenery. I think Quebec's the outer one. I think. Let me see. Yeah, Quebec's the outer one. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's all the way down Quebec, you know, it's a straight line, and then
Yeah.
and whiskey and holding point whiskey 9.
Yeah. Okay. So all those who are joining the stream now, welcome on board, folks. We have a 7-hour flight to Doha. And Singapore control is nice enough to come on. It's raining.
Colombo centers online.
945 Miss Quebec, turn left on Kashavi clear, turn left Papa, whiskey, holding point, whiskey, 9er, runway 02 left.
Say again for Qatar 945.
Qatari 945 is Miss Taxi with Quebec, we clear, turn left Papa, whiskey, holding point, whiskey, 9er, runway 02 left.
Apologies, go Papa whiskey 9 02 left, Qatar 945.
Okay, so we have to make it. We've gone not too far.
I think so, yeah. Just continue straight on Papa and then the whiskey.
Okay. Yeah, just let them know that the scenery is completely different. It says we're in November, right? And according to the scenery, we're in November. November, it says the scenery says we are in November, yeah. Okay, so we should have taken the inner one. Okay.
Should I tell him? No problem.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So So whiskey's the outer one, right? Let's hope it's labeled properly on the
I can't. Yeah, it's confusing me now because the label's on the. Why is it? Oh.
I don't know. It's the scenery. The scenery is not up to date. They might have redone the whole all of the. You know, this is where we wish we had rain effects on the windscreen. I'll have the volume up as well on the system. I think we can go a little faster, can we?
Yeah.
We'll go a little bit faster once we get onto whiskey.
Whiskey 4 there.
Whiskey 4?
Yeah, whiskey. Because at least they're right. I think whiskey 9 is whiskey 4 for some reason. Oh wait. Yeah. Whiskey 9. Yeah, the scenery is incorrect in that terms.
Just let them know that the scenery is incorrect. Just to confirm it's the next left turn or the next two left turns. I'm just gonna slow down here.
Hello?
For Whiskey Alpha here. Tell them we're holding November Charlie too.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah? What's wrong? Are you still there? What's wrong? How come I don't have you anymore? How come you're not on cam anymore? Hello? Hold on, Harris seems to be having some kind of connectivity. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Richard?
Yeah? Hello?
Qatari 945, this is for short of Victor. Whiskey is the second left from current position all the way down loading point Whiskey 9 now.
Okay, Roger. We have a technical issue. We're just holding short, and it's the second left all the way down. Thank you very much, Qatari 945.
Hello?
Hello, I'm hearing you. There you go.
My internet went out.
Alright, good. I figured. So it's the second left.
Wait, we need to connect again.
Did I get disconnected? Yeah.
I got disconnected. Hello?
Alright. What happened? Did somebody... Oh.
What happened?
I was like, that's Traps that did the Airbus thingy. Okay. Okay, I'm connected. Disconnect again.
Disconnect again?
Hold on.
I'm connected to you already.
Well, no, I disconnected and reconnected. Just do a radio check. Just do a radio check, sure.
Oh yeah, that's him, yeah.
Yeah.
Singapore radio check. Qatari 945, string 5.
Roger, sorry, slight connection issue there. We'll continue taxi.
Qatari 945.
Are we connected? Can you move the throttles or something?
You see my...
Yeah, I see that. Yeah,
Okay.
the parking brake is on, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, we're back. We're back. Fuck me, Jesus.
What's that? Goodness, it's really twisting down, isn't it?
My goodness. Oh, my camera's gone.
It was gone.
My camera fell off.
Oh.
There's back now.
Hope you're in underwear.
Yep. Right, so where are we taxiing to now?
We're making it, he said the second left.
Okay.
My goodness. Just before, yeah. So he's gonna give us some winds before we take off. So we don't have active. I don't have active. I can't rely on the winds from active sky on this one.
All right.
So I'm ready for the before takeoff checklist to the line. Hold. Let me just give me the flight controls page as well. Before takeoff checklist to the line.
Flight controls there. Flight controls.
Controls. Pull down. Pull up. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Rudder left. Rudder right. Neutral. Checked.
Checked. Flight instruments.
Flight instruments are checked.
Briefing.
It's confirmed.
Flap setting.
Flaps 3.
Flaps 3 ATC.
ATC notified.
ECAM memo.
Takeoff no blue.
To before takeoff to the line complete. Cabin crew seats for takeoff. Cool.
Damn, we burnt 900 kilos already.
Jeez.
She's a big plane. She's a big plane. It stopped raining? You have the weather radar on? You have the weather radar on?
Radar, radar.
Weather on my side. What's happening? What are you doing?
I'm doing nothing. I'm just trying to move that. There you go. The radar's on now.
Okay. Oh, look at that. What is huge, man? Look at that.
TARA, Tara, Auto.
So, check. You have legs? Just check. You have legs on your side?
Yep.
not showing much.
It's not showing for you?
No, it's showing that you have it on the menu page.
Oh, just press FM2, then it activates it.
What, the flight plan you mean?
My side. Yeah, no, FM2 on my side.
Oh. What do you mean?
Just press FM2 the top left.
I don't understand.
Well, look at my, the top FM2. Mine's already, you have to select it and yours to activate it, you know what I mean? Just select it. Then you'll be able to see what I press. FM2, top left.
Top left?
Line select key 1, line select key 1.
Oh, FMS. Oh, okay, right, on there, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's... Alright. On the Mach 2.
Yes,
To fasten, insert the metal tip into the buckle and
Hi,
adjust the
Mike.
strap
Welcome on
so
board,
it's
man.
low and tight across your lap. To release the belt, just lift the top of the buckle.
Do you have the wing lights on?
not yet, I'll put them on now.
Oh, there we go. How are you doing? Welcome on board, man. Don't relieve yourself in my stream. I think we're just about ready to go. Just about. Oh my goodness. You know, trucker is just starting to act up. It knows. It says it sees the runway. It says, oh, getting close to the runway. Yeah. Come on, you can.
Hello Singapore, this is German Cargo 537 with you, flight level 360. German Cargo 537, Singapore, radar gate evening, squawk 2216. From 2216, German Cargo 537.
Is the next one?
Whiskey 9, yeah, next one. Should I do before takeoff the other line?
Once we get clearance.
Yeah.
Global radar, good evening, Singapore 883, flight level 650 inbound Elsborn. Singapore 883, Singapore radar, good evening, squawk 2212. 2212,
Is it here?
Yeah.
Chicago 537, identified, maintain flight level 360, proceed direct to Lalo. Go and remain 360, okay, German Cargo 537.
Singapore 745, approaching point whiskey 9 over deep departure.
Qatari 945, surface wind is 330 degrees, 5 knots, runway 02 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 02 left, Qatari 945. Okay, we're cleared.
Okay. And you before takeoff flow and before takeoff chapters below the line when you're ready. I'll get us on there.
Singapore radar, good evening, squawk 2221. Squawking 2221 for...
Backs off.
Check.
Okay. Cabin crew.
60.
It is advised.
TCAS.
Tada.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Backs.
1 and 2 are off. Check.
Before takeoff checklist complete. 0 to left identified.
Check.
At least it's the correct runway this time.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Just do a wind check before you take off.
Thailand 45 wind checklist.
Thailand 45, surface wind 330 degrees, 5 knots.
Okay.
Ready? Let's go.
Chrono. Takeoff. Manflex 59 SOS runway.
Check.
Cross sets. 80 knots.
Cathay 79 just needs to step away for a couple of minutes. Cathay 79, approach report back. Will go.
V1. Rotate. Positive rate of climb.
Go up.
Nav.
Check. Autopilot on. AP1 on. Check. Let's think to turn off the raindrops.
Sorry, 945, identify, climb to flight level 240.
Climb to level 240.
9945.
Oh my goodness. What?
First climb.
Check. Flaps 3. Flaps 2.
Speed check flaps 2. I said 240.
Check.
He said 240.
360 still.
You're still autopilot, you have AV on.
Yeah. Oh shit, I forgot. Flaps 2. Flaps 1, sorry.
Flap. Speed check, flaps 1.
Yeah, we ate up all that runway as well. We definitely did.
Oh shit, thanks.
Yeah, that's on.
Recap 3 to Singapore negative, next walk 2.
Flaps up. Flaps 0.
Speed check, flaps.
And you can if we have the takeoff check, flow.
Okay. I have to take landing gears up, flaps checked, packs on. Bow.
Let's do the
Bow
line.
reference, you said standard, he said fly up 240.
Singapore 895.
Hold on. Straight into the flipping. It's a flat lock.
S-bound.
Standard.
Singapore 895.
Standard. Not saying flying level, passing 3,900.
Checks.
Walk 223 to Singapore 895.
Cool.
What happened?
We're going. No, I said we're going.
Yeah.
We're off.
Country to identify
We're off,
maintain
skis.
telemetry 80. Singapore 895 identify maintain flight level 3.
I wish.
Singapore Airlines maintain flight level 390.
We have Colombo Center online.
We won't be flying in Colombo though.
Really?
Apparently not. No, look at the map, yeah. We fly just above it.
Singapore Center Cathay.
That's Chennai. Wow, really? That's.
79 Roger, and request the next waypoint. Next waypoint is another for Cathay 79. 79 Roger.
Oh, it's raining.
Again. Yeah. I set a lure shortcut key so that I can turn off the raindrops, but it doesn't always work.
Oh, right.
So that I don't get a FPS drop. I can turn the volume down a bit as well. Anyway, folks, I hope you enjoyed that takeoff as much as I did. Nice, it was reassuringly heavy takeoff. Look at that, 75% N1, right?
Yeah, I know, right?
This plane is so powerful, and that's true to real life, because I was looking at a video, Airbus A340 video, and it was the same thing. They took off on like 76% N1 or something like that on an 11-hour flight. That's flex there, and passing 9,300 feet.
Right. Okay, approaching 10,000, landing
Yep.
lights, taxi lights, wing lights, and that light.
So
Oh.
we'll keep the anti-ice on for a bit.
Yeah, you're the captain. I'll put the seatbelt signs to auto. There's no no turbulence at the moment, right? So let's
Fine.
release the crew.
Okay.
Let them do the service, you know?
Okay, yeah. I think they only get like a snack.
Did you clip that Pan Am on where they chucked the food on the plane?
No, I didn't.
You should have done that. That was funny, then, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Look at your weather radar. We're gonna pass through an area.
It's showing that we just passed an area for me now. But we're
Yeah,
not.
but look at the big red one. We're gonna pass through.
No, I don't have. Oh, it's not showing up for me.
Oh, is it not?
No. See, this is why Active Sky is.
Do you have Active Sky on or?
No, it's off. Yeah. It's
Taco 537.
regular explain weather. We got no wind.
Yes, go ahead for German Taco 537. Taco 537, Nicholas Singapore, Ilalo 1 Alpha arrival. Expect ILS approach.
Do RWX.
Oh, no, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. We got no wind.
No, because I've got wind.
Yeah, no, forget it. Forget it.
Alright.
Should make a difference. Not that it makes a difference. It'd be a quicker flight because we should have a headwind, right? Technically.
Yeah.
Singapore 883, arrive at here.
Why is it so bright in this cockpit, man? Let me see. Is there more than one dome light?
883, go ahead. Singapore 883.
The dome light switched off.
Ilalo 1 Alpha arrival. Expect ILS approach, runway 02 left.
Oh,
Is that better?
yeah.
1 Alpha arrival, 02 left. Singapore 883.
Is that better?
Yeah. Time for some IFE, guys.
Oh shit,
What?
turbulence.
You have turbulence?
Yeah, a lot. A lot.
No, I'm not getting any.
A lot.
Really?
A lot. A lot. Like seriously, a lot.
No, I'm not. My plans are smooth as silk. Smooth as silk.
My speed's going up and down like fucking.
No, mine is steady as ever. This is why we need Active Sky, man. I don't like flying without Active Sky.
Do you have sync weather on yours?
Yeah,
Mine's
yeah.
on. Yeah.
What we could do, we just turn on Active Sky and we just do meter.rwx before landing. How about that?
Yeah,
Oh, we
do
can-
it.
It's gonna upset the flight just a bit as Active Sky comes on. So
Yeah.
So keep an eye out for that. Because explain whether it's is way too extreme. Way too extreme. There you go. Flight plan. Now we've got a little bit of wind. And I'll just load the flight plan in Active Sky as well. Load. make sure that my enhanced skyscapes have the. There we go. I don't think we should have had all that much rain. Active Sky, I mean, Active Sky never gives me such bad weather. Never. But it's probably not a good thing. But the weather is. I mean, I could have. I could have told that this was default weather that we had for takeoff because it was like extreme. Did your weather clear up?
Yeah.
Oh goodness, this plane is climbing so slowly.
Airbus's climb performance is not that great. Cruise performance is good though, apparently, isn't it? So.
Well, the A340 is made to climb, take its time to get the cruise. It's,
for flight heading my airspace, Florida is offline, monitor Unicom 122, maximally.
122, yes, but
thank you so much for the service. Have a good evening, sir. Now we can relax.
Set 360 now, I guess.
Yeah, set 360, right?
Oh, time to relax. Seat back. Seats back. Where's the IFE, Richard?
What's the IFE? What's
IFE?
McLeod Chaotic. Yeah, we are using Smart Copilot. How are you doing? Mad lad Chaotic. Yeah, let's hope it holds up. Let's hope it holds up today. We had a couple issues yesterday. I mean, it's a bit it can be a bit hit and miss with Smart Copilot, right? Some days we just have like the absolutely most perfect flights. Not bad. I'm not doing bad. Good to know that you're doing fine, man. Some days we'll have the absolutely the best connections, and then some days it will just like yesterday wasn't so great. We had a couple of disconnects. Well, your sim crashed, right? Your sim crashed, and I don't think it was a Smart Copilot. And after we reconnected, in fact, you have speaking of which, you have aircraft situation save intervals, right? Just check to say autosave. Your autosave is on, by the way.
Yeah.
On your tablet.
On general settings?
Yeah,
No.
the first one. Aircraft easy configure. Is it autosave on?
It's on. Yeah. What's interval to what? 1 minute?
1 minute?
Change it, right?
I'll put it to 3 minutes.
Yeah, mine's 3 minutes as well.
That's all. To make sure that it makes. So the good thing about the Toliss, all Tolisses, is that it has that autosave situation. So far, I mean, if he's crashed, except for one this time yesterday, because you crashed twice, didn't you? I mean, crash the desktop, not crash. You've crashed your plane. You've crashed your plane loads of times, but I mean,
Singapore 883 proceed direct.
we can actually reload and reconnect, which is nice. We can salvage the flight. So let's hope everything goes well. It's 7 hours for anything to go wrong. So. My mic is funky. Yeah, probably my mic settings. My mic is not the best. I definitely do need a new mic. My headset mic is not the best. I've had to put a lot of effects in it for it to sound. It's funky, unfortunately.
Funky mic.
Yeah, funky mic.
Funky mic.
It's a gaming mic. It's not really like, made for streaming.
Yeah.
Should we go direct Puja?
Yeah, go for it.
Give me direct Puja.
Give me that choose, yeah. Where is it? It's Tuesday.
Puger. Puger. It's like 3 waypoints up. You have it?
How do you spell it? I can't find it.
Puger.
Oh, Puja.
Yeah. Confirmed. Okay, so I have I still have nav. You have a heading. The heading windows open for you, right?
Yeah.
For some reason, this plane does that. I wonder if it's an A340 thing. Doesn't happen on the
Probably not.
A328, but it happened on the A3 on the 319 on the 321.
Yeah.
Let's see if we get a. Now we have a nice tailwind. Hopefully
What's our
that
ETA?
ETA.
8:54 UTCs, 2054.
That's what 9 p.m. for you?
Yeah.
That's all right.
Well, nearly 10.
Nearly 10. 8:54. It's plus 1 for you, right? Your UTC plus 1. Wow. Well, that should come up actually. That should come up. Let's not count the minutes. Can we pick up Colombo? Let's see if we can pick up. Can we pick up Colombo? No. We still we leave.
There's only one aircraft in his airspace.
Yeah, so we probably won't hear anything, right?
No.
So our route should take us what? Right across.
So it's taking us north of Jakarta and then north of Colombo into Indian airspace to Chennai.
Across, okay, over Chennai and
Right over Chennai and then into Mumbai airspace and then Muscat and then UAE and then Bahrain and then Doha.
Okay. There's a Qatari 842 as well.
Where?
No, he's coming. No, he's going the opposite way. He's going the opposite way. He's
I'm going to Phuket.
He's going to Phuket, yeah. 777W.
Phuket.
Bangkok and fuck it.
Fuck it.
There is Mitar with THH details. So let's see who else do we have coming in at the same time. There's no one's coming in at the same time as we are. Hopefully there'll be a lot of traffic will ramp up. There's one A346 departing from Frankfurt. He might be in close. He might be in close when if he departs now. Frankfurt to Doha is about the same as Singapore, right? To Doha, similar. 6 hours, a little bit shorter.
Yeah.
There's another 346 bound for Doha, Lufthansa. But he'd be in at least a good 4 hours ahead of us. Yeah, he's halfway through his flight already.
Oh yeah.
So he's over.
4600 as well, huh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Qatari. Where's the in-flight entertainment, man?
Yeah, we need some IFE, guys. What do we watch? We watch some. Let's get some aviation news.
Aviation.
Let's get some aviation news first. We've got a long way to go. Nothing's coming up for me for aviation news, man. Let's watch some. As much as I hate to, some simple flying, but.
You don't like him?
Yeah, I do, but it's just a bit. Sometimes it's a bit, like a bit too simple. But anyway.
Operators of the Airbus A350-900 and -1000 are being warned by the European Union Aviation Safety Agency, or EASA, to amend the applicable AFM or Airplane Flight Manual and Minimum Equipment
Noel Phillips is in
a
India.
software issue that could lead to a loss of elevator control.
Yeah.
The directive was issued on May 5th and has been assigned an effective date of May 9th. Published as Emergency Airworthiness Directive 2022-0079-E, EASA states that an occurrence was reported where the primary flight control computers, or PRIMs, indicated that both
I think we get the
elevator
anti-ice off now.
actuators were
Yeah, okay, so go.
faulty. The Emergency Airworthiness Directive...
Just keep an eye out on that. Keep an eye on that weather radar as well. I'll keep an eye out on that.
Investigations have found that incorrect instructions had been implemented with the introduction of the, quote, PRIM P13 standard, which is part of the Flight Control and Guidance System FCGS X13 standard. This software snag could lead to loss of elevator control for the Airbus A350, potentially severe condition that would affect the pilot's ability to control the aircraft. With the effective date of the directive,
we have outcruise flight level 360. What's the optimum today?
Changes
right now?
Their aircraft within by May
performance.
16th. The AFM should be updated with a temporary revision or TR, noted as AFM TR 132 issue 1
managed.
or 133 issue
There'll be an
1.
in it, wouldn't it?
EASA's directive.
Oh, it's in progress. It's on the progress page.
Quote, inform
optimum at 350. Okay, we're just a little bit above our optimum.
Accordingly, affected operators must also amend the Airbus A350 Master Minimum Equipment List or MMEL accordingly. The directive is considered by EASA to be an interim action, meaning that further action may follow. Interestingly, this is not the first software bug reported for the Airbus A350. Indeed, back in July of
where are we flying over? Are we over Kuala Lumpur or something like that now?
The A350-900
yeah, we're just crossing Kuala Lumpur.
That could be rectified by a software
Kuala Lumpur.
update, or by switching the aircraft off and on again at least once every 149 hours. Performing this rudimentary action would have
How do you reset the fault? Switch your aircraft off and switch your aircraft on?
Avionics systems or functions.
Huh?
So if we have a software bug, we just switch the plane off and switch it on, right?
Were observed and reported by operators from a, quote, redundancy loss to complete loss on the specific function hosted on Common Remote Data Concentrator and Core Processing Input-Output modules. The year following this 2019 software bug, there was another interesting situation for the A350. However, this would be a combination of human error and a design oversight, and not a software bug. Indeed, in February of 2020, an emergency airworthiness directive was issued due to occurrences involving inadvertent liquid spillage on the center pedestal in the flight deck on A350 aeroplanes. In a number of cases, EASA noted that the aircraft experienced an uncommanded in-flight shutdown of an engine sometime after the liquid spillage. Airbus's interim fix, established in the emergency AD, was to define a quote-unquote liquid prohibited zone in the cockpit.
Liquid prohibited zone.
Think of aircraft becoming more and more dependent on software and computers. Share your opinion.
What do you think of aircraft becoming more dependent on software and computers?
In addition to our daily YouTube videos,
you like it or you dislike it?
Publishes over 150 articles every week. If you're looking for the latest aviation news and insights, visit simpleflying.com.
It's getting safe every time, isn't it? So.
Not like you've known any different, right?
No.
You think planes will fly themselves soon? Airliners?
No. No. I don't think anyone will get on. I don't think anyone will get on the plane. Not knowing if there's no one inside the cockpit, right?
You're kidding? That's the second one today.
Sorry, I couldn't go.
Imagine, right? Planes become automated, right? And then you no longer need like a complete like pilot license to fly, and they'll be hiring people, flight sim pilots.
That'll be alright for you, I guess.
I know, right?
But imagine all the people that got licenses, but like, fuck's sake.
They'll riot, right?
Yeah. Probably, yeah.
Yeah, they would riot. They would riot.
Right, I'm just gonna get some in-flight food.
Sure.
In-flight dinner.
Hey, alright, you made it up front this trip. That's great. And the service that goes with it.
It's a primary
objective.
Oh, this is the videos?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tom Betty. I'm a historian that is dedicated to bringing history to life through storytelling that is educational but entertaining. And I'm honored to welcome you to the Pan Am podcast as your host. That's right. This is...
some training videos from Pan American folks.
I don't know what time they're coming in. Yeah, Hi. Hey, how many crew? Let me check. Go ahead and sign it. You know, your rooms aren't available yet. They're not quite ready yet.
I just talked to housekeeping. They said that they would try to get them done as soon as
This guy's listening to Walkman.
Well, you know, it's gonna be a little bit of time. I think the other crew
So the
just
guys
checked
just-
out because their pickup was delayed.
Every week this
The rooms aren't ready again.
Again?
Again.
Why do we have everyone wait right over here? Have a cup of coffee.
What is that on their head?
Yeah, it's got an antenna, right? From the 90s, definitely in the 80s.
We'll get them for you.
I don't know.
Do you believe this?
That's how not to do it. No, I think people... No, you guys won't get it. You guys won't get it. It's a bit too chaotic. Hold on.
$5.99, just lost an engine.
$5.99, just lost an engine.
$5.99.
Oh, this is nice. Detailed walkthrough of the space
Hello,
shuttle.
and behind me is a space shuttle,
Posture.
which was designed to carry both humans and cargo into space.
I'll come
and then
back, I'm
glide
just gonna
back
step
down
out.
to
Okay,
Earth. And in this
okay,
video,
no problem.
I'm going to take you on a detailed tour. First, I'm going to walk around this one, pointing out what makes it unique and interesting, and then I'm going to find a trainer and show you what it was like inside.
I make videos about planes. This includes trip reports on board flights from around the world, and I also make detailed tours crawling through significant aircraft in museums. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook. The first thing to mention is that the term space shuttle actually includes everything you can see now. There's two solid rocket boosters and an external fuel tank. What we'll look at today is called the orbital vehicle, and this one is called Discovery and was the third of only 5 ever made. There were over 27,000 silica tiles to protect it from incredible heat on re-entry, but you'll notice that the hottest areas, such as on the nose cone, which could exceed 1600 degrees Celsius, are protected by a composite material consisting of carbon fibre reinforced in a matrix of graphite. The next level of heat insulation was called high temperature reusable surface insulation tiles, and this is what we're looking at now. These were made out of pure silica glass fibres, and looking at the landing gear, you can see just how thick the heat insulation was. They would absorb heat incredibly slowly. While the outside of these tiles might be 1200 degrees Celsius on re-entry, the aluminium under it will be kept to around 148 degrees Celsius. The next problem was that the silica didn't expand with temperature changes, but the aluminium did, so they couldn't be stuck to each other. They ended up using a felt layer between the two and some glue. As you can see, the surface looks pretty rough, and that's because every tile could be inspected after a flight but only be replaced if it was needed. You can spot the new ones because they are a pristine black colour. If you zoom in on the tiles, there are written details explaining where each one belongs. That circular thing is not a screw, as they were glued in place, but rather a hole where after the flight, waterproofing liquid would be squirted into it to protect the surface from the rain and elements. And this was the Forward Reaction Control System, or the RCS, which includes these holes with thrusters inside of them that can fire and change the vehicle.
Yoshi, Calamari, how you doing, man?
There's even more at the rear, which work in tandem with these. And directly behind that is the crew compartment, which we'll explore soon. And that circular door is the main entry hatch, and directly behind the crew compartment, which really isn't very large, is the payload bay, and from here you can just make out the large doors that would open up. Now inside the payload bay is the shuttle remote manipulator system, or the Canada arm. This was
Yeah, we've been in the air for like 20, just about 30 minutes. It's actually, time's been back pretty fast.
Telescope and components
Just over Malaysia.
The wing is a delta shape, swept at an angle of 81 degrees.
What did you do?
At the inner
What
leading
happened to you?
edge
How come you
and
can't feel the
45
neck?
degrees at the outer leading edges. It's designed for high speed stability. Remember that the orbiter can hit 17,500 miles per hour on re-entry, but it's essentially just gliding down as it has no ability to go around, and try to land again as the main engines are already turned off and the wings.
I can feel my neck when I'm with you.
Notice that the thermal protection
Really
covering
head
is
banging.
different on the wing's leading edge, and is the
Oh my
highest thermal
God.
protection reinforced carbon-carbon, which is the same as the nose cone. There were 4 ailerons on the trailing edges of the wing.
You shouldn't be going to concerts, man. Were you social distancing at your concert?
Controls for the landing. At the top is the vertical stabilizer.
Were you going like?
Providing your control while coming into land. It also activates.
Is that how you headbang?
Out on both sides at the same time, and there was also a parachute to help with the braking. These 2 smaller rockets
What's
are
moshing?
OMS, or the Orbital Maneuvering System, and they help push up the rocket,
Is that moshing?
as well as slowing it down as the whole vehicle actually moves backwards once it's in space. Obviously, the unaerodynamic shape isn't an issue.
What concert did you go to?
Vacuum. OMS is activated, thus slowing it down, and then gravity starts the re-entry process. These have their own separate propellant supply, with tanks behind them in this bulging area. There's also more smaller RCS thrusters that you can see here too. Below that is the umbilical panel. They will be attached to the launch tower until just before the solid booster ignition. This connection includes power and communication, as well as this is how fuel is pumped on board and into the large main fuel tank attached behind the orbiter just before launch. These are the 3 RS-25 main engines, which are powered by liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Fuel is stored in that orange tank, which by the way only provides for the orbiter, as the 2 white rockets on the sides have their own propellant inside of those. The fuel is fed back into the orbiter via pipes that you can see here in this model, and I'll show you underneath shortly. The engines could be swiveled at 10.5 degrees vertically and 8.5 degrees horizontally, so it was these that steered the entire space shuttle, as well as provided rocket thrust towards orbit. These nozzles would get very hot, so they move fuel, which is stored well below 0 degrees, through these pipes that you can see over it, and provide it cooling before returning to the combustion chamber and then igniting itself.
I need some wine. I need to get my lunch on the go at some point.
As we walk underneath,
Fuck it,
you'll
I'm
see
getting
this
drunk on this
extension
flight.
of the tiles, which is an
Oh,
adjustable.
moshing is a very violent form. It doesn't sound like very violent. It sounds a bit like, you know, moshing. What is mosh? You know what moshing is, that Harry?
Orange fuel tank, and there's
Do you
another
mosh?
further forward near the nose gear.
Dr. Calamari is moshing at a concert.
Orbiter, so they've got hydrogen.
What's that mean, moshing?
Here on
It's a violent form of dancing.
released. These hatches
Fuck me.
close and remain so until they're back on Earth.
What the fuck?
It's around 150 tiles per
Huh?
minute, and they're more
But doesn't moshing sound like, you know, sort of wallowing, you know, like, you know?
They're in a herringbone pattern, with the idea being that if a tile
He said he's
was
got
lit
neck strain from headbanging at a
it may not
concert.
create
He listens to metal
directly
or.
at the same angle.
Oh, is he one of them?
There were 3
Yeah, he's one of them.
He's one of them.
and not retracted as to save weight, but because
Fuck
any
me.
premature extension
Fuck
would
me.
be catastrophic due to
Let's
the
get some heavy metal in here for a fucking
they could only
headbash.
be lowered by manual controls.
What, do you like
Because it was
AC/DC and stuff like that?
ability to
I like
allow
AC/DC.
landing, the gears had to deploy
let's-
reliably. There was a triple redundant
Let me drink my wine and I'll start headbashing with
fail
you.
failed, then there were pyrotechnic charges in place to cut the lock hooks and lower the gear if everything else failed. Underneath the payload bay were 3 hydrogen oxygen fuel cells, which generated electricity for the vehicle and to the
Oh, did you get the? You disabled the champagne one?
by the crew.
Oh, I did disable it.
Colored skin
Can you not enable it?
There's my example. Hold on.
are covered in a white low density.
No, I deleted the video because I had to make room for other stuff. Maybe let me see if I can do it during flight.
It was far easier to
Hold on.
maintain.
You sent me a video. Squishy sent me a video. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
The silica fused outer layer was designed to be resistant to heat,
Oh,
while the
what?
inner layer was aluminum silicate and designed to withhold the cabin pressure in the vacuum of space. And then the middle layer of glass did a combination of both. Now,
You're right! Cranks out the field from front to way back! Make some noise! When the music starts, I need you to go down with the can you do it? Cranks out his very quiet to but let's see what this half does. This half of the field from front to way back! This half of the field, make some noise!
Oh my god, what the fuck is that?
Moshing. No thanks.
You gotta be on drugs to do that kind of
Hello,
shit.
and behind me is a shuttle orbiter, which was designed to carry.
I don't know.
A bit of
Most people. Nah, that would be terrible. You know, you imagine in a.
No, it's normal. If you go to a rave or anything like that, you gotta have a bit of, you know,
not sniff though. Not sniff though. Not okay. I've never done sniff. But I don't like being around people who've done it though. Being in a crowd of people all who've.
It will be quite an interesting flight. It's my first flight on Qatar, and they claim they have the world's best business. So come with me, continue watching if you want to see if that's true and see how the experience was.
Hit the autopilot. Hit the autopilot. Hit the autopilot. Hit the autopilot.
The autopilot's off.
Turn it back on.
Why is the autopilot off?
It's pushy, turn it off. There we go. Did you hear that? Did you hear the chirp? Oh, you have the volume
Yeah,
down?
I did. I don't know. I heard it.
Non-stop Dan. Non-stop Dan. He does piss me off sometimes, huh?
He's the gay one, right?
Yeah, he is. He is like that. Oh, this is. Oh, look at that. Mental pilot. This is quite appropriate. You remember this Singapore flight? Singapore flight 6.
Down a wet and misty runway. A typhoon is closing in on the airport, and the pilots are struggling to maintain the scent line in the gale force winds. Suddenly, from
Singapore flight 6, the 747.
Singapore.
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 Singapore flight 6, the 747-400 that took off from the wrong runway. In the 90s or the early 2000s. And that's probably why there is something called RAS. You know RAS. You know what RAS is, right? Runway awareness kind of thing. On runway 02 left. Basically that.
out of the mist. To their horror, they start to see the outlines of barriers, halls, and construction equipment. How is this possible?
How is this possible? Yeah. Well, no, it happened in Taipei.
A huge thank you to Greenpeace for
Airlines
sponsoring this video. The story of Singapore Airlines Flight 006 is really uncomfortable to tell as a pilot. The reason for that is because it shows that even really well-trained, good pilots can make some very human mistakes due to very mundane circumstances. If they don't catch that, even the smallest lapse of situational awareness can lead to some truly horrific outcomes. In the afternoon of the 30th of October the year 2000, a flight crew consisting of 3 pilots met up with their 17 cabin crew colleagues to brief the first leg of a 4-leg long-haul flight combination together. The flights would take them from Singapore, which was their home base, over towards Taipei in Taiwan. Now, there are 2 airports serving the city of Taipei. In this video, I'll be referring to Taoyuan International Airport as Taipei, since it handles most of the international flights. And then from Taipei, they would fly on to Los Angeles in the United States, and then it would reverse back towards Taipei, and then finally back to Singapore. The aircraft that they were going to fly was one of Singapore Airlines' most modern aircraft, a 3.5-year-old Boeing 747-400 that, according to its tech log, was in mint condition. The captain was a 41-year-old with 11,235 hours of total time and just over 2,000 hours on the Boeing 747-400. He was known as a competent and diligent pilot, and in the 30 days prior to the accident flight, he'd flown about 79 hours, which was quite a lot, but he reported that he was feeling well rested before his flight. He was accompanied by a 37-year-old first officer who had joined Singapore Airlines as a cadet back in 1994, and prior to that he'd been working for the Singapore Army. The first officer had 2,442 hours of total time and just over 550 on the Boeing 747-400, and it had been noted during his training that he was an average to above average pilot in all areas that was checked. He also reported that he felt well rested prior to the flights. The last member of the flight crew was a 37-year-old relief pilot with 5,508 hours of total time and just over 4,500 hours on the Boeing 747, making him actually the most experienced out of all of these 3 pilots on this particular type. His training record also showed that he was an above-average pilot in all of the areas that was being checked. And all, this is a very experienced and competent flight crew. When they first met up, the pilots immediately got along really well, and they started talking about the pre-flight planning documentation.
We don't make mistakes.
Because they had all seen on the news that the typhoon Jiangsane was expected to approach Taipei later on in the evening on the following day when they were supposed to leave for Los Angeles. This could potentially mean very strong winds, heavy rain and poor visibility. But the captain also noted that the expected arrival time of the typhoon into Taipei was after their scheduled departure time to Los Angeles. So he had fairly good confidence in their ability to depart on the following day. The pilots also noted in the pre-flight documentation that runway 05 right in Taipei had been closed due to groundworks in the middle, but a large part of the section both in the beginning and in the end was still being used as a taxiway. This wasn't really of any importance to the pilots because runway 05 right was a much shorter runway that was mainly used for visual arrivals, and because of that it was never really used by the Boeing 747. However, it could be used as a taxiway, so they did make a note of that. After the pilots had finished reviewing all of their paperwork, they went to brief their cabin crew and then they walked out to the aircraft. The captain decided that he was going to be pilot flying for this first flight from Singapore over to Taipei. They dispatched normally, pushed back, and then they started taxiing out following normal procedures in Singapore. That meant that once they had received their taxi clearance, they verified the taxi routes that they had previously briefed on their charts, and then they started following the green centerline taxi line lights out to the designated runway. These taxi line lights were controlled by air traffic control in Singapore, meaning that it was only the route that the aircraft had received that was actually illuminated. All other taxi line lights were shut off. This provided the least possible risk for any confusion during the taxi out, and this is what the pilots were used to doing and used to receiving. Now, that's important to remember for what's about to happen on the following day. The flight over towards Taipei was initially uneventful, but as they started picking up the weather for the approach, they realized that the typhoon was already starting to have an effect on the winds. The captain had to struggle with some quite strong crosswinds on his approach in towards Taipei, but he handled that beautifully. They touched down and then they taxied into their stand Bravo 5 in Taipei. They normally received that stand, and that meant that they would have a fairly short taxi route out to runway 06, which was the runway that they normally use for departure from Taipei. On the following day, the crew met up at time 21:53 to start to prepare for the flight over towards Los Angeles. They noted that the weather outside was now really poor, with strong gusty winds, heavy rain and poor visibility. And they also noted that the NOTAM about runway works being still in force on runway 05 right. They went down to the aircraft, started preparing it for departure, and once they were ready, they started boarding their 159 passengers that was due over towards Los Angeles. Once the pilots were in the cockpit and they started looking at the weather again, the captain suggested to the other pilots that maybe we should use runway 05 left instead of runway 06. The reasoning behind this was that runway 05 left was a category 2 runway, which meant that they had lower takeoff minima, and also it was wider and longer, something that they might need in order to improve their takeoff performance, especially if it turned out that the runway was contaminated with standing water. The other two pilots agreed to this, and this is a perfectly reasonable choice to make. The only downside to this was that this meant that they were now going to use a runway for departure that none of them had really used for the last 2 to 3 years, and it included a slightly more complicated taxi routing. This new taxi routing that the captain was now anticipating could also be affected by the runway works that was going on runway 05 right. So once again, the crew were looking into where those were taking place and how they were going to deal with it.
We could have been that. That could have been us.
The captain now also asked the relief pilot if he could be helping them out by calculating crosswind values as they were taxiing out to make sure that they were still within legal limits to take off. At the time, there was no defined role for the relief pilot during takeoff and landing. The only reason that he was there really was to act as an extra pilot so that they could enable some extra rests during the long flight over towards Los Angeles. Of course, the relief pilot agreed to this and he started looking at the 80s, and at the time the wind was 020 degrees, 36 knots, gusting 52 knots. He calculated that the crosswind was about 26 knots given that value, which was very close to the maximum of 30 knots that Singapore Airlines allowed them to use. Once he had finished calculating this, the relief pilot shared the values with his colleagues, and then he volunteered to go out and do the walk-around, the pre-flight inspection prior to the flight. The captain agreed to this, the relief pilot went outside, and when he came back into the cockpit after that, his shoes were absolutely soaking wet because of the standing water out on the apron. He had to ask for permission to actually take his shoes off and just sit and fly in his socks. And he had also noticed that the catering personnel was struggling to load the catering because of the very strong winds. Now, he didn't share how much water he had seen out on the apron with his colleagues because he thought that they were busy at the time. But if he would have done that, there is a possibility that that could have triggered another discussion on the flight deck. A discussion of whether or not, with that amount of standing water out on the apron, the runway might be contaminated as well. And that is important because if the runway has more than 3 millimeters of standing water on it, it is considered contaminated, and that comes with a lot of performance penalties, but also, crucially, the crosswind capability goes down from the stipulated 30 knots
Let me get some more wine. I'll be back.
15 knots, making it potentially impossible to depart. But that discussion didn't happen. Instead, the pilots continued to set up the aircraft for departure. The crew now copied the latest ATIS information, the weather information, and that just confirmed that the weather was really poor, with heavy rain, low visibility procedures in use, and that runway 05 right was closed between November 4 and November 5 due to runway works. Having received that latest information and the amount of crosswind that they were going to have, the captain decided that he was going to be pilot flying for the departure. He would then give the approach and landing to the first officer, and the first officer was more than happy to give this takeoff to the captain. During this later part of the cockpit setup, there is a discussion going on between the flight crew members about the fact that the typhoon is now getting closer and closer, and it's likely that the longer they wait, the worse the weather will be. But having said that, there is no rush in the cockpit. Instead, the captain is actually saying on a few occasions that they should be slowing down and making sure that they do everything thoroughly because of the poor conditions. When the captain starts his departure briefing, he starts by outlining the anticipated taxi routing. And he thinks that the aircraft is going to push back from Bravo 5, and then it's going to head east towards the east cross, going to taxi up onto runway 05 right, head towards November 7, then join up with November Papa taxiway, proceed all the way down November Papa, then turn right onto November 1, and then taxi onto holding position for runway 05 left. This meant that he once again needed to point out the runway works that was happening on runway 05 right, because that was the reason that he couldn't continue and taxi on runway 05 right all the way down to November 1. Once the briefing was complete, the crew requested their ATC departure clearance, and then they completed their final flight deck preparation. At time 23:06, Singapore Airlines flight 006 pushed back from Bravo 5. But they pushed back facing west rather than east, as they were expecting. Once all 4 engines had been successfully started and the before taxi checklist was complete, the first officer requested taxi clearance. And the taxi clearance they received was Singapore 006, taxi runway 06, runway 05 left via Sierra Sierra, West Cross and November Papa. The first officer first didn't really capture this because this was so different from the taxi routing that he was anticipating and the captain had briefed. So he asked them to repeat, and on the second attempt he got it right and he read it back. The crew now reviewed this new taxi clearance, which in all fairness was a little bit shorter than what they had originally briefed, and they started taxiing out for departure. But before we get to the story of what actually happens in this departure, I just want to share this short message. Did you know that some days I actually consume 2 to 3 books on top of being a professional? It leads me to when I get to consume As the aircraft now started to taxi out, the captain remarked, "Ooh, a lot of rudder work needed here, man." And the relief pilot responded from the back, "Crosswind,
skip right through those
coming in. The more delay we have,
you can tell when
the
they're
worse
coming,
it
can't
will
you?
get." And to that the captain responded, "Worse if we get out. If not, don't take off." And then he continued with, I'm gonna take it slowly here because otherwise we will get skid."
Like me, right?
What the relief pilot likely meant by this was that the typhoon was now getting closer, and with that would come even stronger winds and more rain. But this didn't mean that there was a feeling of rush in the cockpit. On The opposite of that, the captain actually indicated that he knew that there was a possibility that if the winds got worse, they might not be able to take off at all. And what the captain meant when he was talking about a lot of rudder work needed is the fact that when you're taxiing an aircraft in very strong winds, that wind will hit the vertical stabilizer and the rudder, which are like a giant sail. And what it does, it's going to create a force and a momentum around the yaw axis, causing the aircraft to want to weathercock in towards the wind. And the captain who's taxiing the aircraft needs to counteract this with the use of tiller or with rudder in order to maintain the centerline. And this can become really tricky the more wind you have. So it's very likely that the captain is now really concentrating on keeping this aircraft on the centerline lights as he's taxiing out. As the aircraft continues down the taxiway, the visibility outside is only 400 to 500 meters and it is pouring with rain. In those kind of visibility conditions, it's likely that the captain is mainly focusing on the green centerline lights on the taxiway. As I was explaining before, in Singapore, the green taxiline lights are only illuminated in the exact routing that they will be taxiing. But in Taipei, it's slightly different. In Taipei, all green taxi line lights are illuminated at the same time. And it's up to the cockpit crew to know which turns they need to make, because all turns are illuminated. And this wasn't the only difference between Singapore and Taipei. In the accident report, it was noted that Taipei wasn't really up to scratch with some other parts of the lighting as well, including the wigwags, the runway entry lights, which were not present at the holding point for runway 05 left, and also, crucially, they did not have any active ground radar. The installation of ground radar had been requested by the airport, but due to budget constraints, it hadn't been implemented. So this meant that air traffic control could not see this aircraft once it passed more than 500 meters away from them. But the flight crew, crucially, didn't know about this. They thought that air traffic control could see them as they were taxiing down the taxiways. As they were taxiing out, the crew selected flaps 20 and started working through the before takeoff checklist. The captain asked the relief pilot to please check the 80s, the weather, to make sure that they were still within crosswind limits. The relief pilot did so, and he calculated the crosswind to be about 28 knots. The 80s did not mention anything about the state of the runway, whether it was contaminated with standing water or not. And the pilots assumed, since there was nothing mentioned on the 80s, that the runway is probably just wet. The problem here is that while some airports out there have the equipment to go out and accurately measure the amount of water on the runway, some airports do not, and they will not report it because of that. So it's then going to be up to the pilots of arriving or departing aircraft to depart it, that they can see that the runway has standing water on it in order for that to be promulgated on the 80s. Or, like most airlines do, they will have a look at the type of precipitation. So, for example, if it is heavy rain and the runway is not grooved, they will assume that the runway is contaminated and work based on that. But Singapore Airlines did not do that. They needed an actual physical report from air traffic control about the contaminated runway in order to start applying contaminated runway figures. And this is likely why this wasn't even discussed in the cockpit as they were now taxiing out, even though other airlines had applied these contaminated figures to their departure calculations earlier on during the day. It is likely that with that type of really heavy rain, the runway probably was contaminated with a bit of standing water. And if they would have used those figures instead, well, then they would have had a maximum crosswind capability of 15 knots, like I mentioned before, and they would not have been able to depart. At time 23:14, the aircraft was getting close to the intersection with the November Papa taxiway where they needed to turn left. Yeah. As they were turning, they were handed over from the ground controller to the tower controller, and the first officer called up the tower and got the following message.
They didn't get off the ground.
Singapore 006, good evening. Continue hold short on runway 05. Now, there wasn't mentioned anything about this in the final report, but when I read this, I really reacted to it personally. Because generally speaking, whenever we get a clear towards the holding point, which requires us to cross an either active or non-active runway, that is always included in the clearance. So I would have expected them to get a clearance more like Singapore 006.
Yeah, they should have.
Continue taxi by November Papa, turn right onto November 1, cross runway 05 right, hold short runway 05 left. because that would have included all of the different parts that they needed to taxi past, and it would also have enhanced their general situation awareness and the fact that they needed to cross one runway to reach the other. But that wasn't mentioned. They just got that one clearance that told them to taxi into holding position runway 05 left. Now, if any of the pilots would have looked out to the right as they were making the left turn onto November Papa, they would have seen the area of groundworks that was happening on the runway 05 right. Now, there was no work being done during the time that this happened, but the workers had left behind a couple of steam rollers, a couple of excavators and some other equipment. The whole area was sealed off with concrete jersey barriers with battery-driven red obstacle lights on top. Now, they should have been sealed off with some kind of barriers of more frangible material, but because of the extreme winds that were going on, the airport had agreed to put these concrete barriers there instead, because that would pose less of a risk of things getting blown off this runway and onto the active runway, runway 05 left. Now, I want to mention here as well that the reason that there were groundworks going on runway 05 right was because that runway was being remade into a permanent taxiway. Because of this, green centerline taxi lights had been installed throughout the length of runway 05 right, and there was no crosses or any indication of a closed runway on either of the thresholds, and that was because part of the runway was still being used as a taxiway. Back in the cockpit, the first officer tells the captain that the next one is November 1, and the captain responds with second right, and the first officer responds second right, yeah, that's right. This shows that at this point, the captain was well aware where he was on the airfield. He knew exactly where he was taxiing. At time 23:14 and 58 seconds, the captain tells the first officer to report that they're ready for departure. The first officer does so, and the tower responds with Singapore 006, runway 05 left, taxi into position and hold. This was then almost immediately followed by Singapore 006, runway 05 left, surface wind is 020 degrees 28, gusting 50, clear for takeoff. This was responded to by the first officer. The clearance was issued just as the aircraft was getting towards the end of November Papa, about to make a right turn onto November 1. And there is a possibility here that the captain thought that air traffic control could see them on the radar screen, issued the takeoff clearance because they saw that the aircraft was close to the threshold of the departure runway. At time 23:15 and 48 seconds, the pilots have completed the before takeoff checklist. The first officer calls out, "Okay, I have the green lights here," and the captain responds with, "It's very slippery, I'm gonna slow down a bit, slow turn here." The aircraft initiates a continuous right-hand turn from November Papa onto November 1, where they should be continuing straight ahead for a couple of 100 meters until they get to a holding position for runway 05 left, and then line up runway 05 left. But instead of doing that, the aircraft continues its right-hand turn and starts lining up with runway 05 right instead. So why is this happening? Well, there are many reasons why we humans make mistakes, but in this case it was likely a combination of some very unfortunate factors. The captain, who is struggling to taxi his huge aircraft in the strong crosswinds, is likely concentrating a lot on the green taxi lights that he can see. And as you remember, back in Singapore, those green taxi line lights would only lead him into the correct taxi routing. But as I mentioned, in Taipei, all taxi lines are illuminated equally. But there is a small difference, because when a taxi line makes a turn, there is a smaller spacing between each individual light. So that meant that as the aircraft was now making the right-hand turn, there was only about 7.5 meters between each individual light making the turn onto runway 05 right that was being used as a taxiway at the time. But in the straight line that the aircraft should have followed, there was only 4 green lights in the entire distance over the runway, where there should have been 16 lights. And it was found that the first light in that straight line was likely not working at the time of the accident, and the second light after that was working, but at a very low intensity. And remember that the wigwags, the runway guard lights, are supposed to indicate where the holding point for the active runway is located, weren't installed either. That was another trigger that wasn't available to the crew, and all of this together meant that the captain, who is now taxiing in pouring rain and gusty winds, concentrating on following the green lights ahead of him. So a nice line of green lights turning him onto the right that were much more conspicuous than the line that was bringing him straight ahead. And he also saw the threshold markings, the piano keys, and because he was used to the green lights always showing him the right way, this is likely why he started to make that right turn onto runway 05 right, rather than going straight ahead that his chart clearly indicated that he needed to do. The other two pilots likely saw the same thing as the captain did, but they were also occupied with doing other tasks. The first officer was making sure that the before takeoff checklist was completed, and the relief pilot was still calculating the crosswind figures for departure. As the aircraft is still in the turn, lining up, the first officer and the PVD hasn't lined up yet. This is referring to an instrument called the Paravisual Display, which is a small instrument located in the glare shield that utilizes the localizer to show the pilot where the center line is on the active runway to help them during low visibility departures. The relief pilot responds to this and says that no, the PVD is not available because we have more than 45 degrees still left to turn before we're on the correct runway direction. And this is true, but that's not why the PVD is not activated. The reason the PVD is not activated is because they're on the turn before we're to help them during low visibility departures. The relief pilot responds to this and says that no, the PVD is not available because we have more than 45 degrees still left to turn before we're on the correct runway direction. And this is true, but that's not why the PVD is not activated here. The reason the PVD is not activated is because they're on the wrong runway. At time 23:16 and 23 seconds, the captain says, "Not on yet the PVD, huh? Well, never mind, I can see the runway, okay, so it's not too bad. I'm gonna put this on high, and 010 is from the left, okay?
Not too bad.
The next thing that happens is that you can hear on the cockpit voice recorder how the windshield wipers are turned into high, and then you can hear the four engines revving up, stabilizing, then roaring into full takeoff thrust as the giant Boeing 747 now accelerates down the runway. So at this point, it's important to discuss why this is happening. We've already discussed why the captain might have made the initial mistake to line up on the wrong runway, but there are multiple things that should indicate to the crew that this is not the correct runway. First of all, if they would have looked down onto their primary flight display, they would have seen that the localizer that they have tuned is indicating full left, meaning that they're not on the center line runway 05 left. Also, if they look at the navigation display, the aircraft symbol is way out on the right side of the active runway. But on top of that, they knew that they were getting onto a Category 2 runway. They had discussed that earlier in the briefing. And a Category 2 runway has very distinct lighting. The whole touchdown zone is lit up. But what they're seeing in front of them right now is just centerline lights, and those centerline lights are green. And on top of that, all three pilots have just discussed that the paravisual display, who's supposed to be there to guide them towards the center line, has not activated. Well, the reason for this is likely a classical case of confirmation bias. That's when we humans have a picture in our mind that a certain scenario is happening. And instead of questioning that scenario, we're just trying to find things that confirms that the scenario we have in our heads is the correct one. And we disregard all the signs.
How much is it? How much is it?
11 seconds after the start of the
how much is it going to be?
Takeoff roll, the first officer calls out 80 knots, the captain responds, check, and at time 23, 17 and 16 seconds, the captain calls out, there is something there,
okay.
Followed only a second later by the first sound of impact. The aircraft now impacts several concrete jersey barriers, holes in the runways, excavators and steamrollers. The impact rips off both of the engines on the left-hand side, causing asymmetric thrust, turning the aircraft to the left. As it does so, the tail of the aircraft impacts further obstacles on the runway, tearing that clear off the rest of the body. The aircraft now rotates in a counterclockwise movement before both of the wings also separate from the body, as well as the remaining engines. When it finally comes to a stop, the center part of the aircraft, where most of the fuel is located, bursts into an uncontrollable fire. Inside the aircraft, there's understandable pandemonium as this is happening. Several of the emergency exits are open, but when the cabin crew tries to inflate the slides, they realize that the strong winds outside makes it impossible for the slides to reach the ground. They're just blown up towards the side of the aircraft instead. 2 of the slides have actually been activated inside of the aircraft because of the extreme side forces as the aircraft was rotating on the ground. Out of 179 passengers on board, 83 people perish in the accident and a further 39 are severely injured. The investigation into what caused this accident started immediately, and it was helped by the fact that they could quickly locate the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder, and also by the fact that all 3 pilots survived the accident and could be interviewed afterwards. The investigation found that the accident was caused by the pilots losing situational awareness in the very end of the taxi, causing them to line up and take off on a closed runway. It was deemed that the pilots had not briefed the taxi routing as thoroughly as they should have, and they didn't make full use of all of the cockpit equipment to make sure that they were actually on the correct runway before they started the takeoff roll. Contributing factors was the really poor weather, the less than optimal airport lighting, and the fact that the typhoon was closing in, potentially causing some subtle time pressure on the pilots. As a result of this accident, there were several recommendations made, including to Taipei Airport to improve their airport lighting and to finally install the ground radar that could have potentially stopped this from happening. There was also recommendations to Singapore Airlines to train their crews on the use of the para-visual display, and also they were forced to add another before takeoff checklist item for the pilots to verify that before they started the takeoff roll, they were on the correct runway. There was also a recommendation sent to Boeing to give better guidance to crew on how to operate the emergency escape slides in case the winds were higher than 25 knots, which Boeing had stipulated as the highest wind speed to operate these slides. My own personal feeling that I got when I read this report is that it shows just how easy a serious mistake can happen even to diligent, well-trained professionals. It is so important, especially during bad weather and stressful situations, that you slow things down and really concentrate on every single part of your operation. It's also important to listen to that inner voice that generally screams to you whenever there's something that you've missed or something about to go wrong. Whenever you hear that voice, just slow things down, question what is going on at that particular moment, and maybe redo the last checklist you do. I've actually started doing courses in leadership, decision-making, among other things, where we use examples like this, we learn from them, and we also give you tools on how to avoid them, no matter what industry you're working in. If you are interested in joining one of those courses in the future, well then go to mentorpilot.com and write your name down on the emailing list. I'll send you an email.
Let's talk about Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix, you said Phoenix is going to be $50. What's a Phoenix post, actually? I saw a post this morning about Phoenix.
I'll definitely be getting that Phoenix.
For €50?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a better price. Oh, it's alright, better than PMDG. Yeah, but I thought it'd be more expensive.
They could have charged. They could have still charged more, even with the fly-by-wire. Even with the fly-by-wire Airbus, you know, they could. Yeah. I mean, because a lot of people would probably say, well, the fly-by-wire Airbus, and you know, and that's probably why.
Oh yeah, £49.99.
But as we were discussing, the PMDG is not that much of a steal anyway. I mean, you know, it is a.
But the only thing is, Jamnik, right? They're only doing the CFM model. Not the IAE engine.
They're probably going to charge you extra for that one. Another $50 for that.
Is that right? Because I only see pictures of the CFM, which they post.
Not only that, not only that, they have to make it competitive. If FS Labs is promising an Airbus for that sim, for the sim as well. So you know,
that's going to take some time though.
It's going to take some time.
It's going to take some time.
It's going to take some time.
From the cockpit to the cabin without a glitch.
Yeah, but I don't know what glitch is there.
Jamnik, you know, he don't like anything to do with MSFS, unfortunately.
No, honestly, to be honest. Well, what's a glitch? I mean, what's a glitch? I mean, you can walk from the cockpit to the cabin without a glitch either.
AIE is coming down the line for free.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
But to be honest, yeah, PMDG is not such a steal. It's not such a steal anyway. It's like 5 times the price of the old one. So. The PMDG should have been $50. Should have been $50 at least, right?
How long we got left in this flight? We've been in the air now for 1 hour and 9 minutes. I said your
Stop counting the time because it's gonna take forever, man.
I set your chrono as well, by the way.
Alright, thanks, man. I see it.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't remember setting my chrono.
I did it on takeoff roll for you.
Okay. Let's see. Phoenix A320.
Let's see some videos of that thing.
That's standalone.
It said it's coming out in days, right, Javnik? Days.
Then a beta. Okay, it's been quite some time. It looks quite real though. It looks quite. I mean, the visuals are beautiful though, for sure. No doubt. Nice. Let's hope it flies good. But then again, Microsoft pilots don't care about that, do they? Let's see. That was a below the belt that she didn't notice. World's most passenger.
1,000 people got on the same plane and set a Guinness Book of World Records that most people ever.
Yeah, we off to Doha out of Singapore. The weather was pretty. I don't know if you were there for the takeoff. We had a pretty shit weather for takeoff. We almost turned into Singapore Flight 6.
Welcome back. My name's Kelsey. I'm a 747 pilot. My channel, 74 Gear, is all about aviation. Now, if I told you we were going to put 1,000 people on a plane for a
off to Doha
mission and fly them somewhere, you'd probably guess this would be the plane we'd use. This is the Airbus A380, the largest.
I'm just gonna go get some. I'm gonna just go prepare some just a bite to eat. So I'll be right. I'll be on. If you say anything, just let me know if anyone asks a question in chat, because I'll be wearing my headphones, right?
Even
My
if the
headset.
A380 had been around at that time, it still wouldn't have been possible in a standard.
You hear that, Harry?
Configuration.
Yeah.
This
Sorry,
is
my
off the
mic was
Airbus
muted.
A380
Your control?
website.
Do you want to take control just in case?
Capacity is
my controls.
Yeah.
If you would
There you
ever
go.
been lucky enough to
Your
fly an
aircraft.
A380,
My
this is a
aircraft.
more similar seating configuration of what the plane you were riding on was probably set up like. And you can see right here, it's a long way from the max capacity of 853. In 1991, there was a humanitarian mission named Operation Solomon that took
Right, my plane. My time to crash it now.
Don't crash my plane. Got your plane.
Israel. But if the A380 wasn't around at that time to transport people, what did they use to transport
Let me
over
fly the plane. I
1,000
have
people on a
receipts,
single flight? I think you know.
Naughty.
This historic flight took place on a Boeing 747 very similar
You can't be too drunk for landing, by the way.
Boeing 747-200 series.
No, don't worry.
Don't be drunk for landing.
Precise, it's a 747-258.
Don't be
And if you're thinking,
Halal.
what's a 747-258? I have
Halal.
literally no idea. Here's what I do know. It's a Boeing 747-200 series.
If it's 258, it's an halal plane.
There's going to be some people who are way more knowledgeable on this type of
Oh,
plane
you're talking
than
about the
what
one
I
that
know.
crashed in
This
Amsterdam?
is a classic. I never got to
No, the one that
classics like the 747 that are 300 or below. I never got to fly those. Those are the old style 747s that had the flight engineer. Once the 747-400 came out, they got rid of the flight engineer. And then obviously the Dash 8, they made the engines bigger and the plane bigger. Now, even though the 747-200 is a lot older than a Dash 8, it actually has a very similar payload and weight capacity of what it's able to transport, which is really impressive. You can see here
747 is bigger than a Dash 8, right?
747-200
Yeah, just a little
compares to the
bit.
payload capacity of
Just
a
a little.
747-8. And the reason I say the payload is important here is because they had a range of people, anywhere from 1,087 to 1,122 people were estimated to be on that flight. And to give you some perspective, when I'm flying passengers on a normal 747-400, we're typically carrying between 400 and 500 people. So this is more than double of the normal seating capacity. So you may wonder, how did they get more than double the people on there and safely take off? Now, while this is not the inside of the 747, this picture was taken during Operation Solomon. And I want you to notice a few things. It's important to notice here that there's no seats or seat belts. So originally I had read that they'd actually stripped the 747 passenger berth in order to make all the room for everybody to get on the plane. And then I saw this picture. It appears what they did was send a 747 freighter, which in some ways is smart for a few reasons. Obviously, freighters are built differently than a normal passenger plane. But one of the things you may not notice is that the floor of the main deck on a passenger plane is a lot weaker than the floor of the main deck of a freighter aircraft. And that matters when you're talking about taking a lot of extra weight on that main deck. And also by having a freighter transport people, you reduce the weight of the seats, galleys, carpets, and bathrooms. And as a pilot, it makes it a lot easier for you to know exactly what the weight of your aircraft is. Think of it like this. If you have a normal 747 passenger berth, and you take out the galleys and the seats and the carpet and all that stuff, you're going to remove a lot of weight. You don't really know exactly how much weight you've removed. If you start with a freighter, you know exactly what your starting weight is. So it makes it a lot easier to know what's your payload, what can you take, how many people, how much do they weigh. Figure that all out a lot easier because you have a more basic starting weight than you would if you were to take a bunch of stuff out of a 747. So this is what it looks like on the main deck of a 747. Now this isn't a 200 like they used in this operation, but it gives you an idea of a blank slate of what these pilots were starting with. Now if you're trying to transport as many people as possible, all that space of galleys and seats and all that stuff is wasted. But in giving up that, you have a much higher risk of safety for the people getting on the plane. So the pilots are making this determination of it's either leave a lot of people behind, which they're in a very dangerous spot, or put them on the plane without any types of seats or seat belts. That's also very dangerous. And they decided that it was safer to bring these people on the flight and get them out of there and leave them behind in Ethiopia where things were going very bad for these people. By using the freighter, the pilots have a much more clear starting number of where they're at. Then they can take an average weight of the people that are getting on the plane. Now in the US, we use a standard weight. Whether you're an 18-year-old, you just graduated high school weighing 130 pounds, which is probably what I weigh, or you're a 300-pound sports athlete that's getting on the plane. As far as the airline's concerned, you are one male that's getting on the plane and you weigh the exact same. And then they just take an average. So these pilots would probably take an average of what these people were weighing. Keep in mind, these people were very malnourished, so they're not weighing very much. Right now in the US, this is the standard weight that they're using for an adult male. Just under 200 pounds for some airlines. But when you're transporting a bunch of people who are significantly malnourished, the weight to person ratio is going to be a lot different. And regardless of how many people were on that flight when it took off, they set a new record during the flight. And that's because I read a baby was born. I also saw one source that said 2 babies were born. I was kind of half expecting to see something that said Chuck Norris was the pilot and he was delivering babies while they were flying, but that wasn't the case. This here is actually a picture of the captain who was given special authority to fly this flight with this many people. For those of you that follow me very closely on social media, you probably remember me talking about being one of the pilots that volunteered to be part of the Afghan refugee evacuation that took place last year. And on that flight, I actually had 2 ladies that were very pregnant. We got told during the boarding that these ladies were 9 months pregnant and that there was one of the people that on the plane was a doctor and they were there just in case they were to have a baby. But our flight was going to be 9 hours over the ocean. I was not looking for there to be a medical emergency in flight. So actually when I took my break, one of the things that I did was, well, I went and got snacks, but one of the other things that I did was I went over into the first class area, which is where we put those pregnant ladies, and I went and checked on the flight attendants there to make sure that nothing had gone wrong or they hadn't started the labor because I wasn't looking to have a big emergency during my flight. So luckily during my 9-hour flight, those babies were not delivered, but during Operation Solomon on this short flight here, which was just 3.5 hours, a baby or 2 babies were born. You always hear me talk about how my #1 priority when I'm flying is safety, and that goes for all pilots that are out there. So you might be thinking, okay, with all those people sitting on the main deck there without seatbelts on, how is that safe? And you're right, it's not very safe. But there's other considerations that you may not have thought of. One of them is oxygen. All of you have seen videos like this of the oxygen mask falling from the ceiling during a depressurization. And while depressurization is extremely unlikely on any flight, it's something that you do have to plan for in the event that it happens and you have over 1,000 people on your aircraft. But as you look at this photo, you can see just how unpractical it would be to give everybody an oxygen tank or an oxygen generator. That would have taken up a lot of space, which means there's
Fuck that,
less
imagine
people
that.
would have been able to get on that aircraft. What do you do when you have 1,000 people that are on your plane? Well, you can't go to 34 or 36,000 feet because if you have a depressurization at that altitude, it's going to take you a long time to get down.
How high did they go?
Decided to go 25,000.
What you mean, how high did you go?
No, how high did they decide to go?
Their logic was that at 25,000 feet, that anywhere along this route,
What, with all those passengers on it?
Yeah.
descend to 15,000
Well,
feet
that's,
in
I
under
mean,
2
that's,
minutes. Now,
if you have like 1,000 people, that's,
rapidly depressurizes. Hopefully,
that's,
we're not flying everywhere. The pilots will be
it's
able to
100
get below
tons.
15,000 feet
Yeah.
very quickly.
100 tons, this is about the maximum payload on a 747.
You will be able to breathe. And even at 25,000 feet, you'll be able to breathe. You just won't be
They
able to
stripped
do it
out
for
all
a
the
long
seats
time.
and stuff. They
You
just
may
sat on
remember
the
that air
floor.
traffic
They
control
had a
video
cargo one, didn't they?
trying to depressurize and
Yeah.
the guy sounded really drunk.
Yeah.
It would
That's
just
it, yeah.
sound and feel like you were drunk. It would become euphoric, which means you wouldn't really realize how dangerous of a situation
Are you euphoric?
you're actually in. So it wouldn't be too terrible, but your pilots would hopefully be getting you down to 10 to 15,000 feet quickly, so you were able to breathe normally and not have to worry about it. So their strategy was, let's go at 25,000
What's
feet.
Jamnik say?
That way, if you have
Jamnik.
a
For
real
example, the
problem, you
cockpit
can
door on
get
this
down below
737
15,000 feet very quickly.
doesn't open, so
5,000
you have
foot
to
a
go
minute,
into the
that'd
camera
be
to
very
glitch
easy to
yourself
do.
out. So
Really?
you set the camera.
That's strange.
I'm not sure if it was the pilots or the dispatchers. who
Probably
came
because
up
they
with that idea.
modeled the cabin
They
and
were
the
able to transport 14,000 people in 36 hours. And that's how they set the Guinness Book of World Records for having over 1,000 people on a single flight. It's unbelievable to me.
I'm not back yet.
747 as a passenger plane, I fly the 747 as a freighter, and I just cannot
I'm
imagine
back, but I'm not back. I'm a step away from
at
it.
one given time. Now, if you want to see something else that's unbelievable, check out Hollywood's aviation explanation here. And if you want to see a video where some pilots are actually struggling to fly their plane, check out this video up here.
But you notice PMDG removed the NG for prepared from their store, by the way.
Yeah.
Which is not nice. Which is not good. I know. I'm pretty sure they're gonna use the excuse that like, oh, we don't want people getting. We had a lot of people getting confused, but you can't get confused if you're gonna buy PMDG for, the other one. Which is this basically reinforces it, the fact that they did that so that you can't see that they're really charging you or are charging you a lot more for the current 737. Yeah, it might be $79, it might be $70 or $65 or whatever they're charging, but at the end of the day, for the same package, you're going to be paying close to $300 or let's say at least $250. So it's at least twice the price of or nearly 3 times the price of the old one, because for the old one you got the 7 and 8 for $100 and $40 more for the next one. That was traditionally how they did it. I do understand if they would have charged some kind of increase in price for their 737. But something to me, something tells me that they have their planes ready already, and they're just gonna dole it out and just get maximum profits, on it,
Yeah.
But the whole notion that a lot of people are thinking, well, PMDG is giving you such a great aircraft for such a low price. The price is not low when you think of it, because you're buying something that you don't particularly want, like the 700. Yeah, we want it, but we don't want it. A lot of people don't want it. A lot of people just want the 800. If you're gonna charge that, individual price per aircraft. So, So I thought that it's unfair because the platform for P3D is less. It's about 2 years old. How long ago did you buy yours? I'd say it's still it's still relatively new. So it's not like say well it's old and obsolete. But the P3D is an obsolete sim, and that unfortunately is kind of sad because it kind of forces the whole sim market into one sim. But this is why I'm so vocal against people just be Microsoft centric because I don't want it to be like a one sim world where all the developers are just making things for one sim. I'm against a single simulator world. So that means P3D is literally lost PMDG. They probably won't make any more products for them. If they make a Max, they probably won't make it for P3D for prepared. And there's prepared version 5 that's development. We don't know if there's going to be prepared version 6. We hope that there would be a prepared version 6. They continue development and people keep making stuff for other sims. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think PMDG will care because Phoenix has a different story. Phoenix has competition. Phoenix has the freeware plane, and also the promise of what's the name of the other one? FS Labs coming to Microsoft Flight Sim. And
they're going to do the A330 as well, Flight Sim Labs, so there's MSFS.
Although, let's see, although a lot of people don't know about hold on. Although a lot of people don't necessarily know about FS Labs, especially the new ones who are just coming onto flight simming by way of Microsoft Flight Simulator, and don't have, but they definitely do have a loyal fan base because their products are quite good. They are equivalent of PMDG. Some people probably say they're probably a bit more innovative than PMDG. Well, you can't blame them. A lot of people. I guess a lot of manufacturers are going to say, "Well, let's try and see what the new sim is going to be." So you can't put a lot of faith in the new platform suddenly. I think there are other platforms that they should also, consider, like developing. Like, what's the name of that platform? What's the other sim? What's the name of the other sim? In Infinite Flight and so on.
Infinite Flight?
Infinite Flight, yeah. That's another flight simulator. It's got good visuals and stuff like that, and everything as well. It's a different platform. They're also on mobile, I think. They have their own mobile platform. So no, you can't blame them for throwing them off. Not everybody's gonna innovate and jump to the new. You have to wait and see what the market is gonna be like. But then I don't think that they expected that much development in terms of Airbus in the flight sim in the flights as far as flight sim is concerned. You've got the. And they can't charge, and they're definitely not going to be able to charge their their own prices. Their P3D prices. Their bus is super expensive. Their products are very expensive. Well, no, the more the merrier. I guess we don't need any more, but we need. I won't be mad of having more of it on the market. More of it. You have more quality and you have better prices for everybody. That's a good thing about it. So I wouldn't complain. Yeah, another A320. You still don't know how good the Phoenix is. You still don't know how good the Phoenix is, and they have never made an aircraft. So, it's all hype for now. Until you can fly it, and until you know that it's going to be a good plane, No, I consider the A320, why not an A321? I consider the A321, the A319, and the A320 the same plane. So whether it's an A321 or an A319, we can be reasonably sure that that whoever brings out an A320 will bring out an A319 and an A321, right? It's, you know, we can be reasonably sure that, you know, that an A321 and an A319 will be in the development, in the works. To me, they're the same plane. Whether it's an A320, it's a different, you know, whether FS Labs is FS Labs actually bringing the A320 to Microsoft, or is it just an A330? Are you gone? Is he gone?
I'm here.
Is it just the A330?
I read something about the A330, but I think they will bring the 320s and stuff. But I read somewhere that they're doing the 330. But I'm not sure which one. I don't know which one. I don't know which one's coming first. Because they're gonna have to start from scratch.
Well, that's what they tell you. That's what they tell you. I mean, PMDG said they started from scratch, but looking at some of the stuff, I mean, they reused a lot of the sounds and stuff. They're gonna reuse a lot of the stuff, you know. So scratch, you know, I don't know about scratch. That's what's gonna tell you. It's gonna be a whole new thing. I mean, nobody, whether it's a ported over. I mean, people acting as if porting over stuff is bad, because if it was good already, you know, if you have good elements, you know, in P3D, you know. Even if the P3D, if the MSFS plane was ported over from P3D, they're porting over something good, right? Right, Harry? The NGX in P3D is good. The NGX was always good. So if they bring it over to Microsoft, you know, the flight model or whatever, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, you know, because, you know, so as if people say they're bringing over, you know, whether they're starting from scratch. I mean, I think there's some bullshit in, you know, Phoenix is probably the only one that's starting from scratch because they've never made an aircraft before. But, you know, I think it's partially bullshit that PMDG started that plane from scratch. As long as they said that they took to make it, you know, they might have started certain things from scratch, but, you know, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of elements from the old sims in there. You know, it sure sounds like the NGX, at least in that case. Whether the flight model is new, maybe it most likely is. You know, but you know, a lot of the programming underneath is new, or, you know. Yeah. Both things have the same code, so a lot of the airline, they're all gonna tell you it's complete. They're all gonna tell you it's completely from scratch. You know, and that's what people want to know. People want to know, well, you know, it's and them not telling you that it's them saying that it's not from scratch means that they can charge you more for their development and stuff like that. You know, so you know, BRB, I have something on the fire.
All right.
Let's talk to the chat. I'll be.
But Germany, which one do you think is going to come first, the 320 or the 330? I don't know what they said actually. What did they say at FS Lab?
It will make sense to do the 330 first, wouldn't it? Oh well, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it would make sense to do the 330.
Well, from a marketing standpoint, but if they're going to bring over elements, I guess it will make more sense to have the 320 first, right? Yeah.
Let's see.
For them.
A320 says first. Okay.
Okay.
Is that what they said?
Yeah. We know that the FS Labs is going to be good, you know, because it is good. But they're no longer going to be special, I guess. You know, if the Phoenix is as good as they say it's going to be, unless the Phoenix is fully, it's just 100% eye candy. You know, we don't know that for a fact. If it's just going to be just more than eye candy.
They're doing the 320 series first, okay. They say they also did the 320 Neo as well.
FS
Labs, they're doing the 320 Neo.
That would make sense. I mean, yeah.
But they confirmed that a few months ago, actually.
Oh, okay, so what did they just confirm? Did they just confirm that it's going to be an A330?
No, not just they've heard. So this post was posted on. When was this posted? This is posted 12th of May. They said a few months ago, so.
Okay.
It's in the making. Oh yeah, for sure. End fly-by-wire, for sure. 100%. No brainer, that is. But I mean, I'd like them to do the 330 first, you know what I mean? Instead of... And then after they can do the 320 Neo, because fuck me. You know?
Yeah, I mean, either way, they won't be able to charge as much as they did for the A330 or for any of their products, right?
They'll always be high priced.
You think?
Yeah, for sure.
But they were really high. They're really high priced.
Yeah.
I mean, they charge how much? How much do they charge? $80 for winglets?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, $80 for winglets. Yeah, so I mean, they said they added new stuff. I mean, but it's still $80 just for winglet upgrade. I mean, you know, in the past.
Well, they had to do the flight model again, didn't they?
Well, that's what they're gonna tell you. We have to do the whole. The plane flies completely different, right? You know, it's like, yeah, we're just gonna tweak the feel, Bern, a little bit. It's like, oh yeah, the flight model was done from scratch just for the winglets. Yeah, for sure. But considering the PMDG is similarly priced, actually. PMDG is the 737 is similarly priced. By the time you get all of them, all the FS labs cost how much? About over $200? 319, 320, 321?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Over $200
I got them all. Yeah.
It's over $200. All the 737s are going to be over $200 as well. Nearly 300.
Yeah.
Is Chennai in range?
Who?
Chennai. Is Chennai control still up?
No, Colombo's on.
No.
We're in range with them, definitely. We're only about 90 miles from their airspace. Well, we're not going in their airspace, but like, you know. Golf Echo Tango. We're still a far way away though. Far, far away.
There is Walter White though is developing. Walter White is developing a 737 Max from MSFS.
Who's that?
The guy who developed them, who did the Max in X-Plane. I doubt it's gonna be freeway though.
Yeah, but that... Hopefully that Phoenix comes out soon, man. But I don't know, I don't understand why they're doing the CFM. Why can't they just release both, you know? Why can't they release the AIE and the CFM together?
I don't know. It makes sense to do it that way, isn't it? I mean, it's probably the same reason why PMDG is only releasing.
They're doing it for free though.
Oh, really? You sure that
that's what I mean?
They said it's gonna be free?
Well, that's what Jamik said.
Oh. Well, no, it would be free. I mean, it makes sense for it to be free, right?
Yeah.
It makes sense for it
yeah,
to be.
I mean, FS Labs didn't do that, did they? They didn't charge.
And neither did Toliss. They did charge for winglets. They did charge for winglets, so.
Winglets, yeah.
But... and a lot too. You know, it's not like, and a lot as well. It's not like they charge a little bit.
No,
it wasn't cheap. It wasn't cheap. Not like $30 or something like that, but. Let's see, I don't know. FS Labs Neo will end fly-by-wire. You think it would? You think it will? When by the time FS Labs comes out with their stuff, fly-by-wire would have furthered the development with their stuff, right?
It will end it anyway, because it's it will end it because fly-by-wire based off the 320 Neo, the default one, and the cockpit. It'll end it for sure because FS Labs will redesign the whole thing. Like Phoenix, you see the Phoenix cockpit is much different to that fly-by-wire. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everything will be and plus the systems as well. Fly-by-wire will get them on point.
But don't forget.
Sorry, FS Labs.
You're drunk now. Don't forget that that the Phoenix is would have had a head start, A, and B, it's free.
Yeah.
And you've got a lot of new simmers. A lot of them are gonna say, a lot of them don't have that love for FS Labs, right?
Nope.
You know, so a lot of the new guys that don't know what FS Labs is, and they're not gonna have that fan base. You know, so but it's like if PMDG announced a 737 for X-Plane, would you think? Do you think people will be crazy for it?
I don't know why they never did X-Plane.
James, how you doing, man? Welcome on board. Thank you for the follow. I don't know. I'm a bit of a late starter with X-Plane. I started, they did the DC-6. Years ago the DC-6 was their first. I think they decided to stick with P3D, and P3D was giving them money, and P3D was developing. But when they announced X-Plane, they started off with the DC-6 in X-Plane, right? And that was in the early around 2010, 2011. With X-Plane 10.
Alright.
And X-Plane 11 came and they never did anything. But then I guess they decided as well, we just stick with Prepared, which kept on advancing. And this, I don't know. I think just go where the money is. Don't be fooled. They go where their money is. I mean, a lot of people act as if these developers are doing them a great favor, like, they're doing the same community a favor by coming to the new platform. No, they're doing it for the money. PMDG is charging us so little bit for their product. BRB?
Alright.
Just mind the shop, just...
Mind the shop. Where's Richard gone?
I'm back. Sort of back. Yeah, I'm cooking on.
Controls?
I'm still cooking. Well, you might as well just keep control because you're doing the landing, right? Well, for now.
True. Okay.
Just take controls.
Your radios then.
Yes.
Should I leave it on slave though? Is that the thing though?
Unless we're not getting it, unless we're not gonna get any smoothness, well, let's leave it on slave, right? Because you're still using my weather. So.
Alright.
You didn't have any jitters or any stutters when we took off, did we?
No.
It was smooth. It was smooth yesterday as well. Even when I was master, so as long as we have good internet, and I can see the upload way and the ping is good, so.
Yeah.
And let's see. VCC.
I'm about to reset my throttles though, because my throttles are on idle, so I need to put them back into climb first. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I could just do that quickly. I just need to move them, alright?
Yeah. There we go. That's
and then on the throttle. Now we're good.
Good. All right.
Okay. There we go.
I should have done. Yeah, I could have done. But you wouldn't know the detent. You wouldn't have known the detent, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, until yeah. Gotcha.
It's so good now anyway. Right. Alright, I'll be back. You have the airplane, yeah?
Request.
Release.
Alright, there you go.
I'm just gonna speak to my mom for a second.
Sure. Joining the stream, welcome aboard, folks. We've been on the wing for 1 hour and 48 minutes. We took off from Singapore, headed to Doha. Right now we are over the Indian Ocean. Yeah, Indian Ocean, just west, a few hundred miles west of Colombo of Sri Lanka. Our route should take us over the Indian subcontinent. Let's see if we can have a look at our route right here. We're Qatari 945. Oh, never mind. And let's see. In fact, here's what, folks. You know, I usually do. I did that on the last flight. Let me see if I can do it now again. Put up share my active sky window so that we can keep an eye out on the weather. Although we have a weather radar, working a decent enough weather radar on this airplane, that'll also give us some indication of our routing as well, because I have loaded the flight plan into active sky. So let me see properties. There we go. Just shrink this a bit. This is my active sky right here. And let's see our flight plan. Actually, no map. We want map. See if we can find our flight here. There we are. Okay, so this is our routing. So we'll be right over Madras, Chennai.
Madras chicken?
We're over.
Madras chicken?
We have some weather. We can have some.
Welcome back.
It's pretty clear.
Charlie Bravo, backtrack and Wicket runway 24 reported located.
Wicket runway 24?
Who are you connected to?
Colombo.
Alright, give me a control requesting.
Request release. Your aircraft.
Alright. Madras control? Chicken madras? Do you like chicken madras?
Is that what you're eating? Bon appetit.
No, I mean ice cream.
Alright, your mom brings you ice cream while you're flying and stuff? Oh, nice, man.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Bring ice cream for your friends as well? When your friends over? Tell you have friends over. Yeah, we have some cloud cover right over. So once we're free of Bombay, that means it's on the final stretch. We're gonna be missing all of Dubai. They have
yeah, we won't be with them.
there's an aircraft close by. I can see it in active sky. I just saw it a minute ago. What plane is nearby? I saw another aircraft. No, okay, it's not showing up anymore.
Got Tango, thanks for flying to Victor Charlie Bravo. Flight plan closed, engine shutdown on decision. See you again, bye bye, good day.
He's going offline?
No, somebody that's left. It's gonna be a nighttime landing into Doha.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Over the water.
Over the water.
Complete blackness, so you're gonna have to be on point there. I'll do the taxiing, right? Since I'm captain. The tiller's on my side. James, how are you doing, man? Welcome aboard. Good to see you again. Harry didn't want to wear his pilot's uniform today. It's casual Friday here at Qatar Airways, casual Sunday.
Casual Sunday. Imagine that, airlines did that.
Yeah, casual Sunday, yeah. If you're tuning in from South Africa, I've seen South Africa, Vatsimon. South Africa's been on quite a lot lately. We also have Ryan, who's also from South Africa, who is a resident mod as well from South Africa, but lives in Cork in Ireland.
In Cork?
Cork.
Cork.
Which part of South Africa are you tuning in from, James? Yeah, we need to do some South Africa flying. Similar times to Europe, though. You've been away from Batson for 2 years. Just recently got back into simming. But it's awesome when you get back into simming, right? I was out for like 4 or 5 years. I stopped simming in 2016, and I came back in 20. That's more than that's not. No. Flying in 2014, 2016, 2015, 2016. About 5 years. 2015 to 2019. Yeah, 4 years actually. I stopped flying for 4 years. Oh, you just bought X-Plane 11? Good lad, man. Although I would have waited for X-Plane 12, but...
yeah, I mean, it's waiting for X-Plane 12.
Well, but I mean, if that's the difference between not simming and, not simming and simming, yeah.
Well, there's always haha.
No, we don't talk about har. It was that or FSX. Okay. X-Plane 11. I see your point. I also made the jump from FSX to X-Plane 11.
The big jump.
I didn't do prepared. And just like I am a skeptic of Microsoft Flight Simulator, I was quite a skeptic of prepared as well when I was flying with FSX. I was like, no, this shit's the same. Fuck it, no. At least it was the same. Was it prepared version 1? Was it prepared version 1 or prepared version 2?
Version 1.
They did a version 1 around 2010, 2011.
Oh, that far away?
Yeah. Well, it's around the same time Microsoft discontinued. Remember, Microsoft discontinued X-Plane after FSX, and everyone. P3D is a con, man. It's FSX version 2. Yeah. Although a lot of people will disagree. I mean, I don't know. I'm not in P3D. I always thought it was FSX version 2. And I think Microsoft is FSX version 3, but a lot of people will disagree as well.
I think MSFS is a new thing, man.
Huh?
I think MSFS is a new thing.
No, I'm pretty sure most of it is new. The flight model logic seems to be the same, though. And I guess, for what it wasn't bad. I mean, I think it seems like Microsoft and FSX are prepared to rely mostly on the developers to have their own flight models rather than using any of the default stuff. Oh yeah. We were talking about that earlier. They removed the product from their website, the P3D product already from the website, just for the Microsoft, which I think is pretty unfair to anyone who wanted to get it. Just like you, for example, if you decided not to come to X-Plane and you decided, well, you don't have quite the performance to run Microsoft Flight Simulator or X-Plane, and you said, well, I'm gonna get P3D version 4 or something like that. They've removed their plane from their store and only have the Microsoft one. And the P3D version was a lot cheaper. So I mean, it's $100, for 2 models, $140 all in. But I think they might have, I suspect they removed it because it's easy to see that they're going to be charging you a lot more for the Microsoft version. Although it seems that it's a lot less for the new plane, but on paper it's going to be more if you want the plane all in. BRB James, I'm just cooking lunch as well, so I'm in and out. Just let me know what's in the chat, Harry. Yeah, sure. Just read the chat for me. I'll just be away from the station.
My controls, right?
Yeah, your control. Your plane. I'm the trainer.
Toliss 40. My flipper coin. So the options flight back to the Toliss 8. I'll go with the Toliss, man.
Toliss?
He's asking what these options are, the Flight Factor 350 or the Toliss to buy.
Definitely the Toliss. Yeah, he's going to be more limited, but the Toliss is the newer plane. The Flight Factor 350 is going to be updated in a couple years, maybe. And it still has quite a bit of shortcomings, in my opinion. In terms of the fuel burn is not there. The modeling is not needs work, And the 350 is a new plane, yeah. 350, the 340 600, what we're flying today. It's a
we're in the Toliss 340 right now.
Yeah. It's good, and it's got shared cockpit out of the box. Comes shared cockpit ready, which is amazing.
But you have to have smart co-pilot though.
You gotta have smart co-pilot, yeah.
He says thanks, lads. No worries, James.
Our pleasure, man.
Where's that Lufthansa? Oh, he's gone offline. Sim crash.
He's not flying shared co-pilot, so he got somebody to mind the shop. He can go to bed, I can go to bed, and you can fly the plane, right?
Where are we on the map? We're in Chennai airspace now. And then we go off into Chennai.
We're over the Indian Ocean, yeah.
Indian Ocean, yeah. Indian Ocean. Let's get some Indian.
Still closer to Thailand than to India.
इस विमान में 2 द्वार हैं जिनसे मैं कूदना चाहती हूँ क्योंकि मेरे मॉडलिंग करियर की बम्बू हो गई है. I hate my job.
I really want to know what she says. I wish Asher was here to translate, man. Asher's not around.
No.
I forgot to ask Asher what it said yesterday. What she was saying. I just understood modeling career. Modeling career. I hate my job.
I hate my job.
What do you think is more international, aviation or flight simming?
Aviation or what?
Or flight simming. Real aviation, real world aviation or flight simming? You have one pilot in the Caribbean, is in the Caribbean, the co-pilot is is in the United Kingdom, flying an aircraft from Singapore.
That's true, isn't it?
To the UAE, and we're over the Indian Ocean. And you've got people watching from South Africa, from all over the world, from Europe, from the United States.
What's Jamaica? New York.
Yeah.
New York. Where's he going, Jamaica?
He's probably
in his MSFS 2020.
Probably jacking off the Phoenix.
Probably.
Probably jacking off to the Phoenix screenshot.
Yeah, it is actually. The internet is a beautiful thing, James says. Yeah, it is. Nah, yeah, Jamaica's jacking off, man. Phoenix. James, get MSFS. Jamaica, who's beating the beat? You are. You are, man. Have we been? I've been on the Qatar Airways, so I've probably been on this one. This registration Alpha Golf. What are we in? Alpha 7.
You've been on it. I've flown it.
Alpha 7 AGC. That's it. Alpha 7 Alpha Golf Charlie. I've probably been in this. I've flown this many years ago. Probably. On Qatar Airways. I know it's a 340-600. I flew to Bangkok. Not to my LTS, to my mama. Huh? To your mama.
Whose mum?
My mum.
Were you singing about my mum?
Oh, we're losing control. We're losing control.
You're losing control. It's your plane. did have ATC for takeoff. Singapore did not disappoint actually.
No, they didn't. We thought we were gonna take off with nothing.
Yeah.
But they came back from the dead.
They're usually on. You know, they're usually on when I start my streams in the morning. It's always a tempting prospect to fly in Asia. The only thing is, you know, I like flying real time, as real time as possible. And Asia is usually, nighttime when I'm starting my stream.
But it's definitely real time when doing a long haul, you know, for sure, because you need the times, right?
I think real time's important when you're doing a long haul.
We got a new update on the UTC arrival 2046, so we're gonna be a bit early.
Alright, okay.
Good. I think we got some we got a crosswind now at 18 knots.
We had a bit of a tailwind for a little bit?
We did, yeah, we had a bit of tailwind for departure, yeah. I can hear your chickens in the background.
Yeah, I don't have chickens, probably the neighbors.
The AC immunity on that sim is really big, good controllers. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, they're definitely very good, yeah. I mean, I haven't done much flying in China and stuff, but apparently they're good, aren't they?
Yeah. I've had nothing but good experiences from Chinese controllers. Always very good, on point.
Yeah. Singapore said it's still online.
Really?
Yeah,
yes,
the guy. Yeah.
Singapore, Jakarta, they're always online in the evening. Almost every night. Guaranteed. Well, their night, my mornings.
Ding 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 ding. Is that plane spotting thing? Is that live?
No, it's a playback. They're usually live, but I'll see if I can find a live one. I like Miami though. I like the traffic in Miami, so that's why I put Miami.
Get Big Jet on. Let's hear it.
Is Big Jet on? Is he on?
No, I don't think so. But
wait, hold on.
Maybe. I don't know. Is he on? Let me check if he's on. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Oh damn. Big Jet. Right, where's the plane at? Where are we?
Are we there yet?
Are we there yet? Oh, Greece is lit up.
I know, right? We should have been doing. We should have been doing.
Everywhere's lit up except for where we're flying.
I know, it always happens. We repel ATC. Look at that. Oh my goodness! Look at Dubai, man. Shit.
Yeah, I know, right? Bahrain Center's online as well. Doha Tower is online. Tower.
Let's hope so.
Mubarak's on approach.
I think we'd have just passed. We're just south of the Andaman. Is it the Andaman Islands? No. Andaman Islands further north. I have that scenery. You should take the A321 there out of China. I've flown there. You've heard of the Andaman Islands, right?
No, I haven't actually.
Is it the Andaman Islands? The Sentinel Islands. The Asian community. Yeah. Oh, it's an Asian community. Yeah. Yeah, we just flew out of Asian. Usually, but I've had really good control. So Malaysia is nice. I remember Malaysia gave me on a stream. He gave me a visual departure so that I can have a nice visual view of had ortho there. He made me do he gave me like a whole 360, like heading after heading after heading to put me right back on the course. It was really neat. We just have under 5 hours of flying. Just about 5 hours. But it's 20:45, so that's in about 5 hours, right?
Yeah, I mean, the flight time is like about 7 hours something. 7 hours and 10 minutes. Right?
And we're doing Mach decimal 8 too.
So we'll be landing about 9:46 my time.
9:46. It's exactly 5 hours, right?
Yeah.
Well, we have to put the star in, but the star is pretty much a straight into Doha. There's not a lot of faffing about like there is in places.
We're switching roles now, right? I'm pilot flying.
You're pilot flying. You're landing. So Captain Bazza would be first officer Bazza. I'll be taxiing us in like they do in real life.
Okay. Well, I don't think Azari's do that. I think first officer will do it if he's flying.
Well, if their plane has stillers, that is on the right.
Yeah, of course. The Airbus has both sides anyway. It comes with like that, you know that, right?
It's an airline option, though. Airlines decide whether they want it or not. Usually.
Airbus always comes with both tillers.
You sure about that?
Yeah. Oh, Airbus, yeah, it's standard. It's only Boeing 737s is an option. I think because 777 is not an option. It comes with both. Airbus come with both.
Airbus has a standby while. Let's see. Let's see.
What's the winds in Doha saying right now?
Does this one have tillers on the side? On that side? The wind in Doha?
Yeah, it has the both sides, yeah.
In Doha.
0-4.
It's gonna be 3-4 left, right, for landing?
Yeah.
We have some weather. Are we over some weather right now? We just passed an area of weather. Do a slight tilt down. Do like a 5-degree tilt down on the weather radar.
5 degrees?
Yeah. I'm not wearing my hat, so I can't really turn my head much around the cockpit. My hat off. I'm not wearing a hat for the whole flight.
Oh, where am I? There I am.
Nothing?
Yeah.
On my side. Oh, you have the weather on your side, I guess, if it's your plane now. I'll have the terrain on my side.
Tilt -5, there we go.
Oh. I'm getting a asymmetric lever, by the way.
Yep. Okay, all the fellas back in.
Okay, check. Mark alt cruise.
Check.
If you're gonna be too inebriated to don't get drunk and pass out and and not able to hand the aircraft over to me. We're just doing autoland, right?
No, I can do it. I've done it before.
Oh no, I've done it before. Oh my god.
No, I have stopped now. I'm not doing it. I'm not drinking anymore.
You better carry on drinking. You don't want to be hungover and sleepy by the time you land.
I know. I'm not fine. I'm fine. That's enough.
That's enough.
It is enough.
Anybody else coming across our way as well? See who's so 48 4005. Well, so there NZW. Everyone's heading east out of Singapore today. Inbound from Singapore. No, sorry, everyone's heading east or north. Inbound. We have the Lufthansa A340 on his way over to Singapore, and he's over Iran. He's in Iranian airspace.
A4600.
Mm-hmm.
The UAE 1201.
Doha's never that popular. Doha needs that many brands. I mean, center, yeah, Doha center, yeah, but not Doha. There's tower at Doha right now.
Yeah.
Is it the same UAE control? How long did it take you to get trained up from ground to ground? When you requested training to get training on ground and
probably about a year.
Really? When you applied to get a slot for training?
Yeah.
Was the waiting list like that long? Or was it usually?
So yeah, well I only got tower, so.
How long? A year. I mean, you were ground for a year before you went on the tower?
Something like that, yeah. I can't remember fully, but I was something like that, yeah. I did it so long ago.
So if I were to join now, how long would it take me to get training? You don't know?
Probably not that long, man. Not that long. You should go, if you want to do it, you should go to the, what's it called? The Discord.
Yeah, I joined the Discord already, yeah. And that's ground, you can only do Dubai, can you do Abu Dhabi? Have you done Abu Dhabi and stuff?
Yeah, anywhere in UAE.
Alright, so Doha, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Bahrain, and
No,
Kuwait.
not Doha, no, that's Bahrain.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's different ATC, yeah.
Oh, so anywhere, so Abu Dhabi, or just Abu Dhabi and Dubai and Sharjah?
Anywhere in UAE.
Okay, so it's Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Sharjah.
Yeah.
Only 3 airports, right?
No, you got Fujairah. You got loads of airports there, but you can control any of them.
Oh, then you've got Dubai World City, right? Is it?
Yeah, Dubai World, Al Maktoum.
Al Maktoum. Is there scenery for that in X-Plane?
Probably.
See? No.
What?
No, it's something.
What?
Next plane to Dubai. No, I clicked on that headbanging thing that Calamari sent us. Dubai Airport. Dubai. Airport. Emirates go to Dubai World as well? Just
Just Dubai.
Fly Dubai goes to Dubai World Airport, right?
No. Dubai.
Somebody.
It's just cargo.
Just cargo. What's thingy?
What's what?
What's ICAO?
OMDW. Al Maktoum. Oh yeah, Fly Dubai does fly there actually. Fly Dubai does, and El Al in the 787-9 flies there.
El Al goes into there? Wait,
Yeah.
El Al started flying into the UAE not too long ago, did they?
Yeah.
And Saudi Arabia, I think. They got overflight right towards Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Okay. AXB, who's AXB? Air India. Air India Express. And even Flight Away is showing some other systems right over where we are as well. We're gonna be crossing right over some other systems as well. Right over India. Some weather coming as we just cross over Mike Victor. I think that's what. That's Madras, I think, Chennai.
Chennai.
Oh, he got the train of death, man. Let's see,
What's the train of death?
it's some few that this guy has in Miami. Sometimes it's a train that blocks the aircraft. Live airport. Let's see, live airport. Let's see who's live today right now. Oh, Manchester's live. You can watch Manchester.
Stocks nominal also. Oh yeah, that's it.
Volume down a little bit.
Nominal trajectory.
Oh, it's not live.
Huh?
Right,
It was live.
He was live? So he's live now, right? No. Oh, it's replay. It's chat replay.
Let us know if you can hear. Just get them done. Boosh, boosh, boosh.
Okay, it's not live anymore. Who's live? Live at LAX. I really want to watch LAX, man. Be a bunch of Southwest and.
California, you're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting here on your home for LAX live streams.
Yeah, that's it.
Videos live. It's Sunday, May 15th, 2022. Hopefully you guys are having a great weekend so far.
Yeah, I don't want to see. Well, we were watching a bunch of South. Miami is more interesting than LAX in my opinion. It depends on the time of the day, I guess. Chicago O'Hare. Let's watch Chicago O'Hare. Really? They're getting a Lufthansa already?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's not live. Oh, it is live, yeah. Lufthansa's leaving already. Wow, that's early, man. What time would have they left? At 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, maybe.
What time is it? What time is it in London right now?
5.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, I might have left at 7 or 8 a.m. this morning. Air India. He's headed.
Air India.
He's headed this way.
Air India Express. Where's that from? New York?
It's Chicago.
Chicago. Chicago. Chicago. Is that live?
Yeah.
Let's track that on flight radar.
So he has some bad FPS though. I don't think it's us, it's him. It's the streaming. He's got some lag. He's got some lag. Is this actually live? It is live, yeah, that's live. You're Indian from Chicago, yeah. Was it to Mumbai or to Delhi?
Mumbai.
That's a polar route, isn't it?
Oh no, it's not. It's not on to. It's not going to Mumbai.
To Delhi? Or
I don't know where it's going. Let me see on the flight radar. Are you sure that's live?
Yeah.
Are you sure that's Chicago?
It's plane spotting at Chicago here. But the thing is, this can't be live.
It's not live.
But it's streaming live.
Yeah, it's like replay live.
It's replay live. Oh, right. Cause yeah, he's only showing. He's only showing. Well, no, it's okay. He's only showing the heavies. But he's show good stuff if it's replay, right? He won't show crappy stuff. That's American, I can tell. Well, we had a nice takeoff today, even though it was raining.
Yeah, it was good.
Nice long takeoff run.
Yeah, very long.
BRB.
Alright.
the way, did you turn off the logo lights?
No, they're on.
And the wing lights?
The wing lights are off. I leave the logo on, I mean. I'm sure the aircraft is generating enough electricity to run that.
Yeah, but we want to extend the life of the bulbs, man. You don't want to cost the airline money.
Oh, James has replied to the bulbs probably cost $600 each.
Only?
Only?
It's rather cheap. It's a bargain.
That's a bargain. Switch them off. There you go. They're off now. It's just the lamp lights on, okay?
Okay.
Is everyone happy now, yeah? Is everyone happy?
Right.
The logo lights are off, okay? The logo lights are off.
Fine. Good. Thank you, sir.
Saving James $600. You can tell he's outside, right? I said you can tell he's outside, guys, right?
Oh, really? Oh, you can hear the wind?
His head's outside the cockpit window.
You can hear the... Yeah, I'm outside.
And I'm inside the clouds because I'm steamy up in here. Oh.
Are we in a nosedive or something?
No, I was watching that primary landing. C-17 landing? Oh, it's the Emirati Air Force.
Huh?
Emirati Air Force C-17 landing.
Really?
Orlando, Chicago.
What are they doing with an Air Force? Some of the richest soldiers, don't they?
Oh, it's Kuwait Air Force.
Huh?
Kuwait Air Force.
The Emirati Air Force and the Kuwaiti Air Force.
No, it's just Kuwait Air Force.
The cook drives a Bentley.
Yeah, probably.
Right. Fucking private, the lowest ranking soldiers drive Bentleys.
Welcome to Kuwait, Habibi. We care about the soldiers. Give them Rolls Royce. Yalla, yalla, buy Rolls Royce, no problem. ما في مشكلة ما في مشكلة.
I mean, Bahraini citizens get like what do you call it, welfare, right?
Yeah, but Bahraini citizens don't get as much as the rest of them.
But the welfare is like enough to buy like a BMW and stuff like that, right?
I think so. Maybe not. No, I don't think so because there's a lot of poor people about it.
Oh, really? But the poor people don't get welfare though. The poor Bahrainis?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, it's lunchtime now.
Are you eating on camera?
In a bit. No, I won't eat on camera.
You guys, you'll hear a meeting in a minute.
No, I don't eat like that.
I hear it sometimes. What's for lunch, James is asking?
Rice with beef.
Rice
and stir-fried cabbage.
Rice and beef, stir-fried cabbage.
Stir-fried beef with cabbage and carrots.
Stir-fried beef with cabbage and carrots. Wow.
All cooked after we took off from Singapore. All cooked in the air.
Yeah, I got chicken with yogurt.
Ew. You mean like
chicken
curry?
With yogurt. Yes, yes.
Curry, you mean?
Yeah.
Indian curry. flying on demand. There's my lunch. You can't see anything. Woo. Chapster.
Oh, Chapster's back.
Yeah. Oh, that's a UAE 17 you're talking about? I'm here though. I'm just gonna dim the camera.
He's eating his stir-fried cabbage.
Yeah. We have the country cabbage.
We are over. We're in Chennai airspace, so just over the Indian Ocean. We're about 300 miles from the southeast coast of India. I mean,
yeah.
what?
We are 300 miles from Madras. Mike Victor, I think that's Madras for you are.
Yeah,
Mike
we're
Victor.
Qatari 9045. You can see us on bad sim. It's just north of Colombo Center. Colombo.
Are we the only ones in the Indian Ocean? Over the Indian Ocean?
Yeah, we are. Very lonely.
There we are.
I think Chapster's gonna. If Chapster takes off from Singapore now, he can make it with us.
I mean, if he takes off from like Madras or something.
No, like no. If he takes off from Singapore, he can catch up.
Oh, I mean, in a Concorde. In a Concorde. 945? 945? What is it?
Qatari 945. I'll write it in chat. QTR 945.
He knows what Qatari is.
Oh no, that's the wrong one. Oh, we're hitting turbulence. You don't have the turbulence one activated, do you?
What do you mean?
Oh, you do. You do.
Yeah, yeah. Somebody just played it. You just played it. You have turbulence?
No, no. No.
Would you call that 777 the not R2D2, is it BB-8 or something like that?
Huh?
The R2D2 or...
Oh, the Star Wars one.
BB-8, right? Something like that?
South America, yeah. Is there?
Same.
There's a lot of activity in South America.
Yeah, there's a lot of traffic, but like you see, it's just Buenos Aires. Brazil has definitely got a big simming community on that sim and on Ivao.
Europe is lit up as usual. Austrian. Airways. All right.
Hello.
Better?
We got a resident Scotsman on board.
We got a what?
A resident Scotsman on board. I'm just having lunch from Scotland.
Scotland?
That's terrible.
Scotland.
Yeah, I'm just eating in the background, so I have my cameras off. It's lunchtime over the Indian Ocean. Likewise, man. Doing fine. I hope you're doing fine as well, man. I hope you're doing fine. It's our first long haul, shared cockpit long haul today.
Still up. We're flying the 340-600 from Toliss, or Toliss.
Yeah, we're in the Toliss 346.
Quite a nice aircraft to fly with shared cockpit because there's barely any problems with it, you know.
That's pretty much the only option for shared cockpit in Longhaul, right? With Smart Co-Pilot.
It is good, yeah. No, it's a very good plane.
Very good, very good, very good. Top marks. I mean, there are a couple aspects in the visual model where I will actually remove some marks for it, but other than that FPS functionality, you can fly in shared cockpit reliably. Yeah.
Volaris. Where's Volaris based at?
Mexico City.
Oh, really?
They also have Costa Rica now as well.
And El Salvador?
Yeah.
Mexico. Burp. Oh my goodness, I'm so full now. Hope I. Where's your camera gone? There you go. Where are we? We're about nearly halfway, I think.
Are we?
Well, kind of.
3 hours, yeah.
Nearly.
We're just about to hit Madras.
We're 3 hours into the flight. So far, so smooth, right? Singapore Center is still online.
Should we go back with a medical emergency?
All the way back.
We have they've denied us entry into Qataria space.
Should we divert to Colombo? There's a Colombo approaches online.
Really?
And centers online.
I don't have any scenery.
Oh yeah, we don't have scenery. We have default, right?
Yeah, default scenery. In fact, I disabled all of my scenery for this flight. I only have 2 sceneries loaded into my computer. It's the departure and the arrival destination. So that hopefully X-Plane doesn't have to do as much work, you know, loading up sceneries like on the way. Well, the X-Organizer tool is really nice.
I'm hungry now though as well.
You just had ice cream though.
Yeah.
Did you say your mom just cooked yogurt?
She's doing a chicken yogurt.
Your mom cooked yogurt.
She's doing Indian thing with yogurt in it.
Is the whole house smell of cooking? Do you smell of cooking?
No, I can't smell it. Oh, it's time for an in-flight nap, huh?
No, don't talk about in-flight nap. I
can tell Rich is getting tired.
Oh, fuck no, don't do that, man. Don't say that, man.
We just pass out on stream.
It's reassuring though. If I pass out, I'll just end up at the gate. I'll just end up at the gate, right? I can literally pass out. And
yeah, and then you just hit the gate.
And then I'll be at the, oh wow, magic! I've got someone to fly me all the way home, right? Reassuring. As long as as long as our internets don't crash.
Oh yeah, put me on pilot cat because I'm pilot now.
You're on, huh?
It's up to you.
Well, no, well, we didn't switch sides, did we?
No, I'm staying right side.
Yeah, so yeah. You're still co-pilot.
Yeah.
I'm the captain of this. I'm the captain of this ship.
Ship. Captain of the shop. Who's the captain now? I'm the captain now.
Oh, you're pilot flying.
You didn't see that movie?
No. No, what?
With
Colombo Control, good day.
Oh, is this?
616 with you with the descending now.
Oh, we're still connected to them?
Huh? Singapore?
No, we're connected to Colombo.
Who just called Colombo Singapore?
Lufthansa.
No, there's. I swear he said Singapore.
He's not replying though, is he?
Either that or we're just too far to hear him. Technically, we're closer to him now than ever.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
616 with you descending now from 370.
0 Whiskey Tango, 616. Swift pass.
616 read the T4.
The Indian Ocean has always been known for terrible HF, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. James. The Tom Hanks movie where they hijacked the ship? Oh, right, I'm the captain now. Okay, right.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. What's it called?
The Somali movie. I never watched that movie completely.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, I know it is, but I never watched it. That's like one of the Oscar films, isn't it?
I'm the captain now. Who's the captain now? I am the captain now. Okay. Where's in-flight entertainment, Richard? In-flight entertainment.
Wait, pause. An Etihad.
Let's watch something different.
You know, I felt like, you know, it was between this and Etihad. We've never flown to Abu Dhabi. We've never flown to Abu Dhabi. And Abu Dhabi's got such nice scenery, man.
I think I have Abu Dhabi scenery for X-plane.
Okay. Let's see. Well, let's see, crew meal preparation. This is relevant. Is there any comment? Is there any commentary? Okay, no, it's not.
616 readability 455.
This is cargo flights, right? Well, that's in Cathay, right?
7350 Swift 616.
They got a lot of. Is that breakfast?
Yeah, it's got Muslim.
What's in that? What's in that? What's in that? Mmm.
Yeah, look, he's watching. He's watching. Can't wait to open that.
That sausage is awfully white, though.
That is flight level 150.
Oh, it's not ready. Oh, you have to put it in the oven? Puts the whole tray in the oven? With the muesli and the fruits and everything.
The sausage is white, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it probably needs to be cooked.
I thought they came already cooked.
Well, it's probably pre-cooked. It just needs to be reheated.
High speed, Swift 616.
That looks a little bit better.
I like Kellogg's.
3 crew members. Got 4 choices. What is that? Hindu. Oh, Hindu option.
Which airline is this?
This is pilot Obed. He flies for Cathay Pacific.
Oh, that's it. Oh, yeah, pilot Obed, yeah.
More? How many people are on this plane? Captain gets the first dibs. That one looks bigger. That one looks as if it has more. Hindu vegetarian, you can have that one. No, no thanks. I'll take the second one. It doesn't look too bad actually, but
I'd have the white sausage. That'd suit me.
You have the white sausage one?
Yeah. Because there was chips with it as well, I think.
He's got a smartwatch.
Apple Watch, yeah.
Apple Watch?
Yeah, that's Apple Watch.
How long does that take though?
Sorry about that, Swift 616 is with you, I managed.
Oh, it's a steam oven, so yeah, so it's okay.
We can accept the directive.
But it definitely wouldn't be gas, right?
Well, no, well, I mean, this is like dry heat kind of thing.
Gas oven. Oh, I got a problem.
What?
There's a problem loading scenery package, custom scenery, VOMM.
Oh, we're not landing there. We're not landing there. Just yeah.
Did I install scenery?
Yeah, obviously, more than likely, yeah.
Oh yeah,
that's Madras. We were meant to. How come you have we were meant to fly there?
I think so.
I would have had the same thing had I not but in disabled scenery.
32.4 with 616. Thank you for the service. Have a good night. Bye bye.
Really? You joking? You sure? No, that's bollocks.
What's he doing?
Do you see that? See him pouring the coffee? Look at that. It says the red cup. The red cup. The red cup for the left seat pilot because the navigation light on this is red. On right wing navigation light is green, on the right pilot, on the right seat pilot. That's bollocks.
That's taking it too far, isn't it?
What? That's probably okay. So, okay.
Look, he's got the green strap on his wrist. Yeah, he's probably sitting on the right hand seat for today's flight.
Mm.
He's taking it too far.
That's his watch strap though.
Yeah, but he can change the strap on the Apple Watches.
Wrong. So much food in that plane, man. Or is that all?
It's probably a long flight, isn't it? I guess. Like
Yeah,
to Anchorage or something.
You get fat as a pilot, don't you?
Yep.
Do right air pilots get fat?
No, they don't. They bring their own food, you know.
They have to bring their own food, right?
That's the after takeoff checklist. Gear up, flaps up, lunchbox open.
EasyJet pilots get meals, don't they? Who told me EasyJet pilots get meals? Clearly he's not a flight attendant. Well, cargo pilots make better flight attendants than
Chicago 152, descend to 10,000 feet.
Did I Shamrock 152?
And the contact control.
Shamrock?
Approach on 10.4. Have a safe land. Good day.
Have a safe flying, good day.
Safe flight?
Sri Lanka.
Oh, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka. He said.
He's from Manchester. Sri Lankan pilot.
Yeah, we got a nice little tailwind though.
Oh yeah, 10 knots, wow. So much. Oh, you ever seen this? Cockpit Chronicles? Everyone's seen this. Anyone who loves the MD-80's seen this.
I'm getting ready to leave the MD-80, and there are a few things on this airplane that I like, that I'll miss when I go over and fly the Boeing again. First, let's start with some of the quirky items that it's got. They put in a manual gear extension that is almost identical to the DC-3 regular gear extension. And you pull this lever up and drop the gear down if you had any kind of problems. They've got knobs that came out of the DC-3 as well. These are off just about straight off of the throttle quadrant on the DC-3. The windows, as you can see here, look like they came out of the Apollo space program. They have a lot of levers and ball links that hook up, come up in here with a track like this. And it's amazing how much effort probably went into designing this, just this little window. And if you put your hand up there, you know, invariably you'll get some grease. The fire handle is right here on the panel.
We'll be flying the MD-80 from next week, guys.
You've got one of these pneumatic crossfeed valves.
No, not the one in that Mercedes.
It's just a lever that's connected to some valves way in the back. You pull the handle, those crossfeed valves will close. Here's the other part. If you were flying along, you had your fire's all out, you wanted to, for some reason, open that pneumatic air crossfeed valve. If you lifted this back up, it pushed the fire handle back in and inject fuel and hydraulics, electrics, that kind of stuff back into the fire. There's a function on the airplane called perf. When we're flying along level, if we push this button right here called perf, what that does is it maintains the altitude as best it can, within plus or minus 100 feet at cruise with the autopilot. Instead of adding power and taking power off, and adding power and taking power off, it uses just its natural ability to find the altitude to control the airspeed. Well, the problem with that is you could be 100 feet low or 100 feet high, and it's a goofy system and nobody ever uses it. Another unique thing is this outflow valve. As we fly along, and the pressurization outflow valve, it's like a little door that opens and closes. As that door opens and closes, this little lever moves back and forth. And it's connected to cables, of course, to the back of the airplane and to that door. So we can actually see how the pressurization is doing. This is in manual mode with the switch flipped down. There's the automatic mode. One of the fun things that it's got is a dial flap. You can dial in whatever flap setting you want for takeoff, and it'll set that right there. When you're adjusting your seat, there's actually a sight gauge that you can look through, and a little ball and a little channel, and you have to align the ball and the channel to see if you're exactly spot on. And it makes it easy to get your seat adjusted and the height just right. Just like any other airplane. But most planes don't have the sight gauge.
Look, flight deck to Sim is flying the Singpore versus.
Without a doubt, the most.
Do you want to fly the flight deck to Sim stream?
Is the compass. What? It's almost as if they built the airplane.
Do you want to watch a flight deck to Sim stream?
If you want.
He's doing Singpore versus
Foxtrot again, we don't see any
Singpore versus what?
In fact, I'll watch a stream later. No, I'm not gonna watch a stream. I'm doing my stream. It's not fair.
Yeah, crossing the ocean like this really puts into perspective how vast the Pacific Ocean really is. I mean, it is just water and water and water and water for hours after hour after hour after hour.
Let's get that.
And all the winds and predicted winds are inputted into the FMS. But it's pretty cool. We'll be talking to San Francisco radio on the HF radio frequencies to be able to talk to them out in the middle of
it looks like it.
No radar coverage out there. Nobody can
Model
see
X.
you. So
Is it?
they
Yeah.
depend on your
You got a lot of Tesla Model X's in the UK?
Excited.
Yeah, fuck that.
Come along, join us, and
There's a
I'll
lot of
show you
people
the
driving here.
process.
It's a big thing actually, electric cars here in the UK, yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? You've got electric versus petrol. It's similar. It's a similar story to Microsoft versus X-Plane, right?
Yeah, that's electric's like
So we have
the
our
new
plan
thing
going
here.
from Stockton
Everyone's
to...
a lot of
the
most cars like now are like electric.
Isn't the government saying that you're going to have to be fully electric by 2030 or something like that?
I don't know what they said.
Planning.
Cabin. One more over here is medical return, and of course the other one is single engine return. So all those points are plotted, and we're fueled, we're ready to go.
Yes. Aloha. Aloha.
Yeah, since the leg from the west coast of the U.S. out to Hawaii, believe it or not, is the longest over water leg on the planet without any diversionary points. So it's always interesting when you're here plotting your equal time points. So you know if you have a certain emergency prior to a certain point, whether you turn around or you continue on to the islands. So that's what Mark was just showing us there on the screen. And now I'm going to go old school.
We're over Chennai now.
And actually plot these on a plotting chart.
Oh, we are?
See what that looks like. And we have our latitude, longitude.
This is some lights ahead of us, underneath us.
Here. So we'll plot
Oh, yeah.
chart, and we'll know where we can turn around. It's always satisfying when you get to those points and you know that no matter what, you're heading away. You're going to Hawaii. So you see, based on these latitude, longitude coordinates, those are equal time points. And then here we go with our plotted points. So we know where we can turn around or continue going. Here is our little cheat sheet for our position reports over the HF radios. Since nobody will see us, we have to give these position reports so that they know where we are and know where we are as compared to everybody else crossing the ocean. Interesting stuff. All right, we're checking our systems, testing our APU, checking our battery voltage. We're there. We're good for APU start.
John, we're going away, buddy.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't jinx us, Mark.
Oh, we're going Hawaii.
It's gonna be awesome.
So single engine failure just after departure. Hawaii.
Landing. Yeah.
Medical emergency. Hawaii.
Hawaii. Hawaii. Hawaii. Hawaii.
Depressurization. Hawaii.
Alright, there we go. ICAS, standby power coming on. Our IRS is in line.
Ground, Citation 1 Bravo here, Hangar 3 Oscar, ready to copy. IFR clearance to Kona, Hawaii today. Citation number 1 Bravo here, stopping ground. Good morning.
You think? Thanks, man. Aw. And with good company, our flight goes by super fast as well, man. Good company is the new guys on stream, not my first officer.
Oh, fuck off.
I'm sleeping.
Alright, cleared Kona via runway heading, then radar vectors bebop as filed, 7,430 in 5 minutes, 125.1, 3226 for 1 Bravo Sierra. Citation 1 Bravo Sierra.
Make sure the volume is up.
Alright, we have our clearance. Now we're going to put it into the box, and then we're going to check and verify each one of these waypoints on our flight plan and make sure that each one is in the box, and then we will plug in the winds at each point and see what the computer thinks we'll have as far as gas when we get to where we're going.
Okay, I'm filling out our little position report form and copying down our FMS position and our IRS positions to track them and making sure one of our IRSs isn't overly drifting and throwing off our position as we go. Of course, these days we have so much redundancy. Even using our iPads, we'll be able to find our way. But a lot of this is all good practice, and so this.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I'm ready. Let's go to Hawaii, buddy. All right. I'm ready. Aloha. Aloha. Parking brake is set. ICAS is checked. IRSs are aligned with no flags and standby gyros uncaged. ATIS is now back. It's a 280 at 9 and altimeter is 2980, which is set 3 times. The clearance you heard is runway heading up 7,000 vectors bebop as filed. And we got 3226.25.1 for departure. Flight director is set. You're in heading takeoff mode. FMS program can verify fuel quantity is adequate and balanced. And pressurization set. Doors closed, ready for start. Continue. Okay, airplane
What are they
mode.
Citation.
Isolation valve
Citation done.
closed. AP bleeder on ground recon coming on. Passenger safety set. Start pressure exceeds 30. And the time is noted. Starting ready. Get out. Pull back. Hydraulics. And generators. And generators. Checked. Flight controls. 5. Flight controls 3. Correct. Brakes. Check. And so. Next not required. Caution not required. Transponders.
Bravo 2, back and ground, runway 10, right taxi via Bravo, full length. Information, Romeo just got cut, wind 290 at 11, altimeter 29er, 79er. 29er right, Bravo, and we do have Romeo and Bravo here.
Passengers have been briefed. Thrust reversers have been checked. Flaps are 5 selected and 5 indicated. Trim 00 minus 7.0 for the full fuel load. V speeds are up at 137, 137, 144. Takeoff brief. Alright, parting off of 29 right, full length. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do full blank. I'm just going to get off the center lines a little bit. Okay. Anything prior to you, going to abort. V1 is going to be a red light or directional control issues. After that, it's back in the air. We are heavy. So we can come back here, we'll take it over to Sacramento and do our inspection for overweight landing. Other than that, it's runway heading up to 7,000 feet. Any questions? No questions. Come on, we're getting antsy. Run ahead to the islands. My umbrella drink is getting warm. Ice is melting.
Aviation 1 Bravo, Sierra caution, wake turbulence, runway 29 right, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, 29 right, Citation 1 Bravo, Sierra, aloha.
Alright, line up is coming at you.
Contact ground 7,000, put the takeoff.
Lights are set, transponder TARA and ice as required. ICAS is checked. And you are clear for takeoff. Alright, Hawaii bound. Here we go. Slow on those center line lights. Rotate. V2. Alright, positive rate. Gear up.
Citation 1 Bravo, Sierra, contact NorCal departure, have a great flight.
Is that music coming from the video?
Ready for takeoff flow.
It is.
Sierra, fly heading 270 and constant maintain a 12,000. Heading 270 up to 12,000.
Alright, whenever we head out of Stockton for Hawaii, we always get a real beautiful view of the San Francisco Bay. It's a nice clear day. You can see the Golden Gate Bridge and the city, all the bridges of the bay. This will be our last view of land for a long, long time.
It's gonna go quickly.
It is.
My watch says 3 o'clock. We won't be there until 8 o'clock tonight on Pacific time.
Yep, it's supposed to be a 5-hour flight. Okay, we just, you might hear that obnoxious sound there. We just turned on our HF radios. We've turned up our HF radios.
I'm not too sure.
So we're going to tune the
I've
radios.
never followed his channel before. It's the first time I'm seeing his channel.
Might be the guy that left the frequency set.
Yeah.
There, HF1 and 2 are
I don't know if they're ferry pilots.
Still got 15 minutes to bebop. So when we hit our coast out point, we're also going to ask for a cell call check. So a cell call check is like a pager, so you don't have to listen to that obnoxious HF radio sound. And what they'll do is they'll basically send you a page, and you'll see cell call HF12 on your screen here. So you get a ding and then the cell call message. That means they just paged you, and then you call them back and see what they have to say.
November 1 Bravo, Sierra radar service is now terminated. Change to en route communication.
Should we say hello to Colombo?
Alright. 11282. So now,
Aloha, Colombo.
Going en route, when you're out of radar contact, you squawk 2000.
Let's tune in to come, man.
You want to tune in to come? You tune in.
Yeah. Alright. There we go.
He's only on sporadically though.
Well, we're approaching our next reporting point of Baraz, and the winds are significantly higher on the nose than they were forecast to be. We're showing 85 knots on the nose, and we were supposed to have, I think, a 63 knot headwind at this point up here at 43,000 feet. So part of our position report is going to be putting in a request for flight level 470, and we're hoping we can get up to 47, and we'll get up out of this wind, and we'll be sipping the gas and have even more gas when we get to Hawaii.
Got 3 hours and about 40 minutes to go.
And go faster.
3 hours 40.
So we got 2 minutes to Baraz.
Well, about 3 hours until top of Josen, something
Where
like
we'll
that.
take pictures
What's
of
our landing time?
sensors.
8:47
That's where we actually are.
What time is it now? It's 5:47. 5:04.
That's 6:04 here now.
6:04.
6:05. So yeah, about 3 hours and
2 hours. 6:05. It's the UTC time now. It's 5:05, right? Yeah, 5:04. Yeah, 3 hours and
Flight level 430, estimated below 0043 Zulu. Back me next. Request climb flight level 470. Wind was 253, diagonal 87. Temperature minus 61 degrees.
2346, level 430, below 0043, requesting for level 470.
Yep, that checks back me, and then but we'd like to do our climb to 470 ASAP. Just putting on that request.
Roger, stand by request.
It's only 84 here. Yeah, pretty close.
Some in-flight.
Probably yes. Here it is.
One Bravo Series flying this telephone.
Your camera's gone.
One Bravo Sierra cleared to climb and maintain flight level 470. Report reaching 470. Number 1 Bravo Sierra.
Yeehaw! There it is.
I'll be back in a second.
Alright, there's 470. 470 set. Alright, we do a flight level change. Alright, I'm going to turn him off. Go back to 1. Get a climb going here. Alright. Come on, baby. So far, our decision to climb up to 47,000 feet is paying off. We had 86 knots on the nose, I believe, down at 43,000. We're just about to level off at 47,000 feet, and we're at 54 knots on the nose. So we lost 30 knots of wind on the nose, and also now we're really sipping the gas. Well, first citation 10, we're sipping the gas. In the climb, we did a Mach 0.84 climb. And with the climb D10, we're still only burning 1,600 pounds of fuel per hour total. So we're going faster across the ground, saving time, and we're burning less gas. So all good things. So once we eventually level off at 47,
It's always good. I mean, it's a long swim if it's not.
yeah. Yeah, crossing the ocean like this really puts into perspective how vast the Pacific Ocean really is. I mean, it is just water and water and water and water for hours after hour after hour after hour. It, you would not want to swim in this. But this is the calmest I've ever seen the water on any crossing. Usually you see some white, some chalk, but it looks like just a mirror down there. The reflection of the clouds on the water, it's beautiful. I've never seen it that calm down there. Nine miles up. And with 400 miles between reporting points, not a lot of talking. Okay, we're getting a record of FMS positions and our IRS positions here at the Billow waypoint, which is our next reporting point. Our IRSs have been matched up pretty well, which is great. It means one isn't drifting more than the other. And they're both pretty darn close to our FMS position, so our navigation systems are all looking really good. And we're going to make a report here shortly.
San Francisco radio citation, November 1 Bravo Sierra, position on 11282.
1 Bravo Sierra,
citation November 1 Bravo Sierra was Billow at 0042 Zulu, flight level 470, estimating Becky 0139 Zulu, board next, wind 229, diagonal 62, temperature minus 65 degrees.
Copy, General Time 0042, flight level 470.
Got a Cornish pasty.
That is confirmed, November 1 Bravo Sierra.
Alright. We are rocking and rolling, my friend.
Yeah, they're alright. Did your mom make it or do you stuff?
No,
Billow, I don't know how well you can see that.
Did you go to the shop together?
Coming up on Billow, we have our engine
hot Cornish pasty?
ETP,
Yeah,
where
they've got to be hot though.
if we lose an engine prior to this point, we turn around and fly back to
That's a not so good one. I don't like them when they get a bit flowery, a bit doughy.
At this point, we continue on to Hawaii. We have to go to Hawaii. We have no choice. And my wife and kids are airlining out. They should be landing here within an hour or so, along with our former nanny and her husband to give my wife a hand on the airplane, but with the kids. But I guess they're also going to give us a date night. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, we're having a date night, so we can watch the kids for us, so we can go out, have a nice fancy dinner or adventure or whatever we want to do. So that's going to be awesome. So we're going to do the pool. The kids would love that. It's a little walk to the beach. Some really nice beaches there, close to where we're staying. And, you know, because we are working. Absolutely, if you can call it that. Every day all day.
Why do they have that awful music on the music, man?
Gig. Absolutely.
I know, right?
That's true.
Sucks, it's too loud.
Check it out, 37 knots on the nose now. Yep, we are making up time, sipping the gas. We are now burning 1,500 pounds of fuel per hour total. Right. Centerline 60 is on wings now.
SS bird inbound?
So we are cruising.
No.
He's speedbird 4. He's speedbird 4.
If we want it.
He's gonna get there before us.
0.7.
Yeah, I know.
2,700 pounds.
Are you in a Concorde?
We can stay here and slugging along at Mach point at 4. Yeah.
He's already at 42,000 feet. He's 30 miles out from the airport.
Savor the trip.
What's his ground speed?
6 extra minutes
800.
of ocean crossing.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, my drinks get warm.
Is he gonna do a flyby?
6 minutes, I can be on my second.
Probably.
drink.
Oh yeah, do a flyby.
Alright. I'll talk to San Francisco radio about them, see what they have to say. Alright, there you go. Alright. Well, we're getting close to board, which means we are just about within radar coverage now. So we should be done with our HFs now. And yep, we're getting.
We won't see much of you though.
So now we're gonna contact
you
HCF,
just see your lights maybe.
which is Honolulu Control Facility, and that's basically like Oakland Center out here. So exciting stuff. Hopefully they can see
us a screenshot.
Get us under radar contact.
And we don't have to say anything else on HF, right?
No, then we're done. Yeah.
So we don't have to do a position report here.
No, unless they can't find us.
Right.
It's gonna be what, an hour and a half to Doha?
Exactly. So they should be able to spot us.
1 hour 20 minutes.
You can see that the water is a distinctively lighter blue color than it is when you're leaving the California coast. Tropical waters, my friend. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can reach them.
HCF Center citation, November 1 Bravo Sierra. We're about 2 minutes outside of board, level 470.
November 1 Bravo Sierra, 10 o'clock, 2366.
2366, November 1 Bravo Sierra.
All right, he's talking at least. There we go. All right. Should have us on radar contact.
So there's some rocks out here, huh?
I guess.
We're still 250 miles out.
Land ho! Way over there to the south, you can see the Big Island poking up over the clouds.
Yeah.
Cool. That's always a cool sight when you first see it against the horizon. And you know, we're what, 275 miles away, and you can see it 'cause we're up here at 47,000 feet.
Gosh.
We can see for almost 300 miles. Actually, that is about 300 miles away, because there's the 250 ray. Yes,
that's the Big Island, right?
300 miles we're seeing up here. Yeah, that's the Big Island.
Are we able higher? Can we step climb?
Oh, and we just need to fly to the backside of that.
Yeah.
What was that?
That mountain.
Are we able to go higher?
What was that beep beep beep?
That was Tropster.
Oh, really?
Yeah, what's our optimum? Can we go flight level 380? We should
Let's check progress page. Optimum is 372, so no.
Oh, we can do 380. You can do 380.
Okay, I'm selecting 380. 380, open climb. FMA changes?
Yeah, that's thrust climb, open climb. Well,
Checked.
Yeah, the most we can do is 380, Tropster.
And land. Exactly. Even if we lose all navigation now, we can find it. Yeah.
November 1 Bravo Sierra, we're at contact board for the Onogi and the Veki 9er arrival.
Direct the Nogi and the Becky 9 arrival.
The Central India?
1 Bravo Sierra.
Sweet. Bring it up to
level 385.
Oh, Coda.
I think I see him.
He's right behind us.
Becky 9.
You see him?
He's 41 miles. 41 miles away.
Yeah, that just puts you straight north. We get a nice view of Maui.
Hold on.
Right, we cut.
Oh, the stream's not able to see him.
40 miles. He's 40 miles.
Hold on. 40 miles.
No, I can't see him yet.
I see like a little. I see something that looks like a landing light.
I think that's the moon.
Let me see. Right on our trail. That's a star, man. Is it a star?
That's a star. That's definitely not Trapster, man.
Let me disable the camera. Disable X camera. So, hold on. I go see.
Can you see him?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
See him?
Yeah. He's got his landing lights on.
Oh, that's him?
It's gotta be him. Do you see him? On your sim?
Yeah, I think I do, yeah.
Where did we go?
Flying at the speed of light, I gotta get a supersonic out of you. Don't stop me, don't stop me.
There we go.
Yeah, that's him, that's him.
Our plane left us. I've lost him.
You lost that plane?
Yeah.
Right over the top of Maui. All right. And then just head straight to the south.
25, we're cleared off en route, and
And now we have maximum velocity, so it'll be better.
Oh shit! And we also have Mumbai control.
Mumbai's online?
Yeah.
Oh, connect to him now, man. Connect to him now.
No,
you have your radios, right?
No, I'm not within range just yet though.
It's your radios.
Yeah, I'm not within range. I don't have him in range yet. Do you have him in range?
Yeah, he's a oh no.
7.
We should do soon though, we're pretty close.
Well, we're still about 30 minutes away. Chopster could do all his shenanigans while he's outside of Mumbai. Mumbai will be pulling up.
Oh, yeah, you can see him on TCAS?
Speedbird, turn left.
Can you see him on the ND?
17 set up with the
yeah. No, not yet, no.
40.
Yeah, he's on yours, you can see him.
Is he? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he is.
The RNAV, any questions?
He's 700 feet above.
I do have the airport.
Descend 700 feet.
Huh? Oh, we could.
There's clouds out there. You see the airport. Those are high clouds.
You'll see the island coming down on the below those clouds, straight ahead. Yeah. All right, approach briefing is complete. Now radios are set. Minimums are set at 540. FMS programmed and verified lane data is confirmed. V speeds are set at 116, 126. Lights. Seatbelt sign on.
It's fine. I mean, we get it.
Where is he?
It's alright. I mean, yeah, we don't expect he. He's not.
Where is he?
He's still miles away though. He's probably slowed down.
Really?
That's why I'm.
He's slowing down. Oh, Mumbai's gone offline?
No, have they?
Yeah.
Mother.
What the fuck? That's a fucking Debbie Downer. Maybe he's going back online, hopefully.
Yeah, he's probably sorting out some issues. No, he's probably so trapped in that, oh no, fucking that's some newbies.
Yeah, he's slowing down.
That's some newbies. Oh no, I'm logging off.
Trapped in... the Concorde. He saw the Concorde flying at Mach 3.8.
Trailing the Qatar flight is like, no, I don't need this today.
Oh no. Oh no way.
On and pulsing. Set pressurization is set. Passenger briefing is complete. Passenger safety set. Set check is complete. Roger.
Kona Tower, Citation 1 Bravo Sierra, visual 17.
Does Dropster start his flight with its engines running? Start engines running.
George is here.
Jorge.
Oh, Jorge.
Jorge.
Chapster's inbound, man. Chapster's inbound. I can see him now.
Not bad, not bad, not bad. Is he? Yeah. I just see his landing light.
That's all we'll see.
And then,
That's about it.
And then running quick to taxi. Alright.
We just see a torch flying by.
Turn the sun on.
Turn the sun on. Sun on.
We'll turn the sun on. Hold on. Oh, we'll turn the sun on for a little bit.
Oh, it won't fuck up the scene?
No. No, I mean, no. Smart Copilot doesn't have bugs. No, this is not this is not shared flight. This is a Smart Copilot. But I mean, it's not so much the Smart Copilot with the bugs. It's the aircraft. It's the aircraft. Huh?
Oh, he's showing us a 767 for me, really?
Really?
It's 767 flying at Mach 2.
I don't see him yet.
I zoomed in.
How come you've disappeared?
I'm still eating.
Oh.
1 minute.
Okay, no, I thought your internet dropped or something.
No. It does look nice for 340 though.
It does. The only criticism that I have about it right now, you know how the rear windows on all the wide body Airbuses slope upwards at the back?
Yeah, this one doesn't, right?
Yeah, it's a flat cabin. That's definitely a modeling error. And those flat track fairings, which are a little bit too big.
Yeah.
6 miles? I still can't see you. I saw you in the nighttime, but I just can't see you in the daytime. Target acquired.
Oh no.
What?
Oh, the camera's back up, boys. And girls. If there's any girls watching this stream.
I'm sure there are lots of girls watching this stream.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure there are mostly girls watching this stream.
Oh yeah.
Big.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say stuff about him, but I don't want to sound sexist, so I don't want to sound like a misogynist.
Mach 1, accelerate Mach 1.1, really? Oh, we're in airspace. Chennai controls online. Chennai control.
Yeah, but we're not. But we're not in his airspace.
We're in his airspace.
Really?
Look at that spy. Look at that spy.
Oh fuck.
Alright, go skip to your radios. 1189er.
Okay, let's go. Oh no, Dropster. Chennai control Qatari 945. Hello.
Hello. Oh no. Oh, he's gone offline?
Really?
I think he's gone offline, Trapster.
Trapster's gone offline?
Yeah, I think so. I don't see him on TCAS anymore.
He's gone dark. He's gone.
Cloak is on. Hey, he's not. Chennai's not replying anyway.
Let's turn back off the sun, as Raptor said.
Huh?
I'm turning back off the sun. There we go. I wish there was a command for real time. I wonder if there's a command to control for real time. To enable real time, disable real time.
You probably could just keybind it.
Yeah, that's what I mean, like a keybind, yeah.
Try China again.
Should I control Qatari 9045?
He's gone offline.
Oh, really?
He saw the Concorde. He's like, no.
Probably having some connectivity issues.
What's going on with India right now? Why can't they connect? Mumbai's online.
Mumbai approach, yeah.
Alright, he's got offline, Chapster. Come back. Let's go back to daytime again. Let's see him.
Oh, only when he comes back, though.
Alright. He's gone offline.
Yeah. Would be frowned upon. Not like you're gonna get banned from Batson for doing it. He's probably just gonna give you vectors.
He's on.
He's back on.
Oh yeah, he's in front of us. You're in front of us, Trapster. Yeah, he's in. Look on TCAS.
Oh no, hold on. I don't even see him.
I can see him on your screen.
Yeah, I mean on TCAS, yeah, but I can't see him in
If
the
you
flag.
zoom in a bit to the right, you can't zoom, can you? He's a bit to the right.
I can't zoom without. I mean, I could go.
He's in a 737, really?
But just tell him you're flying formation. My Mach 836. We can barely go any faster. I'll see if we can do 8.5 for a little bit. We'll probably be drinking. What's our fuel burn? How far is he from us, though? He's like 10 miles ahead. Just ditch. Landing, divert to Muscat. Divert to Karachi.
He's just under 10 miles in front. But he's a bit.
He disappeared.
Is he paused? Oh, he's gone now.
Yeah.
I'm sitting in first class.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually sat in first class now.
Really?
Yeah. There's the cockpit door, I can see. You're inside there, right?
Yeah, I hope so.
Champagne, please. Thank you.
You pause? Okay. Oh. You can unpause now. You I'm sure we'd have gone 10 miles by now.
$4 hours in the air.
Yeah. We're more than halfway there now.
We're about 1,500 miles to go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, is it that with the distance to go? DTG on the...
Yeah, 1499.
Okay, cool. No problem.
Cool. Oh, that was a bit of entertainment.
It was.
Yeah.
These guys going into Hawaii are kind of boring. They have annoying music.
Yeah. They're just like, aloha, aloha, aloha. Oh, we're back real time now?
Yeah. James.
Flight to Hong Kong about an hour ago, the descent, and then the controller starts to log off.
Oh, really? Yeah, it's typical. Well, you're on Batsim? It is, usually by this time they're logging off because it's like what, something in Hong Kong about 1 a.m., just about past midnight. It's gonna be Monday morning already. I'm surprised there'll be anybody on in it. There's still Singapore Center still online. It's impressive. 3 cheers for Singapore, man.
Yeah, he's been on since the beginning of our flight.
Victor Papa Charlie Echo Charlie. What, from where to where? Let's see. Oh, I see you. Never mind.
Which one? What is he?
From Kaohsiung.
What?
From Kaohsiung. How do you pronounce it?
Oh,
Kaohsiung.
yeah.
From Taiwan.
739er.
Mm-hmm. Flying level up. Level down.
Level down, Toliss, all the names.
Level down, Toliss. Shit MDG.
Shit MDG.
PMD shit.
Funny, huh?
You didn't like that one, did you?
Funny, huh? What about Phoenix?
Huh? Shitix.
Fuckix.
What about
it? Look, he loves it.
What about
loves it. Look at his face. He loves it.
What about Zibo? Fantastic Zibo.
Fantastic Zibo, huh?
Fucking awesome. Awesome Zibo.
It's called a zip. Zippo. Oh, this is good to watch, look.
What?
I'll send you Discord. 1999 Tokyo spotting.
Oh, Narita, yeah it is. We could have the volume down, yeah.
1999.
I've seen all those planes. I think I've played this on the stream before. I don't think I have. I didn't play this on the stream before.
Not really.
We can fly that. I need to get back to 747. I need to fly the 747. I haven't updated the 747. Too bad you don't want to.
Is it good as shared cockpit?
No, it isn't. It's still very buggy. I did. I mean, it's all right, but Steve keeps wanting to fly it, but the heading knob doesn't stop turning for the whole flight, and the heading knob goes. So tell me like a couple hours in, you're about to go fucking mad. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, and that's a big bug, right? The heading knob does not settle. So if you get given a heading by ATC, you're fucked. You probably just have to hand fly it. You can fly course or something like that, but not a heading. And the fuel burn does not sync up. It'll be a little bit different. But that's minor. What's your fuel on board now? Do you have 30.3?
Check, it's 30.28.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah. Who was asking about is it reliable? Is straight cockpit reliable? It's Jorge. Jorge was asking if Smart Co-Pilot. No, Smart Co-Pilot. Yeah, Smart Co-Pilot doesn't really have bugs itself. It's more reliable than the shared flight, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The other one. Oh, Josh Cahill, Air Peace, man. I want to see that. Sorry, we're gonna watch Josh Cahill, man.
Yeah, I like Josh.
He's flying the Nigerian flight.
Welcome to Epis.
And it's fighting going on. One person passed out. It's an absolute nightmare.
Look at the guy, just push the guy, look.
People trying to storm the airplane. It's insane. Everything is out of control there.
He loves it, right? Love it.
Oh, so he goes to London and like, oh, Germany. Well, you white guys all look the same.
Wow. I literally just got an email from an Air Peace pilot telling me the airline is not safe to fly.
He just loves our content, doesn't he? I'd fly for them if they gave me a job.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'd love that.
So guys, here I am. Welcome to Lagos International Airport, flying Nigeria's largest plane today, Air Peace 777-300
A lot of pilot work in Nigeria. A lot of people get jobs in Nigeria.
In for one of the most dramatic flights of the year, let me share a few shocking details with you that unfolded ever since I posted my first flight review on Air Peace a couple of days ago, which was just as bad. As you probably saw, the airline checked me in on the wrong flight, lost my bag, delayed the flight by hours, and the cabin crew turned out to be absolutely untrained, jeopardizing passengers' lives. I received hundreds of comments on both YouTube and Instagram of passengers sharing the same kind of experiences and how unreliable and unsafe the airline operates. I also had Air Peace pilot email me sharing shocking photos about the condition of their planes and unreported incidents the airline is trying to hide from the public and authorities. But more about that later in the video. But things get even worse.
He said he was over there. He said he was over there.
Staff also told me that the owner of the airline emailed all employees asking them to report if they dislike my video. On top, they have been urged to impersonate happy customers and leave positive comments. A few days later, fake profiles
Bless me some comments,
which further revealed that the today, I didn't receive a single apology. But now let's check in for another crazy flight on the not so peaceful airline, Air Drama.
This guy. Yeah, this guy pointed me over there. This guy. The guy over there, he pointed me over there.
My flight to Johannesburg was scheduled to depart at 1 a.m. However,
to
upon
Johannesburg.
check-in, I was told that the flight was delayed by 3 hours because the airline flew to Hungary to pick up Nigerians displaced by the war in Ukraine.
Fair enough, fair enough. It's only 3 hours.
What an adventure that was. This was hands down one of the worst check-in experiences in my life. I'll tell you all about it once I'm at the lounge.
Well, let me talk you through the check-in experience I had here. First of all, there's no line, there's no system, there's nothing. It's just a bunch of people, a bunch of like desks and stations. So I get to the counter and gave him my passport. The guy who does pre-checks. You're not even at the check-in counter yet. He said, "You're from the UK," and I was like, "Do I look like I'm from the UK?" In a funny banter kind of way. And it's like, "Oh, Germany. Well, you white guys all look the same." Where imagine I would have said that, it would be the other way around. All black guys look the same.
Airlines start saying that.
Like borderline comment that is. That was my first impression right there. Anyhow, all this being said, the plane I just checked on flight radar is just about to enter Nigerian airspace. Coming from Budapest, so I reckon we're going to take the ex-Emirates plane, the 777. But this is what I also experienced 1 week flying in Nigeria. It is only extremely bad or extremely good. But this is my experience here in Nigeria. There was never a middle ground. There was nothing in between. And then another thing is everyone is so suspicious of what you do. If you have a camera, you are being treated like a spy, like a criminal. I've never experienced this anywhere else in the world. The aggressiveness towards a camera here in Nigeria has
but I mean, because they've had.
I then decided to go for a little walk.
They've had instances recently where social media. I'm gonna go back to managed speed, by the way. To your plane, you want to go back to managed speed. I had speed intervene, by the way. Are you there?
Hey, yeah, you want me to go manage speed?
Yeah, go if you want to go back to manager, so we don't eat up our fuel. Unless you want the extra little knots to go faster.
No, it's alright.
Yeah, they've had instances where a lot of airport people got exposed for bribery and stuff like that.
Well,
so I'm pretty sure they don't like cameras there,
like
so they can't bribe you and stuff.
Going on or something. Let's check it out. What are they doing?
The king.
Oh, he's the king?
The king?
But he's not like a big king, right? He's a big king. Oh, really? Yeah?
Let me know, I'm flying now.
Oh, that's cool.
Let me know.
And that's all part of the tradition, the music and stuff like that?
Even in London, that's where they'll be.
Oh, so he goes to London and like, so everywhere he goes,
Everywhere.
any part of the world, he is like, and always, they're making always noise, yeah? Interesting. That's amazing. No, I feel that's pretty awesome. I think that's pretty cool. I mean, I haven't met a king. Like, you usually don't see kings walking through an airport terminal like this, right? That's so cool. I like that. That's just like, when do you ever go to an airport and meet a king, right? It's my lucky day. I'm blessed today.
Bless me now. Bless me.
Nice meeting you.
You're the tribal king.
Take care.
Bless me now. Bless me.
Nice guy.
Up me to first class. Up me to first class. Up me to first class.
There's no departure boards here. This is something I've noticed in all of Nigeria. Whether you travel domestically or even internationally, there's never any departure boards. Just doesn't make sense. But yeah, got the whole airport to myself. So guys, as you can see, I'm back at the lounge, and luckily the lounge is open all night, but I still have 4 hours to kill.
Probably even more than 4 hours, because on flight radar I could see that the plane wasn't flying to Lagos, but landed in Abuja instead. So the wait would definitely continue, and the 4 AM departure wasn't real anymore.
The plane is landing in Abuja, not even in Lagos. The landing now, it's midnight. Disembarking everyone, refilling the plane, getting it ready. Fly from Abuja to Lagos. We're never gonna leave here by 4 AM.
A few hours later.
At 3 a.m., the 777 would finally depart Abuja, heading for Lagos.
So I finally get to leave the lounge because the 777.
I know. Right? No, well, he's having an awesome day because he's getting awesome content, right?
And yeah,
I'm pretty sure he's exaggerating it just a little bit more. He would have, he put made it more drop. I've been on delayed flights. Is he in socks? Is he wearing socks?
I have the entire airport to myself. And then it's really funny when you walk around here and you look in the shops. All the shopkeepers, they don't go home. They just stay in the shop and they sleep there. And I'll show you.
Yeah, I know, right? Abraham? Different story. Gotta make those naira.
But before we head to the gate for a lot more drama, let me share a little story with you. As I told you in the beginning of the video, I had
since yesterday, since he's posted the video, he's had 149,000 views already.
Pilots, as well as employees, reaching out to me. For example, sharing those photos of the Embraer tail strikes or the multiple warnings, saying that half of their planes aren't even airworthy, and a lot of foreign pilots right now are leaving the airline because they don't think it's safe to operate. And this very 777 that I'll be taking to Johannesburg was just recently involved in another incident. Apparently, the flight took off in Lagos, bound for Dubai, and as soon as it arrived in Dubai, it was gate checked, ramp checked by the authorities in the UAE. And what they figured out was even more shocking, that half of the crew didn't even have proper licenses or the training to operate the Boeing, which means jeopardizing everybody's safety. For instance, in a case of an emergency, this could lead to a fatal, catastrophic ending, since all planes are different. Airbus, Embraer, Boeing, and crew goes through a long, very specific training in order to familiarize themselves with the specific type. So if you are trained on an Airbus, you will find a very different environment on a Boeing. So let's say in the case of evacuation, the crew wouldn't know what to do. Or in case of a fire on board, the crew wouldn't know where are the fire extinguisher, where is the equipment that we need in case to supply first aid. So this once again showed, and that was my experience on my domestic flight as well, that Airpeace crew isn't even trained properly for the type that they're flying on, which is a major safety hazard. And this is what I mean. You should really think twice before you book a flight on Airpeace, or for your loved ones or family. It could be your daughter, it could be your son, it could be your mother who gets involved in an incident because they're flying with an airline that does not care about safety. But now, let's head to the gate for some more drama. So just made it to the gate, and so did the plane. So the 777 just arrived. I guess there's 150, 170-ish passengers on this flight. It's also going to be a bit of a time travel, because what we experience now in this flight, in terms of the cabin product, is what Emirates used to look like 20 years ago.
It was then 5:30 a.m. in the morning and still no signs of boarding. It was then that the first passenger passed out due to dehydration, since the airline didn't provide any refreshments. Also, the lack of communication created a very hostile environment, and passengers started to get angry.
What is it? Fucking what?
Damn, I had to get away from the gate.
Hold on, what?
Refreshments.
Hold on.
Created a very hostile environment, and passengers started to get angry.
Damn, I had to get away from the gate outside because there's endless fighting going on. One person passed out because they're not even providing water, and it's almost 6 a.m. and even the crew is still sitting at the gate. They haven't even boarded the plane yet, and you have 150 people here, no water, no nothing, no updates at all. It's an absolute nightmare. Unbelievable scenes here.
But then things would heat up even more.
Look at it! This is what I'm talking
Everything is out of control here. Another person just passed out.
I'm paying for more this phone, right?
Call those guys to come and give us our
The guy just pushes the guy.
And then it was almost 7 a.m. we would finally get an update.
But as we speak now, they've done all that. The aircraft has been cleaned, it has been catered, it has been dressed, it has been washed and all that.
Washed.
But the
It has been
challenge
washed and all that.
presently, the challenge we are facing presently is the challenge of fueling.
We have to buy the
Right
fuel.
now, we've not been able to secure fuel. The fueler said he's on the way, and
He's on
that's
the way.
what we are waiting for. We are waiting for fuel. As soon as we get fuel, we'll depart. The aircraft is set. I want to ask you a question. Can I ask a question? Sorry, I want to ask you a question.
So as you were probably able to hear, the problem is we don't have fuel. And the scenes over there are, people not very happy about those news. So we'll probably be here for another hour, 2, 3, 150, 200 passengers, I don't know. A 777 at the gate, but we have no fuel. Hectic.
Man, I wouldn't want to fly in that airline.
No. You don't fly that you wouldn't fly it unless you have to, right?
So the fuel truck has finally arrived. And I love how Africans can go from rioting and storming the planes to making now jokes about how the airline got fuel from the black market. So they're now in good spirits. Yeah, so I hope we can board really soon. So believe it or not, 7 a.m.
You're from the black market. Oh my god.
Finally.
And here we are, with a 6-hour delay, we finally boarded the 20-year-old Boeing 777-300, which was originally delivered to Emirates in 2002, then stored in 2017. A year later, the plane was delivered to AOPs, still featuring the old Emirates cabin with 12 seats in first class, 42 in business, and 300 in economy class.
Doesn't look so bad.
Nice.
It's still better than Caribbean Airlines.
On board AOPs. I do feel a bit sorry for the crew though, because they've been waiting just as long, they're probably as tired, and now they have to work for like 5 hours serving those angry passengers. But yeah, if you're wondering what Emirates used to look like back in the very early days, this is it. This is what it looks like. I got a seat right in the back where it narrows down, where it narrows down to a 242 configuration. But the rest of the plane is a 343, and then you also saw the old business class of Emirates. But when you notice, nothing has much changed. I think the old business class Emirates is just as bad as the new one. So I also enjoyed the leg room, which is very generous, but I think that was what flying was like in economy class 20 years ago. Everything was a little better.
There's a blanket and headphones already at the seat, and then you have like the in-flight entertainment right in front of you. I'm going to give you a bit of a review on that one as well. The rest of the crew is just once again very underwhelming. They don't say hello, they don't smile at you, they don't interact with you. I don't know whether it's a Nigerian thing, but that was pretty much my experience on my previous Air Peace flight as well. But Air Peace crew is known among aviators here in Nigeria as very arrogant and very distant, and they're not very service oriented, and that was my experience as well on all my flights I had with Air Peace, and this one is no different so far. So I've also been awake now for what, 24 hours? I reckon I'm gonna have a great sleep on this flight. When do you imagine you check in at 10 p.m. and you depart at 8 a.m. in the morning? 10 hours. I spent 10 hours at the airport.
The safety video was shown, and we finally taxied to the runway with a slight delay of just 7 hours, which I've heard is not too bad for Air Peace. Well done, and let's go.
One or is that an ER?
It's a flaps 5.
Is it a non-ER? 777?
Is it the Rolls Royce engine one?
I can't tell. Is that wingtips? Is that winglets? Is that, no, it's not. Wingtips? No.
So
is it a whiskey? Is it a 300?
Half an hour.
It's a 300, but I don't know if it's a whiskey.
I totally passed out.
More likely it isn't.
I was like, oh god.
I mean, they only had the 300 only has the
seats are very comfortable. You can tell it's an Emirates plane. Or an ex-Emirates plane, but I also discovered this design flaw. Look at this. So guys, 1 hour into the flight and I'll have a hot meal in front of me. A croissant, a bun, a yogurt, a fruit salad, a Fanta, water, the whole smash. There was alcoholic beverages available as well. So it looks promising. Let's see what it tastes like. Really hungry. In terms of service, attitude, crew's an absolute disaster. Really, like, what do you want? Fish or chicken? And they don't even look at you. And they have that really annoyed, rolling eyes kind of look in their face. So, yeah, I guess in terms of service, there's so much room for improvement.
What's the beef or chicken?
Ooh, Jesus. That was so spicy, but so tasty at the same time as well. Oh, so good. That chicken was awesome. It's like a big chunk of chicken. You know, not the little shit you get on.
Not complaining about big chunks of chicken. Nobody complains about big chunks of chicken.
Juicy chunk of chicken.
You're just being treated drama. Just eat your fucking food, man.
Hot. My mouth is on fire. So that was the breakfast lunch experience here on Air Peace. The food was good. My crew wants to go. You give that to me. Give it to me. When she was clearing the lunch box. Jesus Christ. So what always surprises me is that those two girls, for example, working on my aisle, pick the job, out of here. You get to take what you get, which is 90% about customer interaction, while they clearly hate human beings. So why are you working in those jobs? I just don't get it. Can somebody explain it to me? Trying to make sense of it.
After a little nap, it was then time for the world's first Air Peace Loo review.
They've got 32
so
planes.
Guess where I am? I am inside the loo, right in front of the plane. And it's quite a struggle to stay awake, to be honest. So, occupying most of my time of sleeping, because I've been awake for quite some time now. But yeah, this is the loo. This is what it looks like. Nothing special, really.
And yeah, it still has a lot of Emirates vibes. But yeah, flight is very, very eventless. Not much happening. Still another 2.5 hours to go, which I will probably occupy with some more sleep because I really need it. Alright, let's go back to the seat. So I just got myself a coffee. Try to stay awake. It's 90 more minutes to go until we land in Johannesburg very, very soon. I actually slightly getting excited. Love South Africa. It's a good place. But I guess if there's something we need to talk about is the flying hours. I'm not sure whether that's 100% legal and perhaps even a safety hazard. But look, they had a reporting time, right? And then they were sitting at the gate just as long as we did. Then they're flying down 5 hours and 20 minutes to Johannesburg. Probably have an hour or 90 minutes on the ground. And then they fly back for another 5.5 hours. That's already like 11, 12. It's like already like 11 hours just in the air. An hour, another hour on the ground, or 90 minutes in Johannesburg, the time we had at the gate. And I know that authorities and airlines are very picky about the hours you can do on a day, just in order to protect the crew from fatigue. And as I said, like once they become sleepy and less focused, it's also a safety hazard in case something happens, right? So I know there's a lot of crew watching my videos. Let me know in the comment section below whether this is 100% legal or okay, or whether it should be brought to the airline's attention. So it'd be nice to talk about it. Let me know in the comments.
We then finally started our descent into Joburg, making it a hell of an experience. But please keep watching until the end of the video to see how you can help to save some lives and hold the airline accountable for its shortcomings in terms of safety.
I mean, the pilots sending in stuff like a tail strike and some ICAS messages, that's also probably their way, you know, to protest, you know.
So now the question is, how can you help to make Nigerian skies a safe place again? While there are many good airlines operating in Nigeria, it is the bad ones, such as AOPs, who ruin it for everybody else. So this is where you come in. And thanks to those brave AOPs pilots who stepped forward and were willing to leak those information, showing us how dangerous AOPs really is. Number one, as more people are aware of how unsafe AOPs is, a lot fewer people will book flights on the airline. So please share this video, especially with your freaking flyer friends in Nigeria. Number two, as more people see the video and learn about the airline, the more likely is the chance that the Nigerian press will pick up the story and hold the airline accountable. So please tweet and email this video to the Nigerian aviation authorities, IATA and EASA, so they can have a look into this as well. So if you happen to work for the press or for the authorities, please email me and I'm happy to forward all the evidence to you. So now let's see what we can achieve. And guys, this is it for today's video. I really hope that we can make a difference and that we can make Nigerian skies a safer place when you all get involved and help me spread the message. So if you want to stay in the loop, please subscribe. I'm probably going to make an update video, or follow me on my social media channels, especially on Instagram, where I will keep you updated on this case. Guys, thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for your help. Without you, we couldn't make a difference. Thank you for watching.
Josh Cahill's got a story of the year, right? So let's watch, what's his name? Noel Phillips.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Crossing the road never gets any easier, does it?
Where is it, Nick?
Yeah.
You just sort of have to aim and go. It's like what the drivers do. Oh, yeah. Right. We're off to the terminal building for another flight.
Hello. Calibroggy, please. Thank you.
740
Wonderful.
18.8.
Lovely. Thank you. You too. Bye bye.
get through security. It's quite a nice airport. It's quite modern and spacious in area. I think it's not been open for too long, although it is. Security is a little bit like Manchester Airport. It just took forever and they just wanted to go through everybody's bags, but never mind. Through to airside now, and today taking a ride
with an
airline who are one of the newest airlines here in India. They're called Star Air. Taking a ride to a little town in the north of the state that we're in at the minute. So yeah, let's go and see if we can get a coffee because it's too early.
Yes, what large black coffee, please? 156. Thank you. Hi, sir. Hello. I have seen your logs in. Oh, have you? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Actually, I was a bit hesitant to ask you there. Yes, Tanzania, yes. Nice to see you in person. Yes, you too, yes. Nice to meet you. I'm heading to Calibragi with Star Air. Where are you going to? Oh, you're going today with Star Air, yes? Yeah.
Singapore said it's still online. I can't believe it.
No, right?
No, thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you.
Right, got coffee. Yes. I made it down to the gate area here where Star Air go from. It seems that there's actually a few coffee places down here. I could have just come down here, but never mind. Got my coffee upstairs, brought it downstairs with me. So we'll sit. I think we'll be boarding in about 10 minutes. So looking forward to it. So we're off to a place called Calibragi today, which is a little town up in the north of the state that we're in at the minute, Karnataka. I think is the name of the state. Please don't shout at me for pronouncing it wrong, but that's the state that we're in at the minute. And where we're going, Calibragi, is right up in the north of the state. And it's with this new regional airline called Star Air, who effectively are one of the newer airlines here, the little regional airline operating Embraers, I think. So yeah, it should be good fun to try them out actually. So yeah, just waiting for the plane, I can have my coffee and then we can get on our way.
Very good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You're flying to Kalburgi?
Yes.
Yes, have a nice day, sir.
All right, thank you. You too. Yeah, thank you. Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you. Hello. Good morning. So then welcome on board the Star Air Embraer 145. Star Air being the only operator of the Embraer here in India, and it's so cool to be on one. Very nice livery as well, I must say. And of course I've got the best seat in the house here at the back here in 18 Alpha on the Star Air Embraer, and the seats, the legroom isn't massively brilliant, but it's okay. It's alright. It's only an hour-long flight or so up to Calibragi. And down in the seat back we've got a couple of bottles of water down there. I'll sort all this out. So down in the seat back we've got 2 bottles of water. It's quite nice, quite thoughtful. Safety card, of course. Sick bags. Yeah. It's quite nice that you get water at your seat when you get on as well. That's pretty nice for a short flight like this as well. But anyway, all on board pretty much. And pretty soon we're going to be firing up those engines at the side of me and heading off to Calibragi. So we're already on our way 10 minutes early. That's good. That's good.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, I just saw 757 Blue Dart Aviation. I'm looking to see where they're from. Blue Dart Cargo.
The 757?
Yeah. Blue Dart.
My first flight today then takes me north from Bangalore to the town of Calibragi.
flight time today was 52 minutes, cruising at 28,000 feet. Alright then, so we're out of Bangalore on board the Star Air Embraer 145 pocket rocket. I have to say the Embraer 145 is one of my favourite aeroplanes to ride on. They're just so cool, especially when you sit here at the back. You got that engine out the window, tanking along the ground on the takeoff run. It's always such amazing fun. I just wish that more airlines still flew the Embraer 145. Anyway, we've got about an hour long to ride up to Kalaburagi today, and actually it's quite a nice day down below. It's not as hazy as it has been lately, so we can see some of the ground, which is quite nice. So yeah, it's quite a busy flight today. A lot of people seem to be taking this ride to go up and do work in Kalaburagi, and then they're going to be flying back on the flight tonight, as I will be as well. So when we get up there, we've got about 4 or 5 hours on the ground to go and have a look around, see what's there in the little town of Kalaburagi. I'm not expecting a lot, but it'd be nice to go see what it's all about anyway. And also means we get to try out this amazing little airline as well. So yeah, it's going to be a good flight. So Star Air's slogan is connecting a real India. That's what they say they do, and their motive for that is that they fly to these tiny little airports that wouldn't otherwise have any air service at all. Kalaburagi, for example, is a small town in the north of the state, and yet it only has scheduled service from Star Air, and Air India have just started operating flights there as well. But effectively that town has barely any air service or any connectivity. So airlines like Star Air are popping up all over India. There's another couple of small regional airlines as well. TrueJet have started up as well, and a couple more who their aim basically is to connect to these tiny little communities that wouldn't ordinarily have air service. The only other way to get from Bangalore to Kalaburagi at the moment is a 10-hour drive, and I'm not sure if it's on any train lines either, so it's a bit of a ball ache to get there from Bangalore, but Star Air make it quite easy because it's literally a 1-hour flight twice a day, up from Bangalore in the morning and back down in the evening. Job done, really easy. And it seems to be a popular route. There's enough people flying it by the looks of it. I mean, just on this flight alone, it's mostly full, which is a really good thing. So hopefully India will get a lot more airlines like this to be able to connect up these smaller little towns across the country that wouldn't otherwise get any air service.
It's time for the Noel Phillips Lou Review.
Oh no, I can't stand Lou reviews. Why do people do this stupid Lou reviews?
Anyway, you can't come on an Embraer 145 and not do a loo review even if you can't shut the blooming door. It's a locking optional door. Hopefully I'm the only person who's going to be in it. So it's a little bit dark because the light ain't come on. And it's a bit stinky. The toilets, I'm glad it's a bit dark actually because you can't really see down there, but it's absolutely filthy. And it probably stinks up here as well, but never mind. It's
but never mind.
It's not the greatest loo to review, I have to say. But hey, it's a 1-hour flight, so, and it certainly beats the loos on the trains here anyway, I think.
That was the Noel Phillips Lou Review.
Oh, God.
Right, so refreshments have been round. I got myself a little cappuccino. 100 rupees, or about £1, which is not bad for a coffee.
What can you do?
On a flight. Not too bad at all. So I'll be cappuccino. That's all they've got. So I'll have a cappuccino as we cruise across the skies of India. And now one thing I do have to say is that the cabin on board this Star Air Embraer is incredibly modern and smart, and it's pretty comfortable as well.
It's pretty
tight. Here on the left-hand side, of course, because you only got one seat, but it's only a regional jet. But the seats themselves are really decent quality leather. Very comfortable for such a short flight. I don't know how old this Embraer is. Not entirely sure at this moment in time how old it is, but certainly it's in decent condition inside. It looks like Star Air are really looking after them, which is fantastic.
See, man, all the best, man. James, thank you very much for stopping by.
See you, James. Cheers.
Ciao.
Ciao.
How was your landing in Hong Kong?
Thank you.
If you don't mind me to take some pictures?
Yes, of course.
I see, man.
Yes, thank you.
Gotta watch my landing in Doha though, man. Fun.
Yeah, you see it in the VOD. You can watch the VOD after.
No problem at all.
Watch the replay.
Yeah.
Very good, thank you. Very good.
When are you returning back?
Yeah, this afternoon. So
Today afternoon.
It's today afternoon, yes.
So, because my cab is coming, so I'm also going to the town. If you can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be nice if that's okay. Yeah.
You can come with
Share a ride with you. Yes. Very nice. Thank you very much.
Some political leader has come, I think.
I'm sorry?
Some political leader has come.
Ah, okay. This is why this is. Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
No, from sir?
England.
Will traveler.
Sorry?
Will traveler.
Yes.
Always traveling, huh?
Yes. Lots of trouble. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Always traveling, huh?
Right then, here in
Always traveling.
Always going places, huh?
Very kindly giving me a lift into town, so.
I'm really fortunate to meet Noel. I have been watching his channel for quite a bit of time, and today it was so accidental, and I met you. I'm really happy, and I wish you all the best.
It's nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Just goes to show wherever you are in the world, you find really nice people who will help you. I always say this. So yeah, I'm very fortunate to be given a lift into town now. So I'm going to head into Calabragi and have a look and see what's there. Oh, wasn't he nice? Oh, Rajanan, thank you for the ride. That was very kind of you. Dropped me off at this little place here in the centre of Calabragi, rather. Or it's kind of changed its name. He said he was explaining its changed name. It's called Gulbara originally, and it's now called Calabragi. Recently they've changed it, but yeah, it's dropped me off here in the centre of Calabragi to go and have a look around before I get my ride back to the airport in a little while. And look at this, beautiful, beautiful little town.
I see dust.
Isn't this place absolutely beautiful? This is a Hindu temple here in the town of Calabragi. Absolutely stunning. I just love the architecture and the way that it's put together. They're everywhere, places like this in India. And just absolutely beautiful pieces of history. Just amazing. Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? And the people here in Calabragi, they don't see any tourists at all here.
Can you imagine having Noel?
He was explaining to me that this part of India has typically been very sort of left and hasn't got much attention from the outside world, even within India. So it's quite a poor place, and they don't very often get tourists here, which is perhaps unsurprising given the fact they've only just had an airline start service here recently in the last couple of years or so. But yeah, so it's quite funny. I'm like a local celebrity. Every time I walk past somebody, they want a photo with me because they're so unused to seeing foreign tourists here, which is lovely, lovely. And the people here, though, are just incredible. So nice, so friendly. I'm going to go and have a wander around now, see if I can walk across town without getting run over. That'll be a fun challenge, won't it? Alright, my first tuk-tuk ride. This chap's going to take me around to the fort here in Calabragi, or Gulbara, or whatever we're calling it today. Thank you, yes, perfect, thank you, yes. I'm sorry, no, in English? English? No. But here is good.
Like in the middle of nowhere, it's like, what?
Okay.
Yep, perfect, yep, just there.
It's like, dude, I'll just take you to where you want to go.
Very much. Thank you. Yes, it's fine. Yes, Here's good. Thank you very much.
This is like, you sure, man?
200, yeah. Sorry.
I ain't go up us.
I ain't got, sorry?
Yeah, this one? Yes.
Ah, a picture. Yes. Okay. You wait here?
You want to do it?
Here and then to airport, maybe. You take me to airport? All right, thank you.
Okay, I got no idea what he was saying. Hopefully he's going to wait there and take me back again, otherwise I've got a long walk in this hot sunshine.
Yeah, and he's like, just leave me here in the middle of the fucking desert, yeah.
Around this beautiful
It's fucking crazy, right?
Calabaragi. This is the old fort, and there's a mosque here as well. Apparently this was predominantly, or it still is, a predominantly Muslim part of the country, you see, so there's lots of mosques and things around here you can have a look at. Isn't this place amazing, look? Beautiful. And then in front of me is the old fort. An old fort, look at that, look. Looking down on the city of Calabaragi and its, or Gulbara, as it used to be called, and 13th century this fort is, so yeah, very old piece of history. Wow, just look at this. The old fort walls here, Gulbara Fort, looking down on the city. Isn't it amazing? This much history, 13th century. These stones were put in the 13th century. Like, literally 700-800 years ago. Crazy. Unreal, isn't it? Still standing, in part anyway, looking down on the city of Gulbara here in India. Just incredible. And the mosque over there as well. Looking down on the other side. Beautiful. It's so hot there. It's so unbelievably hot. I really need to get back in the shade in a minute because my white pale skin is no good in this heat, unfortunately. But
We've got 945 miles until top of descent.
945?
Yeah.
Been in the air for just about 5 hours now, haven't we?
Yep.
4 hours and 50 minutes. Gone by quickly. Just over 2 hours for landing?
Yep. Nicely.
So we should come over. Are we going to fly over Muscat or are we just going to fly south of Muscat? Probably just over Muscat.
Right. I was going to see if my tuk-tuk's still there. Oh. That's one thing that you don't want to be doing is losing your tuk-tuk. Especially in the middle of...
And he was like, drop me here.
With a big walk to the main road. So yeah, hopefully I ain't lost my tuk-tuk. I was going to see if he's still
He looks as if he's proper tight, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, he does.
He looks like he's proper stingy.
500?
He looks...
Sorry?
Well, just give him $10, man. You stingy cunt. He just waited on you.
So to airports now? Airport, yes. How much? 5?
Now you have no choice. Jump in, you cunt.
Airport. Yes. How much? 500? 500.
वहाँ जाने के लिए कितने पैसे ले रहे पूछ रहा हूँ how much you are तो कितना पैसा होना तुमको वहाँ जाने के लिए
So 600. Yes, okay, good.
You done?
Done, yes. Thank you, sir.
Your good name?
Noel, yes.
Oh.
Like Christmas, yeah.
My name is Simon.
Simon,
yes.
Nice to meet you, Simon.
How much? 600?
200 for me. 200 rupees for me. No good shit.
Bye.
Negotiate fee.
So hopefully we're at the airport now. Chaps are going to give me a lift there. I think that was kind of what we agreed. I don't know, maybe we're off somewhere completely different. I've got absolutely no idea. Never mind. We'll find out. Just want to go adventure, isn't it?
Did he stop for fuel or something?
Oh, he's got out to make himself some lunch.
Did he stop for fuel? I
Actually, I
think
didn't
so.
realise
No?
like how far out of town the airport was. When you're doing a taxi, it seems like it's not far at all. But in a tuk-tuk, it seems like it might be a little bit longer. I hope this thing's got the legs.
Yeah, you better give him a tip, man.
Ah, yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
Good fun though. I don't know what the landscape.
He's putting out Mad Man. This is the Emperor's Castle. This is this is the waterfall. Oh yeah, that's a plane. That's your plane.
I'm just stopped to ask for directions from local kids. A bit worrying seeing as though we're literally near the airport now anyway, but... Thank you. You can take 1,000, yeah? That's for you, yes. Thank you. This my email. Ah, yes. Yes. Phone? Yes.
Next time you come.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
He'll be deleting that after.
Pardon? More?
He'll be deleting that number.
1,000, yeah? Yes, there you go, 1,000. Yeah? Alright, no, I go now, you go, I'm done. I fly. Yes. Yes, I fly, yes. How much? Yeah, I don't understand.
Awkward.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. I need to go to 200. 200.
Yeah, pay more.
Another 200. Because I gave you 1,000.
Yeah, make him pay. Make him pay.
Yeah.
He goes,
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day. Yes. Yes. All right. Thank you. Yes, Will. Thank you.
How much is 1,200? How much is
off there?
How much is 1,200 rupees?
500 to get out. To give him 1,000, then he wanted another 200. Oh, Gordon Bennett.
He didn't even take him to the airport properly.
Well, you probably can't go in because, you know, a lot of airports don't allow non-authorized taxi drivers, so probably not allowed to look into the airport.
Airport.
Probably has to drop them outside.
Time to head inside and see if we can get our flight back down to Bangalore.
It's $15.
Which place you are visiting?
I went to the fort, the mosque, and to the mosque, yes, and the temple.
What?
Ah, yes, they're very old, yeah.
1367.
Yeah, wow, and the mosque
Yeah.
yes.
This is very beautiful, no?
Beautiful, yes, yeah.
Yeah. Cold drinks are
Cold drinks, yes.
better made cold drinks you want.
Yes, please. Yeah, inside here, yeah? Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Like dal or what is this? Milk?
Milk, no, buttermilk.
Buttermilk. Ah, very nice. Yes. Very nice. Right, so back in the terminal building here at Calibraghi Airport. It's quite a nice
stuff to
building,
make you go.
actually. It's lovely and cool compared to outside, actually. Although I've got a couple of hours before my flight goes, but that's okay. There's not really much here. There's a couple of check-in desks over there, ticket counters and things. And that's pretty much it, really. There's no food or drink anywhere in here, but I've got my water from earlier, which is good. And the staff here are just absolutely amazing. As soon as everybody realises they've got like a British person here in the airport, they're putting out all the stops for me. They went and got me a drink, a nice cold drink, so that it was so I wasn't getting too hot and everything. And they saying if I need anything around the airport, let them know. They're coordinating so I can film around the terminal building and stuff as well, which is really, really nice. Thank you guys, I really appreciate that. Not needed at all, but it's really nice when people are so friendly. And that's the thing I found out here actually in Calibraghi, that the people that are here are absolutely lovely people. Will go miles out of their way to try and help you, and it's just incredible. And even though they are a little bit bemused at the fact that a British guy's come into their little town as a tourist, but never mind. I'm going to sit here and chill for a little bit now, and hopefully be able to go and check in soon and get on my way back to Bangalore. Thank you. If you require something, please let us know. I will do. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's all checked in now here at Calabrani Airport. The crew and the staff here are absolutely amazing. Everyone's been coming up to say hello. I'm guessing they don't get many aviation YouTubers come through Calabrani Airport, but it's been fascinating talking to some of the staff here about their airport and what the plans are that they've got here. I mean, they've got already under this regional connectivity scheme, they've got flights coming in from Star Air and Alliance Air through Air India from Bangalore, but they're also starting flights up to Hyderabad as well with Alliance Air, which is pretty cool. They're making this tiny little airport in the middle of nowhere into something of a regional connection place where people can fly to much easier. It's a 10-hour train ride down to Bangalore from here, for example, and you can fly it in an hour, which is why airports like this love this little regional connectivity scheme thing that they've got. The check-in staff have also very kindly opened up the little lounge area for me, so I can come through and sit in here while I'm waiting for my flight, which is quite nice, and they didn't need to do that. But just to sort of show this area of it, and bless a lady who works for Star Air has taken pity on me because I've been sat in the terminal all afternoon and bought me a pot noodle from the staff canteen, which I'm very happy about. So yes, just give me a pot noodle and I am happy. So thank you everybody here.
Got some homemade chips.
Wonderful little place.
Homemade chips.
I'm looking forward
Homemade chips? Maybe not oven chips?
to head back down to...
No, homemade chips.
Your mum actually cut the potatoes and stuff, really?
Sit here in Calabrani eating my pot noodle. I just want to say a big thank you to Surfshark for sponsoring this week's video.
How do I tell you?
Surfshark is a VPN provider, and what that means is it lets you have a secure internet connection from anywhere you want.
What did you put on it?
In the world. It's really, really cool. For instance, I can sit here.
Only, you don't need a catch-up.
BBC iPlayer, which I've been doing, straight connect and watch from
No,
anywhere.
you're sick.
To add aviation. I feel like we need to add aviation YouTubers, or at least Noel Phillips, onto this list anyway. Shall we write it on the bottom? Hello.
Homemade chips, yeah, from the frozen.
Thank you.
From the frozen section, yeah? Oh man,
the frozen
we cooked at home.
And then through security, it looks like my plane's just arrived as well, so all good. Looking forward to getting back on the plane and heading back down to Bangalore now. It's been quite a long day and I'm quite worn out now, to be honest. A little ride up to Calabrani, but yeah, Star Air just pulled in, so let's see if we can go and get on board. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We're getting close, man. We're getting close.
How are you?
Just under 2 hours, maybe.
Lovely, thank you. Very hot, but nice. Thank you. Alright, so back on board the Star Air Embraer now for the flight back down to Bangalore. Boy, is it hot out there. 40 degrees C at the moment. Feels even hotter out on that ramp, so it's great to be back on board the plane and hopefully down to slightly cooler climes, although it's still pretty hot down in Bangalore. Flight time again around about an hour, I should think. My second flight today took me back to Bangalore with a flight time of 54 minutes, cruising at 27,000 feet. Right then, so airborne again now to Calabrani, heading back down to Bangalore, and I've had an absolutely wonderful day up there at Calabrani. It's been amazing meeting everybody up there and seeing the little town up there, but I'll tell you what, I'm ready to get back to a nice air-conditioned hotel when I get back down to Bangalore. First world problems, eh? I'm just not built for this hot weather, really, but never mind. our view though out the window. Glorious, glorious. It doesn't get old, that never gets old. Looking out the window. We've got the same crew, by the way, on this flight as we had this morning. It's the same aircraft. It continues from Calabragi up to Delhi, I believe, and then there's a turnaround in Delhi and then starts heading back down through Calabragi, back down to Bangalore on this flight. So all good. About an hour's run then and we should be back on the ground in Bangalore. Oh, well, this is nice, isn't it? This is lovely. The cabin crew just brought me around a little bottle of lemonade and a little note. Look at that, look. It was a pleasure to have you on board with us today from Rami and Jacita. The cabin crew. That's very kind of them. I love Star Air. It's so cool, this airline, isn't it? It's just lovely to be flying with them, to be fair. And honestly, compared to a lot of other airlines that I've flown on in India, Star Air's service is just amazing. I know a lot of that is because they sort of know who I am.
Should we do some Star Air
with
flights?
all the passengers, they're so friendly and chatty.
Should we do some Star Air?
If we had an AMD 145, Embraer 145, yeah.
Thank you, Star Air, for giving me a fantastic experience today riding on the Embraer.
Flight plane. You know, I never looked into it. I think I've seen the EMB 140. Google. ERJ, not EMB. Google.
Embraer 145.
ERJ 145. Explain.
Please be careful while opening the weight compartment. For latest information, special offers and future travel reservation, visit our website www.
Oh, there is. Oh yeah, the one by X-Craft.
Look forward to welcome you on board again.
There's a freeway one as well.
Thank you very much. Oh, you're more than welcome. Thank you. Yes, hopefully. Thank you. Thanks very much. See you next time. Bye-bye.
There's a freeway one.
As always, a massive thank you to my patrons for helping to make these videos possible.
$90
You can join them at the link on the screen and have access to my WhatsApp group, live Zoom calls with me, and much, much more.
No, $50.
This is 89.
No?
So then, here we are back at Bangalore International Airport, and isn't it incredible, like 1 hour ago I was in this tiny little town in the middle of nowhere in the north of the state, and after just a 1 hour flight I'm here at one of the busiest international airports in India, where you can literally connect onto the world. It's just pretty cool, isn't it? And that's the thing, you know, because places like Calabragi,
Should we get it?
$49.95? Maybe I do need to.
Until very recently, they've not had any commercial whatsoever.
Let me do some research and see how good it is.
Yeah, do some research.
But we want, there needs to be also a shared cockpit,
places like that were cut off
a shared cockpit, CFG for it. Otherwise, we won't be able to fly shared
using
cockpit.
the regional connectivity scheme to start providing them with air service. And you know, I think sometimes that's the thing that we can sort of take for granted a little bit when we live in Europe or in America, that you've always got pretty much an airport nearby that you can just go and hop on a plane and be anywhere within an hour or two. But here, places like remote rural India, it's a lot more tricky to be able to do that. I really hope you've enjoyed this video with Star Air up to Calabragi and back. I've really enjoyed making this video. It's been a fantastic time flying with Star Air on board the Embraer. But let me know what you thought to it down in the comments below. In the meantime, as always, thanks for watching, take care, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye for now.
Oh, that was
What is this?
Some good replay music, right?
I know, right? 800 miles to top of drop. Exactly 800.
Oh, stop counting them.
It's getting close.
It's getting close though. It's going by quickly.
That is going quickly, hasn't it?
Yeah, what's our estimated fuel on board when we land?
7.7.
Okay, pretty good.
So what's the latest, Richard?
What's the latest? What's
the latest?
Just Goncast. How you doing, man? Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. I think just Goncast is catching us when our circadian rhythm is at its lowest. Thank you for the follow, man. We have about.
We're nearly done on the long haul, but we're sleepy.
Yeah, we're a bit sleepy, man. I'm struggling to stay awake. We need to find something else to watch, right?
Why can't we play an in-flight game? You know, the interactive one, like oh, script. You know, oh yes. Richard.
Go on.
Right, we can play this together. Scribble. You know Scribble?
No.
Okay,
No,
I'll send you the link.
Is it like
then...
Scrabble?
Yeah, no, it's like you have to get it up on your stream as well. So I'll play versus me. I'll create a room.
Okay.
And then how do I invite you to it?
Is it free?
Yeah. Oh wait, no, take this link. The last one I sent you. This one. That link is with the. You got it?
Okay.
Alright, are you in?
Copy along. Okay. Well, let me just put it in here. Okay.
Are you in? No, you're not in.
I'm in. Play. I have to go play. Create private room.
No. I know. I said invite your friends.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, I sent you the last link.
Yeah,
The last link has to. You click that one.
Click on it. But the thing is, for me, it opens it up. Yeah, that's what I get when I open it up. I just have to.
Oh.
Yeah, you see my screen?
Yeah, just wait there. Oh, you're not. Oh, into your name and press play. Did you click on the last link though?
Yeah.
Enter your name and press play.
Send a link to the chat. Can you send a link to the chat?
Yep, hold on. Let's see who else will play. There you are, I see you. You're inside now. I see you. Oh, Charlie, okay. I will start the game if anyone else wants to play.
Okay. There you go. Okay, how do you play this now?
I'll have to start it myself, but I have to wait for people to join.
Oh, really? Oh, you can't play with just...
You can play with two, yeah. You can play with two. But let's see who else is going to join.
Anyone in the chat want to join the game?
put your name and press play. Is everyone awake in the chat?
I don't know. People are probably just watching and.
Okay, let's start with me and you. They can join whilst we're playing anyway.
Okay, fine. Cool. Okay, fine.
Okay, you choose a word. And you basically have to draw it. So basically, it'll say what the word is. You have to draw it, and I have to guess it.
Yeah, but you're not watching my. People
No, I'm not watching your stream. No, I'm not watching.
Well, people can't play if they watch my. Oh, okay. So, okay.
What is this?
What is that? That's the best I can do. What is that? Well, you can see at the top of my screen what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not on your stream though.
Okay, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to do that. Well, you have to see now.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh really?
What happened?
No, I mean like. What's this?
Headbutt?
No, compared to this guy, what is this one?
Short.
Close.
Tall.
Age-wise.
Younger.
Yeah.
Kid.
Yeah. You said it correct first time.
Young.
Yep.
Oh.
Write it.
All right. I have to type it.
You have to type it.
All right. Well, what's our ETA? What's our ETA, Harry? I don't have I can't look down. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna disable truck IR. X camera disable, so I can use my mouse and mouse.
848. We're descending it at 24 to 24. You have to write young. Oh, you missed it. Right, Trapster, play with us. Trapster.
What's trap? Oh. All right.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, what? It's not fish? Yeah, tuna. You see, you have to write it. You have to write it down. You have to write it there.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh.
What?
I know this one.
Performance.
What's this, Richard? Richard.
Cigarette, obviously.
Yeah.
I have to write it?
Yeah, you have to write it. Then you get the points.
Oh, how do I write? It's not letting me write.
You write it there. Just write it and type your guess there.
Yeah, but it's not allowing me to type in it. Oh, I have to type it. Oh, never mind. So.
There you go. Where's Trapster?
Trapster doesn't want to play our lame game. Data progress. Flight plan. So 869 at 2049 Zulu. That's in what time is that? 6:52? Just under 2 hours. 1 hour 58 minutes. Really? What? Oh, that's me. Okay, my turn. Oh shit, I didn't see that. How do I do this? Never mind. How do I erase stuff?
Oh no, press the eraser.
I don't see the eraser.
The bin.
Okay. Never mind. Alright, oh no, for fuck's sake. Did you get it? How'd you get it?
I got it right.
You cheated, that's why. You saw
How do I cheat? How do I cheat?
How'd you know what I was drawing?
Because I'm good at this game.
No, you're not. You just...
I am. I'm good at this
man.
game.
You fucking cheated, man.
I can't see your screen.
You saw my screen.
How do you guys see? Look at I can't see your screen. Right, what's this?
The fuck, I don't know. Cucumber.
You know what this is, man. Oh no.
What? What the fuck?
You know what this is, man. You get them in the desert.
Yes,
There you go.
Aha.
What's this?
How did you draw that thing again?
Huh?
What is that? The proportions are not quite right. What's that?
Let's see. I don't know what the fuck that is. It looks like that guy from I don't know.
Actually, I drew it wrong. Do you have a time limit?
Yeah, there is. 14 seconds top left. You see the timer?
Oh yeah. It's shaped more like this. You get it now. Come on, you can.
No. Oh, Discord?
Discord.
Oh, I don't know.
Come on, get the audience one. Okay, that's it. For us, we play one round because the audience doesn't like it. You. Fucking ginger.
What's that?
Mustache? Oh, come on, is it really?
What else do we play then?
Okay.
He can't spell. Mustache.
Oh, really?
Mustache. What else should we play then if we don't play this?
Watch some television.
Let's watch some television.
Watch some television. It's a fun game though. Fun game though.
Flight Trapster, OTH, yeah.
Tab okay. 100 at 6 knots. It's gonna be 3-4 right. Same, what was it? 3-4 right we landed on yesterday.
Yeah, 3-4 right.
Yeah.
Should I put it in now? Should I?
You probably can actually. It's not gonna change.
Yeah.
It's not gonna change.
What's the star gonna be? It's gonna be Afnan Romeo.
Yeah, same one as yesterday.
3-4, let's 3-4 right. Can you see me doing the right MCDU?
Yeah, I'm seeing it changing. Yeah.
No via insert.
Alright, let's just start. Let me just check it on plan.
The discontinuity is still there. Leave the discontinuity.
Yeah, until we get close.
Check it. It's alright on your side.
Yeah, I'm checking it now. There we go, perfect, yeah.
The access guy's still on the screen anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
Is it getting dark now? It's getting dark now. Here, I need to get the light on.
And
oh, we're getting close. Yeah. We're about 180 miles from Muscat FIR.
Yeah.
Muscat. Cat of the Mus. Watching video?
Oh, hold on, let me see what else. See what we can watch. Hold on just a minute. Let me see if I find something. See what we can watch.
wait, he said checklist.
Already?
No, joke. 5 hours, 30 minutes in the air.
Clear weather. It's clear weather over the water now. Probably going to be clear all the way until we land. We're not even going to be over Dubai.
It'll be over Abu Dhabi.
Over Abu Dhabi then?
Yeah, over Abu Dhabi, yeah. Our flight plan just takes us just south of the airport.
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
Very close to it, yeah.
It's cloudy over Dubai, apparently.
Chose the wrong airport again, haven't we?
Well, not really. I mean, there's nobody there. Just the same.
Knowing our luck when we land, it'll be like... That's what they come on.
Yeah, well, after we taxi to the gate, right?
Yeah, when it's engine shutdown, the whole center's online. We got about... An hour and 50 minutes until we land. 1 hour 50.
You seen this about a drunk pilot? Crashes a corporate jet in Nevada?
The drunk pilot?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Dead?
Unfortunately, no.
He's in jail?
At the very least, yeah.
Call ambulance. Call now. Call. All right, man.
You know what I like to play? I mean, it's not trending as it used to be before. Something called GeoGuessr. Have you ever played that?
Yeah. Get your uniform on. That'll protect you a little bit. Get your boots on. Safety first, guys. Yes, we do. You're a worker in the crash plan. There is a fire. Well, thank you.
Fuck that music, man. Fuck that music, I'm listening to my...
Me?
Yeah.
Jazz?
3525 you as well, Southwest 57, right? Back to like 7798, contact Las Vegas approach 125.6, so go. Thanks, 256, back to Valley 7798.
Unfortunately, sometimes, you know, like on these flights, I want to play stuff that's not copyright, so...
On 125 point, correction, contact Las Vegas approach 125.9. 25.9, 370, okay. 73469, contact Las Vegas approach 125.6, 7 going. 25.6, south 840, Hi, Jackie. Nothing's happening.
What?
Nothing's happening. There's nobody's complaining about the rides or anything, and you're only talking to him.
Okay, no questions.
Okay.
Delta 2101, Vegas approach 125.6 today.
125.6, Delta 2101.
What's this?
Hello, Los Angeles, Aviation 492, 13,300 for flight level 190 up to stab 8.
United 492, LA Center, climb maintain flight level 230.
Climb maintain flight level 230, United 492.
United 492, contact LA Center 135.25 today.
3525, today. United 492.
United sounds kind of good.
243 Bravo Alpha 27.3 descending 240.
November 2.3 Bravo Alpha, Los Angeles Center, cross Zig at 12050 knots, Las Vegas altimeter 2981.
Zig at 12000 and 250 on the speed, you're Bravo.
November 3 Bravo Alpha, contact Las Vegas approach on 125.6 today.
25.6, you're Bravo Alpha, good day.
LA 54, Salt Lake 44.
LA Center, citation 970 Mike 300, mighty location 24.
November 970 Mike, LA Center, cross Zig at 12000 knots, Las Vegas altimeter 2980.
970 Mike, cross Zig 12000 250
How are you doing? Fairway 720, 10.8, climbing to level 190, Stabby.
Spirit 720 LA Center, climbing team level 230.
Maintain level 230, Fairway 720.
Oh, by the way, Richard, I'm going to switch to AP2, yeah, because my side.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'll switch to
AP2.
AP2.
Good day, Fairway 720.
AP2 flight director to auto throttle.
Checked.
4, say 12.
Roger.
56, there, departure line.
7.
54 jet test 410, he can't input Chevy in his GPS, but he's on a heading at 195.
Roger, Joe.
LA Center, good afternoon. Speedbird 2276 Heavy 12300 for flight level 190.
Speedbird
2276 Heavy LA Center, climbing team level 230.
Flight level 230, Speedbird 2276 Heavy.
Straps there.
Jet test 410, level now 240.
What's your call sign?
Jet test 410, 240. Citation.
Jet test 410 Los Angeles Center, descend to maintain level 220.
220, roger.
And you guys just can't navigate the RNAV arrival, is that correct?
Pardon?
Jet test 410, you guys can't navigate the RNAV arrival, is that correct?
The airport is in sight, ma'am. Whenever, I'll take the visual.
Jet test 410.
Jet test 410, airport in sight. Whenever it works out, I'll take the visual.
Jet test 410, roger, I'll pass it on the Vegas approach. You'll be talking to them in about 10 minutes.
Roger that. Out of 240, descend 220, jet test 410.
LA 54, Salt Lake.
That's 410, flight heading is 220.
Okay, return 220, jet test 410.
And jet test 410, if you're able, you're clear direct Henderson Airport.
Well, at this point, absolutely. Direct Henderson, jet test 410, thank you. LA, good afternoon. Allegiant 95, 300, descending 240.
Allegiant 95, LA Center, crossing Zig at 12000 knots, Las Vegas altimeter 2980.
Speedbird, how's the aircraft? Really well. The flight's going really well. The aircraft is treating us really nicely. No bugs, nothing, not a single peep out of the aircraft. Everything is going
Las
swimmingly.
Vegas altimeter 2980.
12,000, 410.
Seabird 2276, contact LA Center on 135.25 today.
13525, Seabird 2276, heavy, good day.
November 970, Mike, contact Las Vegas approach on 125.6 today.
Mike, 256.
And jet test 410, the heading is 220. If you can navigate the direct Henderson, you can show us this time.
Traps is back.
Absolutely, I'll make a return now. Jet test 420.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, here's the deal. Like, until I get to 18, I feel like I'm still IFR, and I want to get down there, you know, so.
Jet test 410, yes, sir. Just instead of maintain 12000, and once you guys get to 12000, you'll still be IFR with me.
Hi.
That's fine. Airport's in sight. I just didn't want to go over there and bug your business out of LA. Or not Los Angeles, but the deal, and so I cancel at this point.
Jet test 410, roger, and I'm going to want you guys to remain in your present code for VFR flight advisories.
Absolutely, airport's in sight, no problem.
And jet test 410, are you guys doing okay up there? Is there any oxygen issues or anything like that?
Say again?
Are you guys doing okay up there? You're not having any issues like oxygen issues or anything?
Captain said you're good.
Okay. And jet test 410, I just wanted to verify that you guys are landing Henderson Airport, is that correct?
Yes, I'm just making the descent now.
Roger. Allegiant 95, contact Las Vegas approach on 125.6 today.
75.6, have a good day, Mal. Allegiant 95.
You too. Altimeter 2987.
Hey, firm. Lovely. 1 to 12,000 at this point.
Negative, Swoop 752, descending through 292 for 240. Swoop 752, Los Angeles Center, descendant piles press maintain 14,000, the Las Vegas altimeter 2980. That's discussion 14,000, Swoop 752.
Jet test 410.
Jet test 410, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Airport's in sight, requesting lower, cancel IFR.
Jet test 410, roger, stand by. Jet test 410, maintain, descend and maintain 11,000, maintain, I'm sorry, descend and maintain 11,500, 11,500.
11,500, jet test 410, descend 11,500.
LA sector 16, no control operator.
Yeah, and you know what? The new SCID is 276.
Jet test 410.
Yeah.
Jet test 410.
I'm sorry.
Airport's in sight.
Jet test 410, roger.
11,500, requesting visual.
Jet test 410, roger. And you can expect that shortly.
Say again?
Sounds like you have music.
You can expect that shortly.
Sounds like you have music.
Cancel IFR.
Jet test 410, roger. Just descend and maintain 11,000, maintain 11,000.
Descend to 11,000, 410. Las Vegas Center, citation.
Jet test 410, go ahead.
Yeah, cancel IFR. Cancel center flight Boeing. Squawk 1200 now.
Jet test 410, just stay with me for a few more minutes, okay? And you guys are VFR
God.
right now. You're no longer IFR, but stay
He's
with
like
me for
giving
just a few
himself
more
up.
minutes, okay? Jet test 410, did you hear me?
Go ahead.
And Jet test 410, just stay with me on this frequency. You guys are VFR, but I want you to remain on this frequency on your code, okay?
Yeah, I'm under the radar. It's fine, 1200, and have a great day.
No, Jet test 410, you stay on this frequency, you stay with me, and you keep your transponder on.
Oh my
Please
God.
stay with me and keep your transponder on. Jet test 410 center.
Go ahead.
Test 410, just stay on this frequency. I want to keep talking to you. Is that okay? Swoop 752, cross big at 12,000, 250 knots.
Big 12,000, 250 knots, Swoop 752.
Swoop 752, contact Las Vegas approach on 125.6 today.
25.6, Swoop 752 today.
And Jet test 410, we're just concerned about your flight right now. You have another person with you in the cockpit?
You able to...
Not answering. Not gonna answer. You know that.
Jet test 410 center. Jet test 410 Los Angeles Center. Jet test 410 Los Angeles Center.
Ignoring you.
Jet test 410 Los Angeles Center.
He's no longer with ATC now.
Citation Jet test 410 Los Angeles Center. Jet test 410 Los Angeles Center. Los Angeles Center.
Yeah, Steve.
LA Center, Westjet 1400.
We don't have long to go.
Level 240.
Westjet 1400 Los Angeles Center, cross Zig at 12,000, 250 knots, Las Vegas altimeter 2980.
We got trapsters on us, trapsters on us.
Again? Really? Where?
Yep.
There's Jet Tech 410 on this frequency. LA Center is looking for
Oh, yeah,
4.85.
He's lying.
Look on West Point.
Oh, yeah?
Jet 410, this is Maverick 90.
I'm gonna change it today quickly.
Whoa.
Jet test 410 LA
Oh, that scared me.
Whoa.
Let's see where he is.
There he is.
Oh shit, he's there?
So I wanna get him.
Where is he?
There he is.
Where?
He's coming in formation. He's coming in formation.
I can't see him.
You can't. Oh, you can't see him on my. He's at 7 o'clock. Hold on.
I don't see him. Oh. I don't see him at all.
Are you looking outside the plane?
Oh, I'm not connected.
Are you really not? Oh, for fuck's sake.
There he is. Oh my god, he's a 747 for me.
Really?
Yeah, looks pretty good actually. Oh wow.
Hold on, X camera. Enable.
Descent.
Oh, he's gonna pass in the cockpit.
Oh, hold on. Oh, for fuck's sake.
He's passing you in the cockpit, left hand side.
Really? Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to get him on the wing view. Hold on. Come on, wing view. Aw. What? There he is. Wow, look at that. Screenshot. That's a screenshot right there.
Look at the cockpit. Go in the cockpit. He's on the left side. Go in the cockpit.
Hold on, yeah, sir. Uh-huh.
He's passing left side cockpit.
Afterburners.
Trap.
What does it say? Is it Trapster? Is that what they're playing today?
The trap, what?
The plane said trap. Yeah, I forgot to. Oh no, he's blocking the view. Oh my god, oh my god. You know that's pretty high.
It's slow, that's why.
I know, it's slow. Let's see if we can speed up a bit.
Is he gonna follow us down to Doha?
I doubt it. I doubt he can.
He's right in front of us now. If he slows down, we're fucked. Wow. Oh, we're turning left.
Turning left as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's turning left. That looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I know, right? Is that 747 for you?
Yeah, 747.
We're right at the barber pole at 8.5. We're right at the barber pole.
Oh, did you increase the speed?
Yeah. Really? Do you have active sky on? Instrument reading. I don't know. We're doing it. Yeah, that's Trapster, Ibn. Oh, he's turning into us. Oh, look at that. Afterburner? Afterburner. Come on, after.
Full throttle.
Full throttle, come on.
Let's see him get to... Boop, he's there.
He's getting slower,
Oh, he's banking. Give us a nice wing rock. Wing rocking. Left, right.
Traffic.
Oh, traffic. TCAS, TARA.
Sit on your lap for a second, Harry.
No.
Descend.
Getting descent as well?
Descend.
Yeah, we're getting descent.
Yeah, it's on.
Traffic.
You gone?
Huh?
It's gone. It's coming back.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, sending off the traffic. Yeah, descend now, descend.
What?
No, I mean the plane was saying it before.
Oh, I'm going back. I'm putting it back on manage, right?
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
There you go.
Real time as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
The ETAs. Oh, I can see Muscat. Did you see the land of Muscat there in the daytime?
No.
I saw it in the day. You can see Muscat.
Oh, did you have ortho? You've got all the ortho, haven't you?
Yeah.
Because we fly there before.
Yeah. Descending very shortly.
We still have traps here, though.
We're descending in less than an hour. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In less than an hour, really?
Yeah, just at 55 minutes.
Can we see the top of the descent? Did you put in this? We put in the star already, right?
Yeah, it's just on the. If you click on perf, it's there.
Yeah. We did. We checked.
20:25, so just under an hour.
Okay.
Top of descent.
I got a couple of screenshots. Oh yeah, we did. Put them in this.
You know, just from increasing that speed, we lost a ton of fuel on the EFOB.
Really?
Yeah, certainly. Because it was at 7.7, now it's 6.2.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's why you have to be careful with the speed, you know?
With the MD-11, you could be generous because the MD-11 overquotes the speed and it zips, but this one you have to be careful. This one has fuel calculations got it correct, so. What's our landing fuel now?
6.2.
6.2, and we're due to have on landing. We should have. I'll tell you how much we have. It says 11.9 at Hamad. I don't know. Did we take extra fuel? No, we didn't take extra fuel. Okay. Did you have the reheat? Did you have that? You didn't have to have the reheats on to keep up with us, right? You had to turn them off to slow down to get us. You actually see us to the 346?
Oh, nice.
Okay.
What Qatar Airways?
Let's
So Afnan Romeo.
Yeah.
Start the brief if you want.
If you want. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, it's your brief, so I'll pull out the charts.
Yep.
Yeah. I put the screenshots. I put the screenshots in Discord. Okay, so Qatar, Doha is conditions at Doha. I have to fill. I have to fill in the arrival, right? The perf.
Yeah, if you want to.
I'll fill in the perf. Let's fill in the perf. Yeah, then we do the brief before I fill in the perf. I'll check for updates as we get closer as well. So Doha is so clear weather in Doha, cargo okay, no visibility issues, 350 at 5, 28 degrees Celsius, 1008. So it's 1008. 350 at 5 knots. Temperature 28 degrees Celsius. Minimums would be, I'm just gonna get the charts from yesterday.
Minimums are 137.
137?
Yeah.
Radio?
Yeah.
Or MDA? What's MDA though?
DA, minimum descent altitude.
What? So,
Minimum descent altitude, sorry.
so low?
Yeah, it's Doha, isn't it?
I'm sure it was a bit higher yesterday, the chart that I saw yesterday. Hold on.
Oh, look, you did Cat 1.
Oh, we did not do it. Well, we're doing
This is altitude Cat 2.
Okay, right.
Or Cat 3 Alpha is 50 feet decision height.
Yeah, but we're not doing a Cat 3, right?
Cat 3 Bravo on the land.
You're doing Cat 1?
Cat 2.
Cat 2, okay. Traps is still around? He's right above us, we're below us.
Really? He's right behind us. Yeah, you can see him, man. If you go outside, all the lights are on.
Yeah. Zoom past us, zoom past us. Oh, here he comes, here he comes.
He's coming. Is that ice on the wings?
Huh?
Why is there ice on the wings?
Ice?
Yeah, ice.
There won't be ice on our wings. They picked ice on the wings.
I've got ice.
How could you see ice on the wings?
Well, I'm looking for the window. If you look, if you zoom in and when it flashes the strobes, you can see like white on it.
It's not ice.
It's not ice? It looks like ice.
Fucking Toliss, man. Full of ice textures.
I know, right?
What do you think? What do you think this is, Phoenix? Fucking Toliss. Oh, there's one plane that does have ice on the wings.
Oh, this one doesn't have ice textures?
No. The 737 MAX does. Or at least it used to.
I see ice, man. Ah.
He's not a Concorde anymore.
Look, I just send you. Let me look at the screenshot I'm sending you now.
So what is it? Oh, he's still a Concorde. He's still a Concorde, huh?
See the look at the screenshot on Discord. You see?
Oh!
Descent.
Huh? I don't notice that. Are you
That's
joking?
ice.
Jesus, ages, it is ice.
It's ice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to check to see if it's there when we land, though.
Nothing's come up on the.
Oh no, we're not iced up. It's probably just a silly effect that they put in.
What's the outside temperature?
Minus
36.
Yeah. folks, we're not far from landing. We'll be down very soon.
I still love the wings as well.
Yeah. So just over an hour.
There he is. He's outside to the right hand side. Can you see him?
Yeah, I see him. Yeah.
All right, I'll brief the star. It's not.
Okay, let me just pull it up.
It's 20-2 Charlie. That one.
All right. All right. Afternoon, 1 Romeo, right?
Yep.
Okay. 20-2 Charlie.
Confirmed. So we've got to reach Afnan 12,000 or below.
Yeah.
We're not going to enter the hub, so we just go to Afnan, then right turn to MoveX.
Yeah.
Right turn to 327. That's the 9.7 mile leg, and then left turn to Longhaul. Longhaul is 5,000 or above, max 220 knots.
Decent. Screenshots, but okay.
What'd you say?
He posted some screenshots, let's see. Alright, this music is making me sleep.
So yeah, we've got Afnan, MoveX,
Wow, look at that.
and then left turn to Lagma.
Descend.
Let's see the screenshots. Is it in your Discord?
Yeah, it's in the Discord. I don't wanna open up because I'm getting some memory issues, so I don't wanna open up any more screens. So I want you to, but guys, check out the screenshots in the screenshots Discord.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, you happy with the briefing?
Yeah.
It's fairly simple. We get to.
We're most likely not gonna go all the way to Muxed, right? We're just gonna go straight across to the.
Yeah, we can just
Just reflect yourself onto.
Straight affected anyway, isn't it?
What's ILS 34, right? Up to Lagma, right?
Yeah.
Lagma at Lagma, it's at 3,000 feet minimum at Lagma, but it's really about 4,000 feet, 4,500 feet at Lagma, 3,000 feet at the 9.4. Okay.
Right. I'll just vector myself on. Well, we can just go from Lagma directly in anyway.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
So where it says if you see an empty, I can delete manual and then delete the discontinuity, then it'll take me nicely onto the runway.
Yeah, but do it a little bit closer though.
Alright.
Once we've started descending. Over Muscat already. Over.
Yeah,
over
we're in
Oman.
Muscat now, aren't we?
Over Oman.
Yeah. All the way from Singapore.
Who else is landing at the same time as us? Anyone else landing? Nobody.
Nobody. Cool.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Raptor. Thanks for the screenshots. My goodness. I'll be surely getting my beauty sleep once we land.
It's not that late for you though.
No, it's not. It's only like it's only 4 p.m.
And he's talking about beauty sleep?
Beauty sleep, it's not like night sleep. It's like beauty sleep. It's like my daytime sleep.
Little baby nap.
A baby nap.
So we fully switched roles now, yeah?
Yeah.
Your PM.
Yeah. Go Unicom. So how is it that you do it so that I don't hear the ATC on my side when I transmit?
Yeah. So you see underneath on the radios you see VHF1, VHF2, VHF3, in the HF1. Not the square ones. The round. The
round ones. Yeah. That's a mic. Right, yeah.
Yeah. So I pushed on your side. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you have that open, you can hear both.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If you take it off, then you just hear one. It cancels VHF2. So you just have VHF1.
Okay, so VHF2 is your mic basically.
Yeah. But it's exactly. VHF2 is my side.
Okay.
But so you just leave it like that, then it's fine. You will talk, you won't hear yourself. So but when you come in the aircraft, both of them will be on like that.
Yeah. Okay.
So just take one out. Let's free for right, 110.10.
1101, 335. 336, 335 is.
336.
If you let the plane do it itself. Well, it's usually 1 degree off the plane. Why does the database is always offset by 1 degree based on the charts? And every single plane, I see that.
I guess Chaps is joining us, and he is flying with us.
Mm-hmm.
Want to break low for landing?
I'll do that.
Oh, you do that?
So those are my things. Who sets the auto brake? Was it the captain that sets the auto brake?
Pilot flying.
Pilot flying, okay.
Pilot flying, yeah. Because it's technically like if you're flying, it's your plane, isn't it? You decide what you're gonna do with it.
Yeah. It's stuff to do with driving, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anything to do with driving. Yeah. Do you want to do it? You can do it if you want.
If it's brakes and stuff like that, okay. Compared.
Do you want to do it?
AFB is always 1 degree off. Yeah, man. Yeah. You want to start setting it up already? It's still a good way out. Okay, it's on low anyway.
300 miles to descent.
So arrival briefing. So what gate are we gonna go? We're gonna go Alpha 5 or one of those gates, I think, right? More than likely. Same gate as yesterday, right?
Charlie. No, Charlie's yesterday.
Charlie's. What gate does this aircraft go to? Does this flight go to?
Let's see. Let's take the last. Let's take yesterday's one, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be one's flying right now, actually.
Oh, really? Oh yes.
Taking off.
It leaves at around 2 a.m. or something like 3 a.m. Singapore time. Yeah.
2:40 departure.
Yeah. Arriving. It's a proper red eye.
And look, we took the realistic route where it flies up Abu Dhabi.
Oh really?
Yeah. So it's yeah.
QR 945.
They parked at Charlie 10.
Charlie 10. Okay.
That's on the other side. That's on the other side for 3-4 left.
3-4
left. The other side.
Just taxi there then. You wanna land on 3-4? Do they land on 3-4 left?
They land on both. It depends on which side you're like. If you're taking off and you're parked at the east side.
Do you wanna land? You wanna land on 3-4 left?
Do you want to do 3-4 left then? Let's change it.
Because it's a little bit closer to. It might be a little bit better for you for for the visual pictures. It's gonna be dark over the water, so might be a little bit.
Afnan 1 Lima 3-4 left.
Afnan 1 Lima 3-4 left. Fine. Let me.
I'll change that in FMS. Hold on.
So direct, let me see. You got clearance to go direct. Well, Tropster, if we are gonna arrive at the same time, which I doubt anyway. Tropster can say 3-4. Okay, Afnan 1 Lima.
There you go, it's done.
Okay, fine. Let me just get the chart.
Let's check the charts again now. For Afnan 1 Lima. So we'll park at Charlie 10 then.
Yeah, okay, fine, Charlie 10. Afnan 1 Lima. Can I...
You ready for the brief?
Hold on, stand by. Jefferson, let me just get my download the chart. Afnan 1 Lima.
You got it?
Hold on. Afnan 1 Lima and approach last runway 34 left. Oh, OTHH ILS 34 left. Okay, there we go.
You ready?
Yeah, just about. Hold on, let me just update my Okay, so OTHH ILS 34 left, it's Afnan 1 Lima. Okay, Afnan 1 Lima? Yeah.
So Afnan 12,000 below, inbound MoveX, left turn low van.
Low van, and it's gonna be vectored. It's gonna be vectored onto
Yeah, then Hoopsel and then a left turn to Danik, yeah, 4,000 or above.
The left turn to Danik, and then we make another left turn?
And then have another left turn, yeah.
Oh, so you're gonna make a loop then?
A loop, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Oh, hold on, let me just so ILS 34 left. Oh, I see. Okay, fine.
I update the.
You've up. So it's gonna be Cat 2 ILS. It's gonna be radio altitude RA. What's RA?
Radio altitude. Radio altimeter.
Radio altimeter 120 or 132. Let's just use 132. It's the higher one of the two, right?
Okay.
Okay. 132.
Oh no, use a C. Use 113 for category C, Charlie.
Well, we're category Delta. We're the biggest category, man.
The category Delta?
Yeah.
What's category then?
Huh? Maybe like an A320 or something.
Ah, okay. I thought we Cat C.
Yeah, but we definitely we're up there with a 777, 747. Yeah, I'm sure.
Cat C.
Oh, sorry, it will be Cat D 225 then. 225, right?
What? Sorry?
225 Cat D, yeah. Yeah, we definitely be Cat D.
Yeah.
We are happy.
Yeah, Cat D, yeah.
Okay, so that's it now. Have you also updated
yeah.
Okay. See what that looks like. Oh yeah, so you're gonna fly the full procedure, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No shortcuts.
Well, from.
Well, I mean,
from Danik. Yeah, so from Danik to Imcat and then left turn. That's it. Yeah.
Oh. What do you mean?
So.
Okay, so you're gonna go straight to MCAT at some point? So you can
Yeah,
go
from Danik it's direct to Imcat.
You can go from Afnan to MCAT. From where? Afnan?
I could go from Afnan. Yeah.
You could go from Afnan. Yeah, or Curacao or Afnan.
Can you do that?
Yeah, more than likely. But when you get there, because you have to check you have to check the track miles and see how. You don't want to be scrambling to get down, and then you're behind the plane and too fast and stuff like that.
No, but from Afnan to Imcat then, and then just manage descent.
Yeah. Well, you can do a level change, open descent. Are you doing it now?
I'll put Afnan direct to Imcat.
Do it when we're on track to it. That's what I mean.
Why?
Do it when we're on. What's this?
It's the same thing really. So let it calculate it.
Just in case ATC comes on. That's why I always do that. When we're closer, just do it when we're closer. As long as it's we're not. The ATC comes on and tells us.
Hopefully they come on.
Fly the Afnan 1 Romeo Star, and it's like, oh fuck, we butchered it already. It's like, yeah. I mean, they won't come, but I mean, I just use it. I do that as a precaution, as a standard procedure, not to modify it until I'm within range.
Why is it not put the ILS frequencies in the red nav? It should do it automatically, right?
But it probably would. It may update it when you close it because bear in mind, I think the rad nav Yeah, I'll monitor it though.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it auto-tunes and it's not close enough to the ILS to tune it, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's an auto-tune thing. It's picking up India Zulu Kilo, I don't know where that is.
That's where we are. That's where we're going to now. That's where we just passed.
Okay.
We just passed that. Somewhere in. It's probably. Izki Airport in Oman.
Yeah.
Izki. It's called Izki.
Oh, really?
Izki, Oman, yeah.
Okay. Snipes, how you doing, man? So far it's been a flawless flight, right?
Yeah, very good. Yeah. Flawless. 29 minutes to top a drop. 29.
Oh, like to be chatting with you is just kind of surreal.
No way, you're the guy. You're the man of the hour here. You made all the rounds here on the networks lately. You probably have been through this enough now. Say hi, Pete. There's Pete.
Hello.
That you've probably got your story down pretty good by now, I bet, huh?
Who's this?
Yeah, I just sent you a text. So Darren, I guess, had decided to talk finally.
Yeah, I just saw that. Looks like Savannah Guthrie got the scoop. It looks like.
Yeah, so that'll be great to hear his side.
Yeah, but we'll get the better side from you, the real technical stuff. What happened? So here he is, the man of the hour, Robert Morgan, Captain Morgan himself, the guy who helped talk the pilot of the airplane, the passenger of the airplane that had to fly the Cessna 206 solo for the first time in Florida to a successful landing. And it was Robert that did the actual instruction via a radio to talk him down. So glad to see you. Thanks for reaching out. You've been watching the channel in the past?
Oh yeah,
good,
you did a really good job with all the accident stuff.
Just taking it as it comes, just like you.
I started finding myself watching
a lot of sleeping as well.
Aviation, like
I hope you're recovering well.
It's just very detailed, and you know, you start to learn even more, and you're like, hey, that could happen to me.
That's right. Yeah, could happen to any of us. So, tons of questions on all of this, because you're going to be able to backfill the whole side of the story. We couldn't tell because of the lack of ATC audio tape, among other things. First off, what happened to the original pilot that was flying the airplane?
So all I really know is that he told one of the passengers, or maybe both, that he had a headache, and shortly after that, I don't know how much longer after that, he just basically went unconscious or passed out. And I'm not sure if he fell forward into controls, but obviously something pretty bad happened, judging the ADS-B data, to lose so much altitude so quick.
But how was he after the aircraft landed?
Oh, so when
he recovered.
The aircraft landed, I wasn't there once again, but I was told he was unconscious still. He was brought to the hospital and basically had a heart issue.
Okay.
So they did some kind of surgery. And
Walter, how you doing, man?
Basically wake him up after the surgery.
Walter PPK.
Probably about, I think they tried several hours after to get him up, and he didn't get up right away. And then they waited 6 more hours and were able to actually get him up. And from the stories that I heard, he was actually said he remembered some of the stuff that was
just about an hour ago. Just under an hour.
I guess either right before it happened, or maybe kind of as he was kind of in and out of consciousness. But long story short, I believe he's still in the hospital, but they're expecting him to recover. Long road
90 miles from UAE airspace.
It's looking good, where normally it doesn't look so good for what condition he had, but it was definitely heart related.
What do you know about the other passengers on the airplane?
So there's 2 passengers and the pilot. From what I understand, the other passenger is doing okay. I know he was friends with the pilot. And then Darren, the other passenger who landed the plane, is friends with the owner of the plane. And that's pretty much to my extent all I know. I kind of wanted to get more to the story from Darren who landed it, because he came over to our air traffic control facility about an hour and a half later or so and met us. And that's how I got the pictures and stuff. But, I felt like somebody going through that, you just survived that ordeal, didn't want to be bothered with a bunch of questions. I just asked a couple, like, hey, like how what happened to the pilot? Like, how did he, like, just pass out and into the controls? You guys had to rush up. Just really short questions, and I just asked him, did he want to get his pilot license now? And he said, hell no. So, the whole time I was thinking that maybe when that happened, they regained control of the plane and they pulled the pilot back. And Darren was flying from the left, but now the more I think about it, Darren might have been sitting in the co-pilot seat the whole time, or the friend was. One way or the other. I feel like if something like that happened, that bad, I don't know if they would have been able to run up to the front with it if they were both sitting in the back.
Yeah,
So-
it would seem to me if it's just the two of them and a pilot, that one of them would already be sitting in that right front seat.
Yeah, and then since the
landing
other
soon, though.
passenger was a friend of the pilot, I would think maybe he would have wanted to sit co-pilot, but I'm not sure, and I have a feeling that Darren might have landed the plane from the right side, and the pilot was maybe just kind of like strapped down so he didn't fall into the controls again. But that's all speculation. I don't
We
have
don't know
any-
yet. We don't
Yeah.
yet. But Darren will be telling his story soon. And
Yeah, I really
those
hope.
of you that are unfamiliar, the Cessna Caravan, of course, has a dual set of controls on both sides.
Did
so
that
you can
pilot
fly
die or
and land
something?
the aircraft and even apply the
went
brakes
unconscious. No, I don't think he died,
either
though.
the left or the right seat.
They would have said.
So,
Lost conscience.
based on all this, his landing was so good, a lot of people are questioning, are you sure this guy hasn't flown before? After having met him and he's saying, I don't want to be a pilot, are you pretty well convinced he really, truly never has flown before?
So I did ask him.
That means
I asked him,
flying is
"Hey,
easy,
you have a
man."
ride home?" And he said, "Well,
Right?
I rented a car and
Yeah.
I brought back to
That
Lakeland."
means
I said,
flying is
"Oh,
fucking
wow." I
easy,
said,
right?
I have some family in Lakeland. I said,
Yeah.
"Do you ever go to Sun and Fun?"
It's not
And
that
he
hard, man.
said, I've
like
set up
driving a
stuff
car,
there
isn't it?
before
It's not
because
hard.
I have a commercial flooring type of company or something, and just left it at that. But he said, I've been around aviation, I've been in the cockpit a lot, and his friend, from what he told me, his friend owns that caravan. So I just assumed maybe he's just in small planes a lot, and he had made a comment to I've seen them watch them a lot, but I'm not a pilot.
Okay.
So I don't know how many times he's actually been hands on the controls or not, maybe just for fun or something, but
And the pilot, of course, is now known. He's Darren Harrison.
yes, correct.
Darren Harrison, age 39, and he's the vice president of that flooring and window blind company.
Yeah, somebody called it interior design, but I don't know what the official. He seemed to be pretty private. I had texted him the next day just after this happened, just to make sure he got home okay. And I said, man, I'm so glad. I mean, I was ecstatic that they were okay. And I just said, I owe you a cold beer if I'm ever passing through.
Okay, so there you were, sitting, enjoying lunch and reading a book, and you are the air traffic controller at the Fort Pierce Control Tower. Is that correct?
No, so I work at Palm Beach Air Traffic Control Facility. So I am a tower and TRACON level 9. The guy that the news is playing a lot, that audio, that is another guy that works at the Fort Pierce Tower, and he's been in some interviews too. If you see him, he's kind of got a darker beard, a little bit younger than me, more hair. But anyways, he's the voice. So I don't know where you want me to start on the story.
Just to pick it up from the beginning there. So the pilot slumps over the controls. They get, as we talked about in the first video on the series, he ended up on a 270-degree turn, diving turn, and then recovered the aircraft, kind of heading southbound. and then pick it up from there. Do you know? Is there anything?
So I'm kind of like you guys. I'm still trying to put all the pieces together. So I reached out to the other controller involved, and I just out of like respect, I said, hey man, I'm getting a lot of your audio, but my face, so I don't want to steal your spotlight. Yeah, and he just said, don't worry about it. I'm not a very public guy, but here's what happened from his side. Basically, shortly after they had lost control, there was a Miami Center had showed that aircraft to my facility, because my facility, air traffic control, we work a pretty big airspace, and they were basically just saying, hey, this plane is going to get close to your airspace, just keep an eye on it. And somewhere in that line, the plane kind of went nordo, and that 270 thing happened. And from what Darren had said, when the pilot passed out, they tried to pull him away from the controls, and it ripped the headset out of the jack.
Oh, okay.
So I think it was, I assume a Caravan probably has that fancier plug-in, like the Limo plug. I would think. I don't know for sure. I don't know what year the plane is, but that's kind of what I pictured in my head. But he said when that happened, they basically weren't talking to anybody, so they had to use the co-pilot headset to talk.
To the right of
and
us.
it was a G1000 aircraft.
I think that's LA.
So what everybody seemed to think is that when they departed Marsh Harbor, they were going to clear customs at Fort Pierce.
Right.
They had the frequency preloaded, 128.2, which is Fort Pierce
as well over our lane.
So they probably figured out, oh, let's push the button to try to call somebody. That's the only thing we could figure, because they would have been on Miami Center frequency still.
So when the audio that we're hearing is Fort Pierce Tower, correct?
Yeah, so it's a controller. His name is Chip Flores.
Yeah, that's
it's
Chip
already been released, so I can tell you his name. So he's a really cool guy. He'd probably even talk to you guys. But so he picks up at, I don't know how much Nordo there was, but when Darren finally gets in contact with somebody, he calls Fort Pierce Tower, and that's all the audio you're hearing, like, hey, we don't know where we are, all that stuff. So that's when they start giving them instructions, because Darren says, hey, our pilot, we're in a serious situation, our pilot is incoherent, and he's like, what's wrong? And they started thinking, oh, hypoxia. So that's why they gave him a descent instruction, even though their radar.
Oh, good point.
Yeah, so Fort Pierce Tower normally just looks, plus Delta Towers normally just focus on a really zoomed in area. They don't look way out, even though they might have the capability of kind of scoping out and looking. But this plane was probably at least 100 miles away still, but they were at a higher altitude, so they could still reach Fort Pierce Tower. They were somewhere near like Freeport at the time. I think it kind of maybe
over the water, over the Bahamas.
Yeah. So they try to give them the instructions. Hey, fly north or south, parallel the coast, and we'll try to see if Palm Beach Approach Control can get a hold of you or look for you on radar. So at some point, the radios were breaking up, and Darren had tried to give him several instructions on using the transponder and all that. And you know that side of the story. I don't know if you want me to explain or not.
Yeah, go ahead in your words, yeah.
Okay, so Darren basically tried to get him to do the ident on the G1000, right. He did the Squawk 7700. So Darren basically had told me, and he told the Fort Pierce Tower controller that whatever reason, if it was the pilot side or co-pilot side, that the G1000 was blacked out on that side, and I don't know how that would happen, but so, and then you had heard his response when he asked him, do you see the ident button? And he's like, no. So that was good on Darren's part to kind of communicate. So now they're starting to brainstorm in the tower, and there's another guy called, I think his name is Justin Boyle. He's a supervisor there at Fort Pierce Tower. So he's trying to help brainstorm with Josh to try to figure out what we could do. So they suggested contacting Palm Beach Approach on that frequency you heard, Well, they kind of messed up because that's a Miami Center frequency. But regardless, the pilot couldn't change radios anyways. He couldn't change frequencies because he didn't really know how to use the equipment. So then they suggested the phone number, and that's when I was watching your report the other day. I was like, and then you guys thought, well, the story kind of takes off from there because it was all done on phone, and that's why you didn't have it. Well, I talked to Josh because I wanted to know his side of the story, and I'll tell you what he said. I got it here from a message. He says, I said, I guess you guys couldn't hear the pilot side of the conversation when he was inbound to Palm Beach. And he said, no, around the time I was trying to give him your guys' frequency, and his responses were getting harder and harder to hear. Then I tried giving him a phone number, and right after that, telling him you guys are going to talk to him on a frequency. He never heard me say either one. So the reason why was because of the range. He was getting too far away. So now instead of like heading north on the shoreline or kind of parallel to the shoreline, he was kind of heading south. And if you look at the track on FlightAware and just kind of reference it to where Palm Beach Airport is, he ended up kind of entering our airspace where our airspace comes in. He kind of like 30 miles east or so of Palm Beach approach, Palm Beach International.
Okay.
And at some point, I was on break when this was all. Well, I was probably working at one point, but then I was on break. But when I'll explain in a second. But by the time we got in radio communications, we had found him on radar, but he was closer down towards the Boca Raton Airport, Bravo Charlie Tango. And my operations supervisor was talking to him. He got in contact with him, but on Fort Pierce Tower frequency. And I sent you a picture of the radio. It's a PET 2000 is what it's called.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
It's kind of like it's like this emergency radio, and you manually push in the frequency, and then you key the mic like an old style like policeman like calling in a call. So that's how it is. So now I'm on break, and they're getting in contact with this pilot, or the passenger Darren who's flying the plane. And I hear this page, and it says, Bobby, come to the TRACON immediately. And we never page people like that because it's like a Monday through Friday, it's just not,
you don't. You're in big trouble for something.
Yeah, you rattle a lot of heads when you do that. So I don't waste any time. I just go in. I didn't know if it was a joke or what's going on, but I see people coming out of their offices. Also to come into the radar room, which the radar room doesn't have any windows. It's just a fairly dark room with a bunch of radar scopes. So I get in the room, and my supervisor, his name is Mark Saviglia. He's an operations supervisor. He just briefed me real quick, and he said, here's the situation. The pilot is unconscious, and there's 2 people on board, 2 passengers, and they're flying the plane. And since you're a flight instructor, we want you to try to talk him down to land on one of the runways. He didn't care where, he just wanted him on the ground. So I said, oh man, that's what I'm thinking, right? Why me? So
and you got about 1,000 hours as a CFI or more?
So I have 1,200 hours about, but I only, as a CFI, I've only given about 100 dual given, just from different things, because I do it part-time, and I only got it to try to keep learning. So, but it makes you better when you try to teach something. So I was selected for this task. We do have a couple pilots in the building, and then the guy who was briefing me was also a pilot, but he used to fly into the storms with like C-130s and stuff, the big hurricanes. But he's like, you're the most current, you're instructor, we're counting on you, type of thing.
Good luck.
So now I walk over to the radar scope where they were talking to him, and normally we'd have like our earpiece in and our little boom and our switch, or we can use our foot pedal to talk to the pilot. So this was different. It's this old school radio because this frequency doesn't belong to us. And the only reason it worked is because Darren, the plane, was in range above, and we were just using it just like you would like 122.9, just Unicom type frequency. We're just able to relay to him by using just a random frequency. I don't really know
we're
how
just
the
passing
radio
Abu
stuff
Dhabi,
works
by the way.
good, but
Darren was able to just stay on the. He was stuck on that one frequency, and he
yeah.
had to change.
Right. So we.
Trappers is gone.
I guess it was my supervisor brainstormed, like, we're going to talk to him on 128.2, and Darren was still there, but at least Fort Pierce Tower couldn't hear him. But they started to hear us when we, hey,
what do you mean?
333 Delta, how do you hear us? Oh, okay.
To what?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
You know,
Because I got this, my sim
he could hear us
froze
now.
on it.
I guess you could kind of keep playing that game as far as you want to go, as long as everybody's on that frequency. I don't know how that works. I would assume that you could do that, but so now I sit down at the radar scope and I'm talking to him on this radio, and it's above my head, and the speakers are there. You have a lot of noise. It's in the Tracon from like different landlines and stuff.
I see him on active sky.
I sat down and I said, okay, I'm talking to him now, and the briefing was, okay, last thing we gave him
is that Abu Dhabi Airport down there?
3,000.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So he's about 5,000 feet.
Oh yeah, I got the scenery for it. Yeah, I can see it.
You got the scenery? 3,000.
Yeah,
he's flying the plane, like he has control of the plane. He might be turning and stuff because he's like, where do I go? So I'm just kind of like staring at the radar scope for like 2 seconds, and I'm like, all right, well, I can't just sit here and do nothing. I got to just start talking.
Mine's default.
So I'm just gonna shoot from the hip here, and I said, hello, sir, 333 Lima Delta, can you hear me? And he said, yes, I do hear you. And I said, okay, we're gonna try to get you to an airport. And he was closest to Boca Raton Airport. It's about a 6,000 plus foot runway, a very congested area. And he's told me he can see the shoreline off his right side, which, you know, the landing side.
You know,
So
I actually thought that's what you
really
meant.
easy. It's like a grid pattern, straight roads, either
Where's
north and
Traps
south,
gone though,
east
isn't
or
he?
west.
Did he say?
And he was like 5,000 feet descending.
No, he was here a second ago.
And I would say, I'm kind of like just going from memory, and I don't have audio, of course, but I would say about maybe 30 seconds to a minute elapsed, and I said, okay, well, I think we're going to take you to Boca. Let me know if you see it. It's and you naturally want to talk ATC because that's how we're taught. So I'm like, it's off your 10 o'clock and 4 miles, and I'm like, wait a minute, he's not going to understand this. Okay, sir, it's off your left coming up. And he actually said I believe he said he had it in sight. And I started thinking, no, I don't really have a good feeling about this. I'm going to bring him to Palm Beach instead because it's a big runway. So I said, okay, something to the effect like change of plans. We're going to bring you to Palm Beach International. It's a bigger runway. You'll have a better chance. 10,000 foot runway. What I want you to do is just start a shallow turn to the right. And I think I made the mistake again. I said, fly heading 360. And I was like, I don't know.
Sending in 70 miles, 70.
I said, I want you to keep the shoreline off your right wing. And I just want you to point the nose of the aircraft north. And I don't know how he does live in Florida his whole life in Lakeland, is what he told me, but I-95 is right there, so it's a very good visual reference. I didn't really think of suggesting that to tell him, but the shoreline's just as good, so I did say just keep the shoreline off your right wing, and I'm gonna like point out the airport as you get closer. So now I had him about 3,000 feet, heading on a northerly heading, and one problem with our airport at Palm Beach International is about 7 miles southwest of the airport, there's some really tall TV antennas. They go up to about 1550 MSL. So I was kind of nervous to get him too low near those antennas. So I kept him around 2,000 feet and in a pretty good distance east of those antennas. And then I started, well, he's on about a 4 mile right base for runway 10 left. The winds were out of like the northeasterly. They were pretty strong that day. But I was scared to let him just go in on a right base descending out of like 2,000 and not be stable. So I told him, I said, hey, I'm going to bring you across the final. You're going to see Palm Beach, but we're not going there yet. I'm going to bring you across the final and give you more time to get set up. Correct. Yeah, so I brought him across the final for 10 left. He was around 2,000 feet. And then I told him I'm going to give you more time to get set up. and get slowed down. And he, along the way, he told me like, hey, I don't know how to stop the plane. I don't know how to use the brakes. Do you know how to turn the screen back on? All I have is altitude. And I came back and I said, okay, don't worry about it. I can see your ground speed. I can see your heading pretty much. And I got your altitude.
Just keep it
So,
simple, man.
yeah. So I don't know, after thinking about it for a while, I don't know if he was having to look down at the 3 instruments that are typically on your backup, like your analog gauges.
Yep.
He might have been having to look down to reference that. But when I did ask him about airspeed, I said, hey, do you have any airspeed indications? And he said, no. And then I heard the other passenger say something like, I could hear his voice, but I couldn't hear clearly what it was. And he said,
Okay, I'm gonna do that after that
Darren
to
came back and said,
okay?
yes, I guess we do have airspeed. So they might have been looking at the small, pedostatic airspeed indicator below.
They should have a round standby.
Right. Yeah, they have the 3 primary gauges there. So I said, don't worry about it. So I get him across the final. It's looking good, and you can see it really good on FlightAware if you play it.
Because you're looking at his ground speed, and you're comfortable with the way he's handling the airplane.
Yeah, I was starting to get more confident as he's taking my instructions. Sometimes when even a pilot, you can tell he's struggling because he's not responding.
Let me just pause the video for a second. I'm just check something. So from Afnan, what's the track miles from? So hold on. ILS 34 left to Charlie Foxtrot. Hold on. Okay. To Charlie. Okay, right. 34 to 3,000, and from Afnan. So we have Afnan. So we have 9 miles. MCAT. So you went Afnan to MCAT.
Yep. We were meant to be sending at 50 miles, now it's 12 miles because of the reduced track miles, yeah?
Okay, fine.
So that's why it's calculated that.
Much closer then. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's just reducing track miles. That's
yeah.
Heading quicker.
Okay. And so between Afnan and MCAT, how much track miles are there? We need to be at 3,000 at MCAT?
Yeah.
Is it mandatory? It's a hard constraint?
It's a hard constraint. There's a start next to it.
Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, cool.
8 miles till descent. I'm going to pre-select
yeah, go ahead.
3,000. Seatbelt signs can go on.
Okay.
I think.
Oh. Your seatbelt signs are on.
Okay. And now it's the cabin, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we within a few minutes we'll be beginning our descent into Dubai.
Doha.
To Doha.
Fuck you.
Into Doha. What does it say? Doha, flight attendants, prepare cabin for arrival.
Okay, the cabin's advised.
Or he's just flying and he's kind of blocking you out. So I've seen that before too. So
okay,
he was able to
so I have trust descent.
Control the airplane, listen to my instructions. It's kind of like remarkable. And then pretty much follow him. Like sometimes I would have to, hey, just continue descending because maybe I didn't see a descent. But as long as I kept talking to him, that was my big thing after listening to so many different accident videos on YouTube and stuff. Like you hear them say like, hey, just keep talking to me. Are you still there? See, I wanted to kind of make him feel comfortable.
Yes.
And he was already pretty calm, but maybe a little nervous. So now, I believe he was like kind of tracking more northwesterly. And I told him what we were going to do. I was going to bring him back in for landing. I was just going to bring him on a longer final. And he prompted me like, hey, what about flaps? Do we need flaps? So I said, we can do flaps if we can do flaps. So I said, I forgot to mention my operations supervisor had requested that the manager bring in 2 pieces of paper. One was a glass cockpit and one was an analog cockpit, just so I could kind of reference them to see what he might be looking at, because I don't fly a Caravan.
So you're looking at a picture of the cockpit.
Yeah, just like a regular sheet of paper, color. And as best as the most thing that it helped me with was I could see the throttle quadrant. At least kind of tell what he was. I couldn't see all the stuff, but I could tell like where the throttle was. So I could also see the flaps, and I could see the color indicators, and I could tell it was pretty similar to almost like a Skyhawk. You have different airspeed written on there. So I didn't really care too much about exceeding the flap speed. And so I told him, I said, okay, we can try the first notch of flaps, but when you put it down, you're gonna maybe feel the plane balloon up. And then I looked at my diagram and I said, you're gonna wanna push forward with the control wheel and roll the trim. Do you see the trim wheel? And I told him that. I don't know if he ever got that down or not, but I didn't see much altitude change. But I noticed when he did it, and I told him you can relieve the pressure by rolling the control wheel forward. And I noticed his, what we call PTL line, but basically his track of his aircraft started kind of zigzagging. So almost like when somebody's like following the ILS and overcorrecting.
Yeah.
And then he said, hey, the plane's kind of unstable or flying kind of weird. Can we just not do flaps? And I said, that's fine. We don't need them. Just raise them back up. And when he did that, and it could have been because of the speed of the aircraft. I'm not sure. So we raised them back up, and then everything was back to normal. Then I started coaching him on the throttle. I said, okay, the whole time I was showing him like 160 knots ground speed. And I said, I want you to start to slow down a little bit for me, not too much. And I said something like, airspeed your friend. I want you to just pull that throttle back just a little bit towards you. And then about a minute or two later, I started to see the airspeed go down to like 130. And I was like, all right, well, I feel like we're getting somewhere. So I started to feel even more confident. So this whole time he's kind of flying away from the airport. And I said, all right, we're gonna try to bring you back in now. So I want you to make a shallow turn to the left. And he just kind of started making like, I guess it would almost been like a left 270 and just real shallow. And I had him down to like 2,000. He might've dropped down to like 1,800, 1,700 a couple times. But by the time he was about on like an 8 mile final, he was around 2,000 again. And I think I had told him to start a descent to like what I was thinking is pattern altitude, so about 1,000.
Is it out?
So as he's coming in from like an 8 mile funnel to about a 4 mile funnel, I would say he was probably below the glide slope.
Oh, you got it?
You know, if you're figuring like a 3-degree glide slope.
You can use it?
But about a 3 mile.
Yeah, I don't have many. I know more people who are smart co-pilot. I mean, I have networked so well in shared flight.
300 feet per mile type of thing.
I should use shared flight. This works better though.
Because I do instrument instruction too, and I always find that's helpful.
This works better than shared flight.
I was just looking at that, and he just kept saying, "Hey, how's my altitude look? How's my altitude look?" So I just
I will do a shared flight, but I need to get somebody else who has it. That's why somebody else has to be in the beta.
So
it's kind of hard to get somebody who wants to be on stream and stuff like that in the beta and has the beta.
You're at 4 miles. You're at this altitude. You're looking great. His speed was good, maybe like 130. I did instruct him on. He asked about the brakes again. I said, all I want you to.
At the end of the day, it's the same thing. I mean, it's 2 people in a cockpit. You know, the only better thing about shared flight is that you can get other people in the cockpit. But you can get up to 100 people in the plane.
When you get on the runway, just your rudder pedals at the top of those pedals.
Working, this works properly.
I assumed it was. I had flown. Yeah, exactly.
Works better.
I had flown a Kodiak before, and it was no different than the Skyhawk as far as brakes are concerned. I've flown a Phenom once with a friend, and the brakes were the same. So I figured it had to be the same. and then I told him, I kind of went on a limb here, but I told him, hey, I don't ever want you to get slower than 110. And I just picked a ballpark speed that I thought was safe from my experience watching planes come in on the radar.
Yeah, the red cap's got it now.
Years. So I just said no slower than 110. And the slowest I ever remember seeing him was like 130, but when I went back and watched it, I think it did actually show 120, but he also had a heck of a headwind, or I would say like a kind of like a crosswind.
This whole time, by the way, when he made that 270, did he say he had the runway in sight?
So I asked him as he's passing the airport if he saw it, and I don't know. Once again, I don't know if he was in the co-pilot side If he was on the co-pilot side, he would have saw it really good because it would have been off his right wing. And he was sitting right there as he was flying north. But he said he did see it then. And then when I figured, all right, well, he got a really good look at it then. And then as he was about, say, 5 or 6 miles northwest of the field, and I told him to start a shallow turn, as I'm just kind of brainstorming stuff, he's just kind of keeping himself in that turn. Almost like, boom, he knew where it was, and he lined himself up perfectly. Almost like he turned himself onto the ILS.
Yeah.
So I was like, this is great. So on final, you know, all the way down the final, I would say I went back and looked at the radar data today again, and he looked really good at like a 3-mile final. He was pretty much on the glide slope coming down. If anything, like 130 knots, so slightly fast. But I knew he was going to land flat, and I knew he was going to be fast because of no flaps. And then,
profile.
same thing, 2-mile final, 1-mile final. It all looked good with speeds and altitudes. And then since our radar, you know, radars are kind of pointed up, I guess, and his proximity to the airport, around 300 feet, his data block just dropped off my scope. So I had told him at some point earlier, I believe, and as he got in closer, I said, hey, typically the runway looks narrow, but as you get closer, it's going to get wider. And as it gets wider, that's when you can start bringing your power back slowly and then start to pull the control wheel back to you to get the landing in. So around 300 feet, I'm like, oh, great, you know, am I still talking to him? Is he still there? I don't know what happened. So I just said, hey, are you still there? I'm still here. I said, whew.
He's calming you down now.
Yeah, because I can't, I mean, ultimately, if I could have been in the control tower where a lot of my colleagues were just up there, but they had to deal with the emergency crews and stuff and move planes away from that taxiways adjacent to the runways. They wanted a little buffer, so they were up there to witness it all on the landing and stuff. But I was in just the dark room with the scopes. So I just said, hey, are you still there? And I just reminded him again. He said, yes, I am. I said, okay, just remember, you know, the runway is going to be narrow, but then it's going to get bigger, and then just pull your power back and start pulling the controller back to you. And then they had said he looked like he was coming in a little high and a little high. But they pretty much about, I'd say 5 seconds to 10 seconds go by. And he said, I'm on the runway. How do I stop this thing? And I was like, whoo. Yeah, I was like, thank God.
Wow.
So, yeah, so then I just reminded him, hey, put your feet at the top of the pedals and just apply pressure with your toes. And he got it stopped about, I'd say about halfway down the runway. And kind of just the beam where the terminal would be. And he said, do you want, I was cracking up, but I didn't do it. I was like, he's like, do you want me to turn off the taxiway or to get off the runway? I said, just stop. The fire department's going to come up to you. And then he said, how do I shut it off? And I was like, I don't know. I've never shut it off before. But I remember the Kodiak, we had to pull like the fuel back and stuff, almost like pulling the mixture.
Yep.
So my supervisor who flew like C-130s, he's just telling him to pull all the levers back. So I was like, I'm looking at my diagram. I was like, just pull all the levers back. So then shortly after that, he was gone. Like the fire department, the airport office all came up to him.
Alright, start cockpit. Video is over then. Sorry folks. Window capture. There you go. Alright. Alright, 16,000 feet. We just did about transition, right?
Yeah, do you wanna go?
I wanna go transition out. I'll do transition. So we go set QNH is at Doha is 1007.
Set 1007?
100 set passing 15,200.
Check.
I'll do approach checklist. I can go approach checklist if you want.
Checklist.
Okay, approach checklist. Briefing.
Confirmed.
ECAM status.
Checked.
Seatbelt sign.
हवाई अड्डे में आपका स्वागत है. I tell you to remain seated, but as we see on every landing, you're all deaf. I'd also tell you it was safe to switch on your cell phones, but they've been on the whole flight, haven't they? Thank you. Goodbye.
225. I have 225. Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Push check is complete.
Thank you very much. Don't fly with us again. I spat on your coffee. You smell like a ball sack.
So just in case you have a missed approach, you want a missed approach brief. It's straight ahead. We follow the missed approach track, right?
Yeah.
So you go around and you'll go. You'll call the go around and then immediately you'll call me. You'll call for flap 3, right? And then I'll call the FMA nav.
Go around flap 3, yes.
Go around flap 3. FMA nav. I'll confirm nav. If not, I'll give you heading hold, right?
Checks.
And we'll clean up the plane and then we'll fly the missed approach procedure. We'll talk about what we're going to do if you want to come back for whatever reason.
Okay.
It shouldn't be for weather. You know, if you see anything, if you're not comfortable, just don't hesitate to go around. All right?
Okay.
So, and that is all good. We're still on nav in any case. Pushing 10,000.
Check.
Yeah, I know, right? I think they had slowed down. There are quite a lot of people in the beta, though.
Right, slowing down 250?
Yeah. It's slowing down fine. It's
yeah.
I don't think we need speed brake, right? No, we don't. Where's Trap, sir? Did he come back?
Don't know where Trapster is. Looking for Trapster. It's not even on the sim, Bazza.
Are we in a cloud?
Left turn, inbound to F9.
About 30 miles to go. Okay, 250 now, okay? I'm doing my 10,000 feet checks. Turn for the 2 floors. Strobes to auto. Go landing lights on, nose wheel lights on. Have a logo on. Oh, come on. I hate the switches on the 340, man. Will they stop? Oh, for fuck's sake. And strobe auto, I'll go runway turn off lights on as well. Oh, come on, will you?
Okay, you see the decelerate on the ND?
Yeah.
The D? That's when if the approach.
That's when the push phase goes, yeah. I usually do it. I personally do it at 250 at 10,000. That's a single pilot ops. So you know that. Okay. So that I have. That's just for my. I prefer like the manager speed, but if you're comfortable flying it like that, fine. As long as you know. Just in case sometimes I get distracted and it gets really busy and I don't realize, you know. So I just go 10,000 feet 250 approach.
I'll activate it now just for safe measure.
You want to activate it? So you go selected speed. You manage speed?
Yeah, selected speed.
Alright.
We'll go, let's go 220, yeah?
Yeah. But it will bring its nose up to slow down, so. So
okay, let's get
burn.
speed brake. Don't worry. Half speed brakes, huh? We can go down to green dot actually.
Down to green dot?
Just there, yeah? Just there, yeah, just below 220.
Okay.
Once it reaches the speed, I'll retract the spoilers, okay?
Okay.
Landing systems?
Landing systems, check. My side. Did you do your side?
My side,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
on, yeah.
Okay, 15 miles.
Checked. Right, speed brake retracted.
Check. If we approach 148, just when anything is for your.
Why is it climbing?
It's slowing down. You might want to give it. You might want to give it a little bit of flaps then for it to change the pitch attitude.
Okay, it's going down now.
It's going down. That's it.
Yeah, no, we've lost that. Let's go vertical speed.
Give it flaps 1. So
Right,
it'll
flaps 1.
Speed check flaps 1. Not vertical. Go open descent. Open descent. So it'll hold the speed. Yeah.
Go flaps 1.
Check flaps 1. Cross idle. Open descent.
No flaps.
Huh?
I have no flaps.
Oh, we can do the flaps. It'll change the pitch and it'll make the nose come down a bit more.
Flaps 1.
Speed check flaps 1.
You're not moving it.
Oh, sorry. I forgot it's me. Flaps 1.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Flaps 1. You're speed checked.
Speed check. I forgot shit. Really.
What a pilot, huh?
Flaps 1. There we go. We're coming back on it. We need to be at least 190 there by the time we hit in cap.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a heavy plane. It'll actually slow down. Spoiler still up? Spoiler still out? Speed breaker still out? Alright.
Yeah, I got it out. It's 190 now, speed.
It's 190, I got.
Why is it 189?
I'll give it, yeah.
Don't need the spoilers anymore.
Get that speed.
Check.
Flaps 2.
Flaps 2.
Speed check, flaps 2. Glide slope and localizer.
Checked.
Gonna arm it?
Yeah, I'm in the glide slope localizer. Alright, let's reduce speed to 180.
Hold on, it will bring the notes up if you do that, bear in mind. I should leave it. So, spoilers retracted?
Yeah, checked. It's already retracted.
Okay, I have look armed.
Checked.
Look and glide slope armed.
Okay, we're coming nicely underneath the glide slope, which is good.
Yeah. Okay, look star.
Checked.
If you want, you could bring down the vertical speed, like give it 500 feet per minute or something.
And let it go down to 3,000, let it sit there. It's okay. It's already here anyway. It's a constraint anyway, 3,000 here.
Yeah.
Okay, as usual, half the scale deflection as we get down.
Yeah.
Okay.
You leave the flight director in for this landing?
Yeah, if you want to.
Well, I don't know for you. It's pretty dark though.
Yeah, I'd prefer it off. So it's okay. It doesn't matter. I'll ask them off. Okay. Normal procedures, they should be turned off when they're flying manual anyway. Okay, reducing 160 knots.
Check.
Gear down.
Gear down.
Flaps free.
Speed check, flaps free. Okay, glide star.
Checked. Flaps full.
Flaps full, speed check. What's the speed managed? How much accelerating? Bugging out.
Is it bugging out for you?
No, the plane. It's accelerated for some reason. Setting its approach altitude is set. 5,000 set.
Okay. This is gonna be a problem. I'm gonna disconnect the autopilot. How do I disconnect this? There we go. Autopilot disconnected, flight director's off.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Right to that. Final speed 159, you need about 800 feet per minute. I'll give you the ready.
Give me ready.
Let's fly.
Huh?
Ready's in.
Thanks.
Check your descent rate, brother. 1100 feet per minute. We're at 700 feet per minute just to get back on. Landing checklist, cabin crew, advise auto thrust speed, income memo landing no blue, and Mr. Approach altitude is set.
Check.
Feet per minute. Okay, 1,000 feet stable, Mr. Approach altitude is set. On speed on profile. Crosswind from the right, slightly. 7 knots.
Way!
You're getting a bit of wind shear?
500. No.
Oh, right. 500
I'm
feet.
fully visual now.
400.
300. 100 above.
Oh, my hand is wet.
200.
This side.
Minimum.
A little bit high.
100.
So let's hold it there.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
Reverse grip. This out. knots.
Want to bring this up.
Check.
Your controls?
My controls?
Your controls.
Oh, no.
Oh. That's what's gonna happen to the replay?
Let's be fine, I'll be fine.
I just started the APU.
Check.
TCAS, standby, flaps, retracting.
Check. Weather radar.
Weather radar, yep. Oh. Alright.
It's a nice flight, actually.
Yeah.
Flawless.
I can't believe we actually made it.
Yeah. What's the time? How many time? 7 hours, 21 minutes.
Oh, I need to stop the chrono, yeah. Stop the chrono, 7 hours, 22. 21, yeah. Nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Doha. To Qatar. Well, the local time is...
The local time is 11:57. It'll be 11:57, 2 hours ahead from me.
Oh, really?
Yes, 11:57 at night here, yeah.
Just in time for the European departure back, right?
Yep. For the connecting flights.
For the connecting flights, yeah. But Doha is oh, really? We're connecting all the way. We're heading out to Frankfurt right after this. We're turning.
We're turning.
I'm up for it.
Oh, yeah, seriously?
No. I don't have much. I don't have much juice in my headset anymore.
But for the replays, can you put it in daytime mode?
It won't. It replays. It won't do it. It will replay the time as well. Unfortunately, yeah, that's the thing.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. If you can put it in daytime mode once it's paused, but once you press play, it will just go. It will just snap back.
Oh, that's a bit silly, isn't it? But anyway.
Well, yeah. Well, silly, yes. It kind of annoying, I would say. It makes sense, but. So, what's up, taxi on?
I have no clue.
Thank you for that. Very, very useful first officer.
Just taxi. Oh, you passed it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the terminal's like. Oh no.
No, terminal's over there.
No. Yeah. Just follow the Qatari planes. Just go look where they. No, I think it's like down. Take the next left on Kilo. Sorry, on the next on left onto. Second left on Sierra. And then. Yeah. And just Charlie 10 is. There's hotels. Alpha's there. No, that's Delta.
So we're gonna go on to whiskey 4.
I see Charlie. I see Charlie 10. I see Charlie 10. It's literally on the left, like.
So I'm going to
about a 10 o'clock position.
Yeah, okay. I go on to whiskey 4, something like that.
Just turn left onto Romeo.
Romeo, okay.
I think.
Are we on Kilo? We'll go Kilo. Oh no, yeah, we have to Romeo. We have to go left in Romeo for sure.
Was that a good landing? It was alright, wasn't it?
It's a very good landing, yeah.
Good flown approach as well, huh?
Yeah, very well flown. It was a smooth landing. You didn't try to butter. You know, like, yeah. I always appreciate if you don't try to, like, butter. You know. plane unnecessarily.
I did definitely. I fled longer.
You fled a little bit longer than yesterday, but it was slightly smoother than yesterday, but not in a way that I will call that, you know, inappropriate. You know what I mean? It was a very good landing yesterday, so.
Thank you.
I would land.
Oh no, wait, we messed up. Okay, go right here. Yeah, that's it. And then yeah, just yep. I think you can go left here as well, and then continue down there. So left and then right.
Left, right. Immediate left, right now? Now?
Left, right. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go onto the ramp. Go into the ramp.
Yeah.
Should we give them a remote stand?
Imagine that.
No. People will be pissed.
We got 12 first class passengers. They can't do that.
Yeah. Have you been to the new airport in Doha?
Yeah, loads of times. Even the old one.
First class passengers get off on the jetway, or do they get taken by car? Well, they don't have first class passengers anymore, do they?
Jetway, yeah. But I mean, the old one, it used to be a different terminal.
Yeah, well, first class passengers will get a Mercedes or something like that, wouldn't they? Or
yeah,
they will get their own car, yeah. They won't take the bus with the business class passengers.
No.
I think make a left right here.
Let me see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Charlie 10 is there. I see. So make a left here. And Charlie 10 is where they actually parked for this flight. All right.
Yeah.
8 views available.
Check.
Ah, we actually made it, man. First long haul done.
Yeah. No. Behave like perfectly. You have zero issues, right? Zero issues.
No issues. Yeah.
Zero issues.
It was a bit jittery because I was flying on a slave.
Oh really?
But it was nothing like too hard to handle though. You know what I mean? It wasn't insane jittery. It was just a little bit, you know, just a little bit. It's fine. It was fine, bro. That's because it was on slave.
Yeah.
Flying in the slave, yeah.
Delta 7?
Yeah, Charlie 10 is
Charlie 10.
Three gates down. Charlie 10, sorry, yeah. There it is. Can you see it? It's like 10 o'clock position.
People Delta, for me. Let's make sure it has a jetway.
Now it's Charlie.
No, you keep choosing these non-jetways. We go to Charlie left. We go to the next one.
It has jetway.
For me, it doesn't. I don't know what's wrong with my scenery, man. Yeah, jetways are missing.
Do you want to go Charlie?
Oh, Sam's fucking up. The next one, the next one up. Yeah. You can go taxi light off if you want.
Taxi light off.
Probably wasn't a good idea. Okay, so Delta.
We're just going in here. Left.
This one,
yeah. In there.
Yeah, this one here.
This one, yeah, Charlie 12. They probably use this gate as well, for sure. Next door, right? This gate is for 380s as well. It's got the free jetways. You see?
Yeah, we like a 380.
Oh yeah, we have 4 engines, right?
Yeah. 380 light. 380 times divided by 2.
Alright, that's Charlie 12. Will that thing work? That Sam thing?
The Sam works, yeah. Once it goes blue, it's fine. We're in range of the gate once it goes blue. I think we're good. Yeah, that's...
Right. Set.
Check.
Alright, engine shutdown.
I can just release the passengers. Everyone's just gonna listen.
Okay, beacon lights off. Seatbelts. My fuel pumps.
And parking checklist. So when you're ready.
Yeah.
Tell me it works. Tell me it works.
Alright, parking checklist.
Oh, doesn't work. Fucking hell. Sam fucked up. Anyway, whatever. Sam, parking checklist.
APU bleed.
APU bleed is oh, sorry. What am I looking at the checklist?
Engines.
Off.
Seatbelts.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Off.
Fuel pumps.
Off.
Parking brake.
Set.
Parking checklist complete. We're done.
Yeah, we're done.
We did it.
Yeah, we did it, man. We did it.
Wow. Handshake now.
Yes. Good flight.
Good flight.
I think it's replay time without further delays. Too bad Traps didn't make it. Traps disappeared off the face of the earth, man.
Yeah, you'll have to watch the replay. Typical. Nice. Should have taken a remote stand, right?
Yeah, it always happens. And the jetway doesn't work. Yeah, I should have gone remote. I don't know why Sam bugs out like that. It's Sam. It's not there. It's Sam bugs out.
Are you doing a replay?
Yeah.
I'll disconnect from the aircraft then.
Okay.
Cool.
Sam is just shit sometimes.
Close this. Nice. Thank you very much, Richard, for the flight. I enjoyed it.
Thank you very much for the company and for the first officering. For the co-pilot.
Thank you for getting us safely in Doha. Huh?
Yeah. Well, you got us safely into Doha.
Yeah.
We didn't blow up. We didn't explode.
We didn't explode, no.
At least A340 looks nice at night, though.
Here we go. I want to see this. So majestic.
That's a good landing. Wow, nice.
Nice.
To the Doha skyline.
Yeah.
You.
Here we go.
It's a proper butter, actually.
Yeah.
It's actually butter.
It was butter, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like 10 feet per minute butter. It was like 100 feet per minute butter. It's a good... I'd say 100 feet per minute. That's me with that. Fiddling with the reverses.
Nice.
Oh, look at that. The light's coming off. I'd like to see that. Let me see. I want to see that again.
But that was me, by the way.
When it's dark, turn them all off. Could have only left
Yeah, but that's how it's meant to be.
Could have left the wing lights on, man.
Oh, that's me and you in the cockpit there.
Look at that. But when you get it right, the A340 is so satisfying to land, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very nice.
Very satisfying.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you see that the replay again, I pulled up a bit more last minute just to get it that extra smoothness because I thought if I didn't I felt it if I didn't pull it anymore it's gonna be a bit positive, you know. But I pulled last minute just to give it that extra oomph, you know.
Yeah, it was just a tactical. Yeah, today's was even more textbook than yesterday's. No, yesterday's was more textbook, so it was positive. But, imagine what a 777 will be like in the sim in X-Plane when the 777 comes out.
They should stop doing it. They should wait for X-Plane 12.
I think they are. He said so. The developer actually said so on the post.
He said he's not doing for X-Plane 11 anymore.
I don't know. He said he's waiting for X-Plane 12, so I don't know what's the I think X-Plane 12 is pretty close, so I think they
because you know what's the point when X-Plane 12 is gonna come out, right? Because man, I'm definitely buying X-Plane 12 anyway.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people are gonna want it for X-Plane 11. Not everybody's gonna. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't want it for X-Plane 11. Yeah. But X-Plane 12 is much better, isn't it?
Well, it's going forward. Yeah, it makes more sense, right?
Imagine Takeoff with 777. We'll be flying to fucking.
Oh yeah.
We'll be flying to fucking New York from Doha.
Yeah. Fuck's sake. Shared cockpit Longhaul, Doha to New York.
Ultra Longhaul. And back.
And back, right?
One back. Same day. No sleep. We'll just be sleeping on the stream. Anyway, man.
Anyway, yeah. I'll just take us up to the gate before I end the stream.
Yeah, sure. I'll be back in a minute.
Sure.
Longhaul. Richard and Harry. When's the next long haul then, Richard?
I don't know. We've actually ticked the box for this week, so I don't know. Maybe next week.
I think we should get back to or you know something short haul.
Sure. I think long hauls once every 2 weeks, I guess.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, once every couple of weeks. Yeah, not every weekend.
No.
I might just do a single pilot long haul. I don't know. With the MD now.
Yeah. Going inside the building.
Yeah. There we go.
Nice.
You can see the light in the cockpit, come on.
Huh?
Yeah. Anyway, folks, it was a pleasure, and we'll see you on the next one, guys. Hasta la vista,
See you guys.
everyone.
Thank you.
Ciao, ciao.